The saga unfolds in the heart of Shanghai City. In the serenity of a quiet room, a woman with hair like the ocean depths, Zhang Wangxin, cradles her newborn. She gazes down at her son Chen Xin, whispering of the simple blessings he enjoys. Just eating and sleeping. She smiles, willing to sacrifice her own rest for his healthy future. But she remains oblivious to the shocking truth. This is no ordinary infant. A reincarnated soul resides within this tiny vessel. He possesses the full consciousness of his past life. As he feeds, he realizes his brain is still developing, yet his mind is sharp. Suddenly, reality shifts. A translucent blue interface materializes before his eyes. It identifies him as Lin Ziqin, age 33 days. Biological tier ordinary level 1. His eyes widen. He has awakened a legendary cheat system. Time flows like water, and soon 3 months have passed. His parents, Zhang Wanan and Lin Yan, watch him in his crib. His father senses a dormant power, remarking on the boy's exceptional physique. He predicts the child will become a supreme gene fuser, or perhaps a dominator of the mechanical path, a cyborg. Meanwhile, Lin Ziqin is hard at work. A system notification rings out. Ding. He has executed 10,000 kicks. The reward. The God-tier passive skill. Use and advance. This ability defies the laws of nature. Any body part he trains will grow infinitely stronger, bound only by the limits of carbon-based life. Power surges through his tiny limbs. He ponders his father's words. Gene fusers cyborgs. End quote. His imagination paints images of superheroes. By his 4th month, the grind continues. He has already mastered sitting and crawling. But to avoid terrifying his parents with his monstrous growth, he embraces the darkness, training only at night. Every movement is calculated. Every crawl earns him system points. The grind never stops. A month later, at 5 months old, he conquers the art of walking. By 6 months, he can finally sit and crawl openly without raising suspicion. But one fateful day, the television screen reveals the grim reality of this world. A breaking news report displays the horror of Aberrant Beasts. Gene fusers and cyborgs clash against them in a symphony of destruction. The realization strikes Lin Ziqin like a thunderbolt. This is not the Earth he knew. It is a mutated wasteland of danger and opportunity. The planet has evolved, birthing the terrifying Aberrant Beasts. To survive extinction, humanity forged 2 paths to power. The first is mechanical ascension. Humans replacing flesh with steel, becoming unstoppable cyborgs. The second is genetic modification. Fusing human DNA with the very beasts that hunt them, creating powerful gene fusers. Understanding the peril, the reincarnated Lin Ziqin makes a vow. He will use his system to evolve in the shadows, laying low, until he is invincible. Fate, however, knocks at the door. The doorbell rings and his mother greets a woman in an elegant blue dress, Xu Ming, their new neighbor. She introduces her family, her husband, Shen Zani, and their young daughter clutching a doll, the innocent Shen Qinghan. Lin Ziqin locks eyes with the little girl with violet hair. A connection sparks instantly. He acknowledges Shen Qinghan as his first ally in this chaotic world. He senses the threads of destiny binding their futures together. Seasons change and Lin Ziqin remains dedicated to the path of power. 7 months old. Thanks to his cheat skill, he is unstoppable. Running, jumping, and even basic speech have been mastered. Every muttered word, every step earns him precious stat points. By 8 months, he escalates his regimen. Sit-ups, push-ups. He transforms his crib into a personal gymnasium. He is meticulous, training only when unobserved. But disaster strikes. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, steps onto the balcony unexpectedly. She freezes. Her 8-month-old son is doing crunches with perfect form. She rubs her eyes, questioning her sanity. However, her profession saves him. As a web novel author, she dismisses the impossible sight as a hallucination born of deadline stress. Lin Ziqin instantly feigns sleep. He exhales a silent breath of relief. That was too close. But the danger of discovery is not over. Days later, during bath time, another shocking revelation. She screams for her husband, Lin Yan. He rushes in panic in his eyes, only to follow her pointing finger. There on their 8-month-old infant. A set of clearly defined abdominal muscles, Lin Yan is thunderstruck. Excitement overtakes him. He declares their son a 1-in-a-million prodigy, a future legend who will dominate as a gene fuser or cyborg. Hearing this peerless genius narrative, Lin Ziqin relaxes. His secret is safe within their delusions. He thanks the heavens, his parents are imaginative writers. He realizes he is not the sole anomaly on this mutated Earth. He and his mother watch a report about a 2-year-old from a grand martial family. The toddler lifts a 20-kilo dumbbell with a single hand. Zhang Wangxin pulls her son close, her pride blazing like the sun. She declares her, Chen Xin is just as magnificent. Lin Ziqin feels a warmth in his chest at her confidence. He looks at the screen and wonders, can he match that power when he turns 2? Time flies like an arrow. Lin Ziqin reaches his 2nd birthday. His secret cultivation has borne fruit. In the solitude of the storage room, he grips a 20-kilo weight. With casual ease, he hoists it one-handed. His strength is monstrous. Suddenly, his training is interrupted. His mother calls out that Han Shen Qing Han has arrived. Startled, he drops the weight and shifts gears. He opens the door to find Shen Qing Han, also 2 years old, offering him a sweet tart. Lin Ziqin sighs internally. Their mental ages are worlds apart. They cannot play like normal children. But while she is a typical toddler, he is a warrior in training. He refuses to waste a single second. He has devised a brilliant strategy. Since she clings to him like a shadow, she serves as the perfect custom-sized weighted vest for his exercises. However, there is one complication. It was a recurring nightmare, a wet and warm disaster that pulled him from his thoughts. Little Han had peed on him, yet again. Another year drifted by like clouds. By age 3, Lin Ziqin's physical might had skyrocketed. He could hoist a 40-kilogram iron weight with a single hand. While the news broadcasted a report on a 4-year-old prodigy struggling with a 30-kilogram dumbbell, Lin smirked. He was already leagues ahead. However, despite his monstrous growth, the system panel still mocked him. Biological level, ordinary Tier 1. He clenched his fist, wondering what catalyst was needed to break through to Tier 2. With burning questions, he stepped out of his sanctuary for the first time. The outside world was a breathtaking neon jungle of steel and light. Beastmen roamed the streets alongside cyborgs, likely the gene fusers and modified humans from the legends. Accompanied by his mother and neighbors, including the young Shen Qing Han, they marched toward the library. Since electronic devices were forbidden to him, books would become his weapon. Upon arrival, his mother gestured toward the picture books, but Lin Ziqin had no time for fairy tales. He strode toward the advanced encyclopedias. Little Shen Han followed her eyes wide with worry. The mothers watched bewildered. Auntie Shuang asked why a toddler would crave such dense tomes, and Zhang Wang simply laughed, blaming his genius genetics. While Shen Han tried to feed him cookies, Lin Ziqin was already in a trance. The pages revealed the cruel truth of this world. All life was ranked into 6 great biological realms: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each realm was further split into 9 heavens. He realized, with a jolt, that normal humans like his parents were merely dust. Ordinary Tier 1, insignificant ants beneath the feet of higher beings. A fire ignited in Lin Ziqin's soul. He had to evolve. He had to accelerate his cultivation while keeping his true power hidden. Suddenly, a chime rang out in his mind. Time's ding, Time's new quest, read 100 million characters. Reward, the celestial root of wisdom, a chance to temper both mind and body. He accepted without hesitation. For the next year, Lin Ziqin became a demon, dividing his existence between brutal physical conditioning and voracious reading. By age 4, he and Shen Qing Han entered the battlefield known as kindergarten, hand in hand with their teacher, Miss Zhangmei. And then it happened. The fruits of his hellish training ripened. He shattered the bottleneck and ascended to ordinary Tier 2. His stats were terrifying. One hand could press 80 kilograms, his vertical leap cleared 1.2 meters, and he could blaze through a 100-meter dash in under 11 seconds. He possessed the physical specs of an elite adult athlete trapped in a kindergartner's body, but peace was short-lived. He found a circle of brats tormenting a sobbing Shen Qing Han, mocking her for wetting the bed. His eyes went cold. He didn't just walk. He descended like a god of war into their midst. With a glare that could freeze hell, he unleashed a demonic ultimatum. If any of you dare bully Han again, I will personally water your beds every single night. The threat was childish, but the killing intent was real. Terrified by his aura, the bullies wailed and fled, swearing to retire from kindergarten forever. Shen Qing Han looked up at her hero stars in her eyes. Asterisk. Ding Times achievement unlocked. Kindergarten kid. King. New quests flooded his vision. He grinned. Grinding multiple quests was the gamer's way. 6 months later, the notification chimed again. Quest complete. He had devoured 100 million characters. The system bestowed the celestial root of wisdom, granting him a perfect eidetic memory and learning speed that defied logic. Time blurred, and soon he and Shen Han stood at the precipice of age 7, smiling for their graduation photos. Yet the grind never stopped. Even during vacation, Lin Ziqin pushed his limits, now bench pressing a massive 200-kilogram barbell. His evolution was terrifying. He could launch himself over 2 meters in the air and had shattered the 8-second barrier in the 100-meter dash, clocking in at 7.98 seconds. His mind was a supercomputer enhanced by his new attribute. He had already annihilated the entire elementary school curriculum before the first day of class. Thus began his conquest of Sunshine Elementary School. Since he was already studying university-level concepts, the academic competitions were mere child's play. He effortlessly snatched the gold at the National Elementary Academic Competition solely to farm the achievement points. Whenever he had a spare moment, he focused on raising Shening Han's stats. She wasn't a genius, but her diligence was her talent. Under his hellish tutelage, her grades skyrocketed. After just one semester, she sat firmly at rank 2, right behind the eternal rank 1, Lin Zichin. To speed-run his quests, he dominated the sports meets, obliterating every record in the school's history. He thought this peaceful, grinding life would continue, but fate had other plans. A ripple in the atmosphere signaled the arrival of a transfer student. The teacher introduced a girl with hair like flowing moonlight named Bai, but Lin Zichin's instincts screamed danger. As she stood in the doorway, he sensed a faint alien energy signature. She was definitely not an ordinary human. As the mysterious Bai Shuer glided toward a seat, the class watched in awe. Shen Qinghan leaned over to Lin Zichin, her beloved Xiao Chen, whispering about how Bai's hair resembled pristine winter snowflakes. But Lin Zichin was deaf to her praise. As Bai took the desk near him, his invited finder focus locked onto that strange, non-human aura. Was she a gene fuser, or perhaps a descendant of a legendary bloodline? 1. In the days that followed, Bai Shuer became a living enigma within the classroom walls. She severed all ties with the world, collapsing onto her desk. The moment the bell rang motionless as a corpse. She barely moved, even for basic needs. At first, the other students were driven by morbid curiosity, treating her like a zoo exhibit and snapping photos while she slept. But as her statue-like state persisted, their fascination rotted into boredom and the class drifted back to its mundane rhythm. However, that fragile peace was shattered a month later. A grotesque phenomenon began to manifest. Bai Shuer's body began to secrete a viscous white fluid. The substance carried a nauseating stench oozing down her clothes and legs like a curse. The classmates recoiled in absolute disgust, their whispers turning into loud complaints about the vile miasma. One tormentor, a boy with a cruel heart, sneered a vulgar comment about her condition before dumping his entire water bottle over her head, claiming he was purifying the filth. Humiliated and drenched, Bai Shuer clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Tears cut paths through the water on her face, her small shoulders trembling, with silent, devastating sobs. The bullies erupted into a chorus of malicious laughter, feeding on her despair. Watching from the sidelines, Shen Qinghan turned to Lin Zichin, her eyes wide with worry, begging him to save the poor girl. Lin Zichin hesitated, his sharp mind conflicted. He had instinctively sensed that Bai Shuer harbored a dangerous aura, which made her vulnerability confusing. But looking at her now, he agreed to intervene. As he strode toward the cackling group, he recalibrated his threat assessment. While her origins remained a mystery, his instincts told him one thing clearly. Right now, she was not a predator. She was prey being devoured by wolves, and it was time for the alpha to step in. Lin Zichin marched up to the ringleader and seized him by the collar, barking the name Guan Chun. A smile that didn't reach his eyes played on Lin's lips as he ordered the boy to wipe the filth off Bai Shuer's desk. Guan Chun froze terror, gripping his heart as he stammered a pathetic agreement. The other bullies instantly realized they were in the danger zone. Lin Zichin was a campus legend, a monster skilled in both academics and street fighting. Not even the 6th grade tyrants dared to cross his path. Knowing resistance was futile, they scrambled to grab tissues, desperate to clean the mess they made. Once the desk was spotless, Lin Zichin's icy gaze swept over the trembling group. His voice dropped an octave as he commanded them to apologize. The bullies, sweating, cold bullets obeyed without hesitation. They lined up like disciplined soldiers, bowing their heads in submission and swearing on their lives to never torment her again. With the villains scattered, Bai Shuer looked up, her eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. She thanked both Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan with a broken voice. Shen Qinghan placed a gentle hand on Bai Shuer's trembling shoulder, reminding her that in this world classmates are meant to be allies, not enemies. From that day forward, Shen Qinghan made it her sacred mission to melt the ice around the classmate, quiet, white-haired girl always dragging the reluctant Lin Zichin along for the ride. The three became an inseparable trio. Shen Qinghan was the sun to their solar system, always sharing her most delicious snacks with Bai Shuer first. During one of these tender moments, as Shen Qinghan offered a treat, Bai Shuer hesitated. She looked at them with haunted eyes, asking if her foul scent didn't repulse them. She apologized for her mistrust, explaining that since childhood she had been treated like a plague, ostracized by everyone she met. To have someone treat her with kindness felt so surreal, she was convinced she was trapped in a beautiful dream. Bai Shuer looked up in shock when Shen Qinghan firmly declared that this was reality. Shen Qinghan smiled with the warmth of spring, assuring her that she understood pain and would never look down on her. She declared that as long as Bai Shuer was willing, their bond would last, forever dragging a sighing Lin Zichen into the eternal pact. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion, Bai Shuer tightly embraced Shen Qinghan. Tears of pure gratitude streamed down her face as she thanked the heavens for their kindness. After composing her trembling heart, she insisted on giving them a token of her appreciation. She revealed a necklace adorned with twin beast fangs, a precious heirloom from her mother. She presented it to them, praying it would serve as an eternal symbol of their friendship. Shen Qinghan accepted with a radiant smile, and the three children stood united in the schoolyard as the golden sun set, vowing that their friendship was unbreaking. However, fate is often cruel to those who find happiness. Just as their bond solidified, the unthinkable occurred. One day, Shen Qinghan was struck dumb by the news that Bai Shuer had transferred schools without a word. Lin Zichen confirmed the grim reality, revealing he had witnessed her signing the withdrawal papers. His mind flashed back to the scene at the principal's office. He had seen Bai Shuer standing beside a towering, terrifying man whose arms were replaced with cybernetic prosthetics. The principal had been sweating, assuring the metal-armed giant that Bai Shuer's records were sealed and her secrets buried. That encounter confirmed Lin Zichen's darkest suspicions. Bai Shuer's identity was far more complex than they imagined. From that day on, she vanished like smoke, leaving him with only questions. But looking back, he realized that the events that followed were what truly shook his world. Sometime later, Lin Zichen was at home, massaging the shoulders of his mother, Jiang Wangxin. She sighed, the tension melting away, praising his technique after a grueling day of work. Lin Zichen smirked internally, noting that he had mastered professional massage arts instantly, thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, a cheat skill he was only beginning to understand. But their peaceful domestic evening was shattered by a breaking news report. It showcased another miraculous achievement by the Kyoto. A true prodigy had descended. At merely 10 years old, this boy successfully fused with Aberrant Beast genes, granting him the power to lift a 500-kilogram boulder with a single hand. Lin Zichen watched his heart pounding as he realized his rival had already stepped onto the path of evolution. His father, Lin Yan, sighed, complaining that this Kyoto genius was dominating every broadcast. Were they trying to manufacture a celebrity or a warrior? The parents debated the ethics. His mother explained that coming from 1,000-year-old martial arts, clan meant access to forbidden gene technology. But she argued passionately that using a child as a test subject was cruel. Her husband countered, claiming that for the ancient family's legacy outweighed humanity, earning him a sarcastic retort about knowing everything from his wife. While his parents bickered, Lin Zichen sank into deep contemplation. He calculated the numbers cold and fast. Before fusion, that prodigy could only lift 100 kilograms. Now he commanded 500, a terrifying five-fold increase. In comparison, Lin Zichen, at only 8 years old, could already lift 300 kilograms with raw physical might alone. He clenched his fist, confidence surging through his veins. His potential was boundless. But that arrogance would not last long. The very next news report would teach him the chilling definition of true fear. Breaking news flashed across the screen showing a neighboring city reduced to ash. The reporter's voice trembled as she confirmed the attack was launched by giant aberrant rats. The screen filled with nightmare fuel. Monstrous vermin swarmed the ruins like a black tide, snatching a screaming woman in their crushing jaws before brutally devouring her alive. The report continued, revealing that the heretics were responsible for unleashing this beast tide, fanning the flames of destruction from the shadows. At a desperate press conference, an official from the fallen Sakura nation begged for global reinforcement, explaining that these heretics were a shadowy cult capable of controlling the mindless beasts. Watching the carnage, Lin Zichen realized the cult was an anti-human faction of traitors, enslaving monsters for power. He let out a breath, relieved to be born in a mighty, stable empire, a sanctuary where he could cultivate his strength in peace. But his tranquility was shattered by the roar of sonic booms. He rushed to the window, tearing back the curtains to witness a squadron of heavy armor cyborgs tearing through the night sky. Why were so many elites being deployed? A cold sweat formed on his back. The next morning, the world seemed deceptively calm. Lin Zichen waited for Shen Qinghan, who ran up breathless and apologetic. But as she drew near, his senses screamed a warning. The beast, Fang necklace, a gift from before, was now pulsing around Shen Qinghan's neck with an eerie blue light. He realized with a start that the Fang came from an aberrant beast leaking a faint non-human aura he had sensed earlier. The glow vanished as quickly as it appeared, and they brushed it off. Yet, between the mobilizing cyborgs and the reacting artifact, Lin Zichen felt an ominous premonition that disaster was looming. On their way to school, a striking woman with crimson hair and a black dress leaned against a lamppost, her gaze locking onto them like a predator. She cooed about how adorable they were stepping into their path to ask if they were siblings. Shen Qinghan beamed proudly, correcting her that they were childhood best friends. The woman smiled, a wistful look in her eyes as she wished for such a bond. Then, the mask slipped. Her expression turned venomous. She leaned in, eyes glinting with malice, asking why they were walking alone and where their guardians were. Before Shen Qinghan could reveal a thing, Lin Zichen grabbed her hand, silencing her instantly. He dragged her forward, claiming they were late, desperate to escape the mysterious woman's presence. Once they were at a safe distance, he gently scolded Shen Qinghan, reminding her of the golden rule regarding strangers. She nodded, chastised. After school, Lin Zichen guided them through a desolate alleyway to avoid attention. Shen Qinghan shivered, whispering about how creepy the silence was. Lin Zichen explained this zone was slated for demolition, a ghost town emptied of residents. But their path was blocked by a chillingly familiar voice. The red-haired viper from the morning stepped out, mocking that they were finally free from class. And she wasn't alone. A hulking giant named Shang loomed beside her. The woman signaled to Shang that the prey was ready. Lin Zichen's mind raced. He had deliberately chosen a hidden route, yet she had tracked them effortlessly. The woman tried to lure them closer with honeyed words and treats, but her facade was crumbling. Her accomplice, Shang, growled in irritation. He told her to cut the act and just knock the brats out so they could finish the job. Without wasting another breath, Shang charged with a rag, shouting that he needed to sell them for quick cash. As the giant closed in, Lin Zichen shoved Shen Qinghan to safety and squared his shoulders. He channeled every ounce of his strength into his fist and threw a thunderous punch. The blow connected squarely with Shang's face, halting the massive man instantly. The kinetic force exploded, sending Shang flying backward down the alley, with a wretched scream. The red-haired woman froze in utter disbelief, unable to process that an elementary schooler had just sent a grown warrior flying through the air. On the ground, Shang retched blood, his eyes wide with shock. With the threat grounded, Lin Zichen turned to the red-haired woman. A crushing blow to the gut doubles her over. Before she can even gasp a savage, uppercut sends her straight into oblivion. Standing over the trash he just took out, his gaze turns into ice. He grabs a jagged brick from the debris. The alley is dead silent. No cameras, no witnesses. The logic of a killer takes over. Mercy is a luxury he cannot afford. If they survive, his secret power is exposed, destroying his grand plan to rise in the shadows. Just as he prepares to deliver the executioner's strike, the earth screams. A violent tremor rips through the alley, catching them completely off guard. The wall explodes inward. Dust and terror choke the air as a nightmare descends. A giant, aberrant rat tears through the rubble, a towering demon of filth and muscle. It ignores the children fixating on the unconscious woman. But this beast doesn't eat. It slaughters. With one swift swipe, blood sprays the walls. The monster snatches up her severed head like a trophy. Shen Qinghan let out a scream that tears through the soul. Instinct kicks in. Lin Zichen grabs the paralyzed girl, pulling her into his chest. It's a giant aberrant rat move, he commands, voice cutting through her panic. He spins and sprints, holding her tight as they run for their lives. But salvation comes from the sky. A streak of crimson and gold pierces the clouds. A female cyborg, blonde hair, flowing rabbit ear sensors twitching, crashes into the battle. She defies physics, a blur of high-tech fury zipping past the beast. Shen Qinghan, peering over Lin Zichen's shoulder, can barely track the plate. Cyborg's godlike speed. The metallic warrior skids to a halt behind the monster. Target locked. Combat mode engaged. Her gauntlet roars to life with energy. Deploying anesthetic smoke, she announces. Projectiles launch, turning the alley into a zone of destruction. Boom. Explosions rock the foundation. Lin Zichen becomes a human shield, protecting Shen Qinghan from the shockwave. The aberrant rat is consumed by fire, roaring in agony as the neurotoxins cloud its mind. It stumbles. Seeing the critical opening, the cyborg surges forward. A flurry of steel and violence ends the beast's life in seconds. Later, safe at home, Lin Zichen watches the 5 news report with a critical eye. He analyzes the combat data. Disappointing. Her power level is mediocre at best. She had to weaken it first, and it took 7 minutes to kill a mere rat. Pathetic efficiency. He reflects on the brand, true threat of the giant aberrant rats. Monsters that grow 10 meters long, reaching the ordinary 5th tier. Apex predators. Fate smiled on them today. They escaped with their lives, but this was a wake-up call. The world is a slaughterhouse. He resolves to break his limits. He must become strong enough to protect his people. The scene shifts to his personal dojo. Weighted squats with a barbell that would crush a normal man, times ding, times. The system rewards his sweat with points. The grind never stops. Although the shadow of the rats lingers, life marches on. Soon the 9th birthday arrives, a celebration of survival with families gathered around a massive cake. Candles blown, wishes made. It is time for gifts. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichen had mastered the art of carving in a single night. He presents an intricate wooden hairpin, a masterpiece of devotion for Shen Qinghan. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy. She treasures it instantly, declaring her love for the gift. Time flies like an arrow, and soon they graduate from elementary school. The gates of middle school await. Asterisk. Ding times. The system chimes. Achievement unlocked. Dominate 9 years of compulsory education rewards, kindergarten kid, king, and elementary school top dog titles. But his ambition is greater. Next, target middle school overlord. The reward, the survival of the fittest attribute. He needs it. Summer break is just another opportunity for hellish training. He adopts a high-intensity regimen, 1,000 push-ups with a massive boulder crushing his spine. His stats skyrocket with every drop of sweat. Hard work never betrays the dedicated. Just before the semester begins, after a grueling 10-kilometer run, the system announces the breakthrough biological level ordinary 3rd tier. His body has evolved. He can now deadlift 700 kilograms one-handed. A vertical leap of 4 meters, the 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. As power courses through his veins, he wonders about his competition. How strong is the Kyoto prodigy? As if on cue, the TV reveals the answer. The night before school, a special report airs. The 14-year-old genius has fused with giant ant genes. He lifts a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one hand. The crowd cheers, but Lin Zichen does the math. Giant ant genes multiply strength by 4 to 8 times. That means the prodigy's base strength without the cheat codes is only 500 kilograms. A smirk crosses Lin Zichen's face. He is fundamentally superior. Imagine the power when he finally fuses with a gene. The next day, the middle school saga begins. As the city's top scorer, every academy fought for him. He chose Shanghai Middle School, but with one non-negotiable condition: Shen Qinghan must be in his class. Destiny cannot be separated. During registration, the principal and the meeting homeroom teacher fawn over him. "We are counting on you, young dragon." After enduring the pleasantries, he makes a tactical retreat and leaves with Shen Qinghan. But his choice wasn't just for romance. The real reason he chose this school, their elite athletic facilities. They had planned to inaugurate the school's court with a match before the semester officially began. On the court, a spirited Shen Qinghan challenges Lin Zichen. With a flourish, she serves, unleashing her signature move, the Fairy's curveball. Lin Zichen catches the shuttlecock mid-air with casual grace, but their duel is rudely interrupted. A group of senior students approaches, swaggering. Their leader, wearing a backward cap, snatches the shuttlecock, sneering that the court is reserved for them. His lackeys mockingly suggest Shen Qinghan can stay if she agrees to spar with them. She stands her ground, insisting on the rules, declaring they arrived first. But seeing the thugs encroach on Shen Qinghan's personal space, Lin Zichen steps in, his expression turning frosty. He orders them to back off coldly, reminding them of the first come, first served code. The leader scoffs, arrogance dripping from his voice, and declares he is taking the court by force. He holds the shuttlecock, tossing it high. But before he can even attempt to serve, Lin Zichen moves. He declares that from this moment his rules are the absolute law. Channeling a surge of internal power, he leaps, smashing the shuttlecock with devastating force. The projectile rockets across the court, a streak of white lightning. It moves so fast the leader's eyes can't even track it. The force of the impact instantly obliterates his racket and sends his cap spinning into the distance. The seniors are left paralyzed, cold sweat soaking their backs. They whisper in terror, wondering if Lin Zichen is even human or perhaps a monstrous gene fuser. One notes with horror that if that shot had been a fraction off, their boss would have been decapitated. Thoroughly broken, the bullies bow deeply, in apology, terrified for their lives. They stutter that they understand the hierarchy now and beat a dock. Hasty, pathetic retreat. Perhaps because the legend of that smash spread, no one ever dared to offend Lin Zichen or Shen Qinghan again. Aside from the luxurious facilities, their new school life settled into a rhythm. In terms of academics, Lin Zichen was peerless, having mastered the middle school curriculum eons ago. During class, he leisurely read literature to pass the time. At night, after physical cultivation, he utilized his celestial root of wisdom to instantly master new skills online, cooking, photography, driving, swimming. Nothing was beyond him. To finally unlock the middle school, overlord title ranking first in grades wasn't enough. He had to dominate nationally. He soon stood amidst a mountain of trophies. However, to maintain a low profile, he carefully managed his wins, ensuring he didn't take first place in Ducktown, literally every single contest. A semester passed, yet the title remained locked. His brilliance, however, attracted legions of fangirls who piled love letters on his desk like snow. He treated them as air. Aside from tutoring Shen Qinghan, he shifted his focus to the upcoming school sports festival. He calculated that total domination here would be the key to finally unlocking the title. He registered for 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, the trifecta of raw power, explosive, leaping, and Godspeed. He unleashed an earth-shattering 20.11-meter throw in the shot put. Although he suppressed his true strength to appear somewhat human, he still crushed the competition effortlessly. Just as he was, sitting with Shen Qinghan admiring the gold medal, a familiar sensation pulsed through his veins. A system notification materialized. Because his achievements had transcended all mortal students, he had officially unlocked the middle school overlord title. With all 3 age-based titles secured, the Dominator of 9 years compulsory education achievement was complete, granting him a terrifying new biological attribute: survival of the fittest. As the energy surged through his meridians, he smirked with satisfaction. The grind was finally over. As Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan leave the campus, he analyzes the survival of the fittest attribute. It allows a predator to devour the very life essence of other creatures to instigate evolution. But what exactly counts as life essence? He is lost in contemplation until Shen Qinghan calls, him snapping his mind back to reality. A sudden inspiration strikes. He asks Shen Qinghan if he can examine her beast fang necklace. She agrees, handing over the artifact. The moment his skin contacts the fang, the system chimes. It informs him he has devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. A new guidebook unlocks, showing 1% progress. A spectral phantom of a colossal dark butterfly with terrifying eyes on its wings manifests around him. He is stunned to realize the fang is actually a tooth from that legendary creature. That night, hungry for knowledge, he searches for the abyssal giant butterfly on the web. To his shock, the search yields 0 results. Realizing this is forbidden knowledge he must uncover alone, he recalls Bai Shuer had gifted them a pair of fangs. He frantically rummages through his bag, locating the second tooth. Gripping the artifact, he once again drains its power. The system confirms he has devoured a second trace of life essence, but the guidebook progress crawls to merely 2%. He stares at the fang with disappointment, realizing the essence within is nearly depleted. He concludes he must hunt for a fresh source to unlock the abyssal giant's secrets. To unlock the butterfly's true potential, Lin Zichen ramped up his training intensity. But survival wasn't just about strength. It was about ensuring an escape route from the lurking threat of aberrant beasts. Thus began his daily ritual, escorting Shen Qinghan to and from school on his bike. However, as they exited the gates, a loud voice shattered the peace. A tracksuited figure blocked their path. It was Coach Guo of the martial arts team, radiating enough energy to power a small city. He immediately zeroed in on Lin Zichen. Incredible, the coach roared. He praised Lin Zichen's performance at the sports meet, calling it a legendary feat unmatched in the school's history. With overwhelming passion, Coach Guo formally invited him to join the squad, boldly claiming his martial talent far eclipsed his academic potential. He pressured Lin Zichen for an immediate yes, though he graciously offered a sliver of time to check out the facilities first. The coach spoke with the speed of a machine gun. Lin Zichen couldn't even find a gap to refuse. Waving a hasty goodbye as they pedaled away, the coach shouted that the team was in Gym Room C, and he would be waiting there if Lin Zichen found a moment the next day. As twilight painted the sky, Lin Zichen retreated to his room. It was time for the real experiment. He needed to test the limits of his new ability. He clapped his hands together, times smack, times ending the lives of a cockroach and a mosquito. He opened his palms to inspect the remains, expecting a rush of energy, but felt absolutely nothing. The realization hit him cold. Killing trash mobs yielded 0 experience. These insignificant creatures lacked the spiritual essence required to trigger the skill. He deduced that only powerful exotic beasts carried enough life force to fuel his evolution. To verify this hypothesis, Lin Zichen set his sights on a new target, a supermarket selling high-grade beast meat. With Shen Qinghan securing her spot on the back seat, he pedaled them, deep into the city center. They arrived at a massive multi-story complex. Once inside, they navigated the aisles and Lin Zichen's sharp eyes scanned the shelves. There was beast meat aplenty, but it was all sealed in plastic. Useless. He knew he couldn't test his theory without direct skin contact. Frustration began to mount until the sound of a butcher's voice cut through the noise advertising fresh cuts. His eyes locked onto a counter with a sign that promised fresh beast meat unpackaged and safe. Behind it, a butcher was carving up massive slabs of flesh. "Wait here," he commanded a confused Shen Qinghan, his focus entirely on the prize. He said he needed to inspect the goods. Offering no further explanation, driven by the hunger for answers, he rushed to the counter. He reached out, placing his palm firmly against a slice of raw, freshly cut beast meat. The connection was instant. A torrent of violet energy exploded into his meridians. His theory was correct. The flesh contained a potent surge of life essence. He clenched his fist, unable to contain the thrill. A triumphant grin stretched across his face. Shen Qinghan watched from the side, completely bewildered, wondering why touching raw meat made him look like he had just won the lottery. She approached him, her face twisted in confused concern. "How does it feel?" she asked hesitantly. Fresh Lin Zichen lied smoothly, trying to mask his adrenaline. He turned to the baffled girl. "Want to give it a try?" She recoiled in horror, waving her hands frantically. "No thanks. You've touched enough for both of us," Theory confirmed. Now came the investment. Lin Zichen decided to purchase the beast meat for home experimentation, a move that shocked Shen Qinghan. He expected her reaction. In this world, beast meat was a luxury item. Even the budget option, the ghost shadow squid, cost nearly 1,000 yen per jin. He selected a package of the squid, but Shen Qinghan panicked at the price tag. "It's too expensive," she cried out. "You have to ask your mother before spending this much." Lin Zichen simply smiled, patting her head with a gentle, reassuring rhythm. "Don't worry," he spun a comforting lie. "Mom actually ordered me to buy plenty for a feast." A flashback flickered in his mind, his mother Jiang Wangxin, happily agreeing to cook whatever he brought home. Internally, however, Lin Zichen had a different agenda. Sharing was part of the plan, but the critical test was to see if he could absorb life essence through digestion, fearing that direct absorption might spoil the meat for eating. At the checkout, the bill for 3 packages of ghost shadow squid came to a hefty 29.94 yen. The cashier thanked him with a professional smile. As they exited, the weight of the cost pressed on Lin Zichen. That was a lot of money. He wondered when his wallet would recover enough to afford such a luxury again. It was now past 9 p.m. The city at night was a chaotic jungle, so they decided to head straight for the safety of home. Yet on the ride back, Lin Zichen's mind was racing. He couldn't wait. Stealthily, he placed his hand on the meat package sitting in the basket. Asterisk. Zap. Asterisk. Immediately, the familiar rush of purple energy flooded his system. It worked. He had devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's essence through the packaging. A new guidebook entry for the creature unlocked in his mind, but the progress bar sat at a pitiful 0.1%. A spectral, menacing image of the multi-eyed squid manifested in his thoughts. As they pedaled through the quiet streets, he crunched the numbers. A small trace only granted a fraction of power. To unlock the full 100% of the guidebook, he estimated he would need to devour 100 jin of meat. The cost, a staggering 100,000 yen. But then he considered the squid's ability to dissolve into water and vanish. That kind of stealth skill was priceless. His path was clear. He didn't just need strength anymore. He needed to amass a massive fortune. He couldn't burden his family with such a cost. Then he remembered his secondary reason for buying the meat. He needed to verify if draining the life force would rot the flesh. He glanced at the package. It had been a while, but the meat remained pristine. A smirk tugged at his lips. Perfection. The essence flowed into him, pushing the assimilation rate for the ghost shadow squid to 3%. But his cultivation was shattered by Shen Qinghan's sudden cry. "Look out!" she screamed. He slammed the brakes, tires screeching against asphalt as he halted mere inches from a terrified couple. "Sorry," he gasped. He mentally kicked himself. Cultivating while driving was a recipe for disaster. Why was the lane so packed today? Shen Qinghan pointed a trembling finger ahead. A standoff. A crimson-haired maniac held a blade against a woman's throat. Shen Qinghan froze in horror. The hostage. It was their teacher, Miss Xia. The madman screamed threats at the gathering crowd. Police had the area locked down their megaphones, doing little to pierce the criminal's frenzy. The police captain grabbed Officer Abing's arm, forcing his weapon down. "Hold your fire, don't shoot recklessly." The captain grit his teeth. The target is using her as a human shield. A clean shot is impossible. "What about sleeping gas?" the officer asked. "No, it's too slow. It will only provoke the beast before taking effect." While the authorities hesitated, Lin Zichen made his move. He scooped a pebble from the ground, channeling his strength. With a flicker of his finger, the stone vanished, a silent projectile flying with lethal precision. Clang, it struck Officer Abing's pistol. The gun misfired. The stray bullet tore through the kidnapper's hand. He howled, dropping the blade and releasing Teacher Zia. "Move in, go, go, go," the captain roared. The squad swarmed the disarmed thug, pinning him to the concrete. A female officer rushed in, shielding the trembling teacher from the chaos. With the crisis averted, Lin Zichen quietly remounted his bike. Shen Xinghan stared at him, eyes wide with shock. "Did you just throw that rock?" "Shh," he cut her off instantly. "Not here. Let's go." They pedaled hard, trying to fade into the background. But escape wasn't that easy. "Halt," a booming voice froze them. The captain narrowed his eyes. "Kid, was it you?" Panic flashed across Zichen's face. "Caught. No way." Just passing through, he forced a nervous smile, denying everything. The captain watched them pedal away, shaking his head. Strange. Usually people want the bravery reward. Reward. The word hit Zichen's ears like a divine decree. Money. Screech. He slammed the brakes, drifting the bike around and sprinting back to the officer with zero shame. "Actually, yes, that was me." He rubbed his neck sheepishly. "I can't lie, sir. I really need the cash." The captain chuckled, amused by the honesty. "All right, kid. Come to the station. We'll get that paperwork sorted." After calling their families, Lin Zichen and Shen Xinghan prepared to follow the police. It seemed like a happy ending. But as the suspect was dragged away, fate had a cruel twist in store. The man's face began to contort grotesquely. Bones cracked and muscles swelled. "A heretic," the officers screamed. Before their eyes, the man dissolved into a monstrous aberrant rat. The beast shattered the handcuffs like glass. It went on a rampage, massive claws tearing through the air at the officers. "Open fire! Protect the civilians!" the captain screamed into his radio. A hail of bullets rained down, but they bounced off the monster's hide like rain. It was useless. "Target has fused with Rat King genes. We need backup." The radio crackled with panic. Zichen didn't hesitate. "Run!" He grabbed the girls, dragging them from the slaughter. He sighed in relief, seeing the beast wasn't pursuing, but they had to move. Suddenly, the sky tore open. A figure descended in a blaze of purple aura, a sleek, armored Valkyrie. Boom! The cyborg slammed into the giant rat, sending the behemoth skidding backward. She hovered in midair, short purple hair whipping in the wind. Mechanisms in her chest shifted, humming with terrifying energy. Target locked. Annihilate. A beam of pure purple devastation erupted from her chest, swallowing the mutant rat whole. The creature roared in agony before being utterly vaporized, leaving nothing but scorching ash on the pavement. Lin Zichen watched, jaw dropped at the display of raw power. Teacher Xia and Shen Xinghan slumped, finally safe. But Zichen, his eyes darted to his bike. "Oh, thank God," he sighed. Not a scratch. Replacing that ride would have bankrupted him, but peace was short-lived. A sudden realization struck him. He looked into the bike's basket. The expensive ghost shadow squid. It was rotting. A foul stench drifted up. His theory was right. Absorption times. Did time spoil the meat, just with a delay? He held up a limp, stinking tentacle. He couldn't admit the truth. He needed a scapegoat. "Damn it," he shouted, throwing the calamari to the ground with theatrical anger. "That monster's energy ruined my groceries." The precious beast meat had been reduced to ash by the cyborg's reckless attack. Teacher Kawe offered a grim comfort, reminding him that survival was the only prize that mattered today. Instead of a triumphant return home, they were ushered into a security team, the atmosphere heavy with the aftermath of battle. Fate, it seemed, had a twisted sense of humor. They were caged in the same transport as the heretic's remains. After the devastating laser blast, nothing remained, but a heap of scorched flesh on a gurney filling the cramped space with the suffocating stench of death. As he endured the foul miasma, a bolt of inspiration struck Lin Zichen like lightning. He recalled the beast fangs from Bayou. They had retained their spiritual power long after the creature's demise. A dangerous possibility began to take shape in his mind. Could this charred corpse still hold traces of life essence? And if so, could he plunder the Rat King gene for his own evolution? Sitting in the gloom of the police van, Lin Zichen calculated his odds, wondering just how much power could be harvested from the dead. Unable to resist the temptation, he subtly extended a hand toward the scorched remains. The moment his fingertips grazed, the body, a crimson surge of energy exploded into his system. His internal interface flashed a confirmation. He had successfully devoured a trace of the mutant rat's essence, unlocking the guide with a massive 5% progress leap. He was stunned by the sheer volume of power, realizing that the freshness of the kill directly dictated the potency of the reward. Officer Abing's sharp eyes caught the movement. "Sit still," he barked. Lin Zichin retracted his hand instantly, forcing a casual smile as he claimed he was merely stretching his stiff limbs. Later within the Public Security Bureau, he knew the real test had begun. While Abing was simple-minded, the captain possessed a hunter's intuition. The captain noted that he had applied for the bravery reward, but his gaze was piercing. He demanded to know how a mere middle schooler in pitch darkness, and at such a distance, struck the heretic's lethal hand with the precision of a master marksman. Lin Zichin offered a vague, almost comical defense, claiming it was simply because he trains his right hand. Quite often. The sheer audacity of the answer left the captain completely speechless. Their standoff was shattered when Shenninghan announced the arrival of his auntie. Lin Zichin was stunned to see his parents storming the station like a hurricane. His mother rushed forward, terror etched into her features, screaming his name as if he were returning from the dead. She crushed him in a desperate embrace, her voice trembling as she scolded him for nearly stopping her heart. He tried to maintain his composure, reassuring her that he was unharmed and had even earned a reward. But she wouldn't hear it. Holding him tight, his mother made him swear that the next time danger reared its head, he would hide and survive. With tears glistening in her eyes, she confessed that her only wish was to see him grow up safe. For the first time, the weight of her love truly pierced Lin Zichin's heart. As they departed, Lin solemnly promised to prioritize his own life, a vow that the watchful captain found lingeringly suspicious. On their way out, Lin passed two female officers dissecting the case. One lamented that the perverts were getting bolder, while her colleague revealed the tragic truth. The heretic was a top student from Guangyuan University, twisted by the rat god cult. While the first officer cursed their fanaticism, the second pinpointed the true threat. They needed to sever the head of the snake, the self-proclaimed Rat King. That name echoed in Lin Zichin's mind like a war drum. In the safety of the car, he immediately dove into the digital abyss, researching this mysterious cult on his phone. The results were alarming. Their headquarters lay in Shanghai City, a hive for societal outcasts and the desperate. But he uncovered a terrifying truth. The Rat King sought to transcend humanity, forcing followers to gather evolution materials. A chilling question formed in his mind. Had this aberrant beast already developed human-like sentience? His brooding was interrupted when a shadow outside the window caught his eye. A rat, monstrously large and rivaling a cat in size, scurried along the sidewalk. Paranoia whispered that it was connected to the king, but logic intervened. In the humid south, vermin of this size were simply an ugly fact of life. Shaking off the unease, he noticed the heavy silence coming from Shenninghan. He glanced over to see her squirming, her knees locked tight in distress. He understood immediately. Since childhood, whenever fear took hold, she lost control of her bladder. But where others saw embarrassment, Lin Zichin's sharp instincts told him something else. This extreme physiological reaction might actually be the precursor to a dormant explosive potential within her. When they finally arrived home, Lin's mother, Zhang Wang, was horrified to find the 3,000 yuan worth of beast meat missing. Lin thought fast, scratching his head sheepishly as he lied about dropping it during his frantic escape. Without hesitation, his mother declared that money meant nothing compared to his life. She told him to forget the meat so long as he was whole. Lin Zichin breathed an internal sigh of relief, crisis averted. However, his father, Lin Yansen, was cut from a different cloth. Stubborn as an ox, he announced he would return to the scene to salvage the meat, proclaiming that a wage slave like him was too tough to die. Lin Zichin tried to block him, arguing danger and spoilage, but his insistence only planted a seed of suspicion in his father's eyes. With cold sweat trickling down his spine, Lin Zichin forced a smile, dismissing his insight as nothing more than a lucky guess to hide the truth. Meanwhile, a deathly silence reigned in the deserted public security office. Captain Han Shan sat alone, haunted by the night's anomalies. Smoke curled from his cigarette as he wrestled with the impossible. How could a mere middle schooler possess the striking power of a grandmaster? Suddenly, a chilling noise broke his concentration. His eyes bulged in horror. A monstrosity, a rat the size of a wolf, loomed atop the cabinets. Before he could even blink, the beast lunged. Instinct took over, the captain drew his weapon and fired, but the shadow was too fast. The clash was brutal and short, painting the office in crimson. The next morning, Lin Zichin sat in class weighed down by a heavy realization. He was still too weak. Compared to that heretic and the female cyborg, he was nothing but an ant. To fill his guidebook's progress bar, he needed resources, specifically high-grade beast meat like the ghost shadow squid. But that required cash. Becoming an influencer. Selling cheat sheets SBAs. No. Those paths were too loud. He needed to remain a shadow in the crowd. Then a realization struck like lightning. In this era, academic scores were trash compared to the supreme power of martial arts and gene fusion. Determination set, he marched toward Building C, the domain of the elite martial arts team. He found Coach Guo nursing a thermos of tea. The older man looked up, surprised to see the top scholar in his gym. Instead of bowing or pleading, Lin leaned in his voice, dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Does the team compete in city tournaments? And the prize money, is it significant? The coach grinned, a glint in his eye. Oh, you'd compete all right. And the prizes? They're worth tens of thousands. Say no more. With the target locked, Lin Zichen grabbed the coach's hand with fervor. I am joining the martial arts team, effective immediately. Coach Guo beamed, oblivious to the greed driving his new star. He gathered the elites, announcing the arrival of their sports meet champion. The veterans Zhang Kai Huang, Tianying Lutong, and Han Yiguo sized him up with skeptical eyes. Finally, Lin Zichen stepped forward, introducing himself to the pack. Knowing Lin was a novice, Coach Guo demonstrated the foundational fist and leg techniques. It looks simple, he warned, but true mastery takes grit. Even Li Shutong, our brightest genius, took a full week to perfect these forms. He gestured for Lin to attempt the impossible. Lin Zichen settled into a stance. He didn't need a week. He possessed the celestial root of wisdom. With heaven-sent martial insight, the complex moves deconstructed in his mind instantly. He didn't just see them, he absorbed them. As he moved, the system chimed, vitality +1, strength +1, dexterity +1, proficiency increased. His fists cut through the air, executing the forms with terrifying precision and speed that mocked a beginner's level. Without pausing, he flowed into the leg techniques, his kicks whipping out like iron bars. Leg strength increased, proficiency maxed. The gym fell into a deathly silence. Coach Guo's jaw practically hit the floor, his thermos nearly slipping from numb fingers. This defied logic. Perfect form after a single glance. It wasn't just talent. It was a violation of common sense. A single thought echoed in his mind. I've found him. A once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. Back in Shanghai, the aroma of home cooking called to him. Mom, what's for dinner? He asked, spoon at the ready. Madame Zhang proudly unveiled the masterpiece, a massive platter of stir-fried ghost shadow squid. Eat while it's steaming, she urged. One bite and flavor exploded in his mouth. Mom, you're a culinary goddess. Beaming at the praise, she heaped his bowl. Eat up. I bought 3 full jin just for you. As he feasted, the system chimed again. Consumed ghost shadow squid life essence. Guidebook progress 3.01%. He froze. Wait. Eating it worked just as well. Frustration gnawed at him. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted the first batch by just absorbing it through touch. What a waste. Suddenly the TV blared a special report. A 14-year-old genius, history's youngest cyborg, had emerged. With a fused energy core, she was a monster in human skin, lifting 5 tons, one-handed, and shattering sprint records effortlessly. Lin Zichen narrowed his eyes. The eternal debate. The Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion versus this girl's cybernetics. Which path led to the apex of power? The answer remained shrouded in mystery. But the next headline turned his blood to ice. Captain Han Shan. Dead. Surveillance footage confirmed the nightmare. A mutant rat had infiltrated the station and torn him apart. As the body bag appeared on screen, horror gripped Lin Zichen's heart. He recognized that beast from the shadows. He questioned if the beast was linked to the tragedy. In his mind's eye, a colossus ravaged the city. The captain's sacrifice was a grim wake-up call. Staring into the void, Lin Zichen realized one thing. He needed absolute power. Without a moment to lose, he threw himself into hellish training. The captain's memory fueled his every move. After pushing past his limits, the results were inhuman. 100 meters in a blistering 4.61 seconds. His physical stats had transcended mortal levels. A vertical leap of 5.3 meters, and a terrifying one-handed lift of 1,200 kilograms. But raw stats were not enough. He honed his martial arts techniques with the school team desperate to dominate the upcoming tournament. The next morning, he headed to the dojo with the curious Shen Qinghan tailing him like a shadow. Suddenly, a pink-haired admirer intercepted them, offering a bottle of fresh milk with a shy smile. Yet Lin Zichen remained cold. He politely declined and walked past, leaving the girl standing in the wind, heart sinking, watching. From the shadows was his teammate, Jiang Kai. Jealousy twisted his face. He could not forgive the rookie who humiliated him. At the sports meet, and now rejected his crush. Rage boiled over. Jiang Kai rushed forward, blocking their path like a wall. He roared at Lin Zichen, accusing him of trampling a maiden's heart with his arrogance. Lin Zichen calmly explained his allergy, but the jealous senior refused to listen. Liar, he spat. Consumed by envy, Jiang Kai pointed a trembling finger and demanded a duel. The terms were absolute. If he lost, he would vanish from Lin Zichen's sight forever. But if the rookie lost, he would be forced to drink every drop of that milk. Just as the challenge was issued, time seemed to freeze. System alert. A new achievement mission triggered. Defeat 1,000 different opponents to unlock the survival of the fittest trait. A demonic grin curled Lin Zichen's lips. Destiny had delivered him a gift. A dark purple aura flared around him as he accepted the challenge. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt. The news spread like wildfire through the academy. The genius junior versus the senior. Students flocked to the arena. Within moments, the gym was suffocatingly packed, a ring of eager eyes surrounding the combatants. The atmosphere was electric, but the tide had turned. The crowd chanted Lin Zichen's name. Female fans screamed for him to teach the senior a lesson. Even the rejected girl prepared her camera. Jiang Kai scoffed bitter that the world expected his defeat. Deep down, he knew the monster Lin Zichen had become over the last month. But his pride would not let him back down. He saw this duel as his final chance to crush the rising star and reclaim his lost glory. In stark contrast to the senior's murderous intent, Lin Zichen looked bored. I need to go home for dinner, he said flatly. Can we make this quick? The disrespect hit Jiang Kai like a slap. He smirked, promising to end the boy's career swiftly. Coach Guo stepped in to officiate. Begin. But before the first blow could land, Jiang Kai raised a hand. Wait. With a sneer of superiority, he offered a handicap. He boasted that he had trained for 2 years while Lin Zichen was a novice of only 1 month. To be fair, he declared, I will give you 3 free moves. Lin Zichen simply nodded. Accepted. The instant the word left his lips, Lin Zichen vanished. He closed the gap in a ghostly blur, catching Jiang Kai completely off guard. Before the senior could even blink, Lin Zichen unleashed a single, devastating punch. Asterisk. Boom times. The impact was brutal, sending blood spraying from Jiang Kai's nose. The senior crumpled to the floor, lights out instantly. The entire gym fell into a deathly silence. Coach Guo's jaw practically hit the floor. One punch, he stammered in disbelief. The crowd stood frozen, minds struggling to process reality. It wasn't a fight. It was an execution that lasted a single second. Then the dam broke. He did it, Shen Qinghan pumped her fist, screaming in ecstasy. The cheers erupted like a volcano. The girls shrieked his name, declaring his absolute coolness. Standing over his fallen prey, the blue screen flickered again. System notice rival defeated. Opposite sex attraction increased. Priority mating rights obtained. Lin Zichen ignored the strange title. He focused on the numbers. Progress 1 out of 1,000. He realized he had a long road ahead to unlock the ultimate attribute. He needed more XP. Slowly, he turned his gaze to the way, trembling martial arts team. A smile that did not reach his eyes formed on his face. Hey, he whispered. Why don't we all spar? The color drained from their faces. They weren't looking at a student. They were looking at a predator. Panic ensued. I have cram school, one shouted. My mother is calling me, another cried. Desperate excuses filled the air as they scrambled to escape. Sick. But before they could make their escape, Jiang Kai forced himself up on trembling knees. Refusing to swallow the bitter pill of defeat, he roared, accusing Lin Zichen of a despicable sneak attack and swearing on his life to crush him in a rematch. Coach Guo stepped in, his voice booming, ordering Jiang Kai to take the loss, like a true warrior. A twisted idea then sparked in the coach's eyes. Wondering if that punch was merely luck, he decided to test the theory on another, sacrificial lamb, a student named Xiaozi. Upon hearing his name, the spiky-haired boy froze in absolute terror. Though he dropped into a fighting stance, his legs shook violently, and he shamelessly begged Lin Zichen for mercy, pleading to save his face from ruin. 10 minutes later, the verdict was undeniable. The gym floor had become a sea of groaning bodies. Lin Zichen stood amidst the carnage, casually noting that he held back his true power, merely exchanging a few light blows. However, when he summoned his system interface, disappointment washed over him. Aside from that first victory, none of these casual spars registered toward his achievement. The rival counter stuck stubbornly, at 1 out of 1,000. It became clear that friendly matches were useless. He needed to crush enemies in official competition. As he pondered this dilemma, A heavy hand clapped onto his shoulder. Coach Guo grinned with manic delight, declaring that Lin Ziqin was a heaven-sent, martial arts genius. He shouted that in just over a month, this rookie had ascended to become the team's undisputed ace. Bursting with ambition, the coach proclaimed that with Lin Ziqin as their vanguard, their school would decimate the competition and seize the throne at this year's regional martial arts tournament. While Coach Guo fantasized about glory, Lin Ziqin had a sudden epiphany. He realized the coach was absolutely right. The upcoming tournament wasn't just a contest. It was a hunting ground teeming with official targets. His resolve hardened, realizing that as long as he destroyed them on the official stage, every single victory would feed his progression. His train of thought was derailed when the defeated Zhang Kai called out to him. Having finally regained his senses, Zhang Kai stood tall, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Ziqin, and formally accepted his defeat with a bizarre, overly graphic vow of submission that sounded more like a obsession. His twisted words left everyone, including Shen Qinghan, Coach Guo, and Lin Ziqin, paralyzed in awkward horror. With the duel finished, the spectators and the coach scrambled to escape the cringe, leaving a bewildered Zhang Kai alone in the echo of the gym, complaining that he hadn't even finished his monologue. In this reality, students faced a cruel choice: martial arts or academics. But given the monsters lurking in the world, the path of the fist was the only true road to power. Terrified of being left in the dust, Shen Qinghan resolved to join the martial arts class, beginning a hellish training regimen alongside Lin Ziqin. Their daily grind was nothing short of torture. They began with a soul-crushing 30,000-meter run, followed by an hour of brutal hand-to-hand combat. Afterward, they punished their bodies with endless sit-ups and push-ups to forge steel-like muscles. To conclude each session, Lin Ziqin helped Shen Qinghan with a massage to soothe her screaming muscles. Naturally, Lin Ziqin didn't slack on his own cultivation. He pushed his limits to the breaking point every day, driven by a hunger to dominate the tournament and unlock the legendary natural selection attribute as fast as possible. 1 month later, the moment of truth arrived. The day of the regional martial arts tournament dawned, and a battle-ready Lin Ziqin prepared to step into the light. The event was hosted at the colossal city gymnasium, with a roaring ocean of spectators surrounding the central arena. In the waiting zone, the atmosphere was suffocating. Coach Guo nervously scanned the roster, cursing their bad luck. Shanghai High was matched against the titans of the region, Shanghai No. 1 High. Another teammate added fuel to the fire, trembling as he noted their opponents possessed a monster who could sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds, leaving the team drowning in despair. Sensing the morale plummeting, Lin Ziqin calmly raised his hand, volunteering to take the vanguard position. Though hesitant, Coach Guo agreed to unleash his secret weapon. As Lin Ziqin marched toward the ring, Shen Qinghan cheered frantically from the sidelines. While Coach Guo bellowed war cries through a megaphone, Lin Ziqin stepped onto the stage, eyes sharp. His opponent, a hulking giant of a student from Shanghai No. 1 High, loomed over him. The giant acknowledged Lin Ziqin's talent for reaching the tournament as a mere first year, but his voice dripped with venom. He sneered that this arena wasn't a playground for a midget who hadn't even reached 1.7 meters. Flexing a massive bicep, he vowed to teach Lin Ziqin what the absolute gap between a bug and a beast felt like. The referee signaled the start of the slaughter. The giant roared, rushing forward to unleash a skull-crushing haymaker. To his horror, Lin Ziqin didn't flinch. He slipped past the blow like a phantom and countered with a lightning-fast strike to the chest. The impact was catastrophic. The shockwave sent the massive student flying across the arena like a rag doll, knocking him unconscious instantly. The announcer stared in stunned silence before stammering out the victory for Lin Ziqin. On the sidelines, Shen Qinghan leaped up, screaming that her Xiao Chen was godlike. The Shanghai High bench erupted into chaos, mobbing their coach and shouting that Lin Ziqin was an absolute monster, dismissing the giant's strength as nothing more than useless dead muscle. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the coach for Shanghai No. 1 High exploded with rage. He screamed at his disgraced student, cursing him for charging in like a headless fly without using a shred of footwork. Back in the ring, a translucent blue screen flickered before Lin Ziqin's eyes. The system confirmed he had crushed yet another rival, boosting his ranking and bringing his elimination count to 2 out of 100. He clenched his fist, feeling the rush of power. This grind was exactly what he needed to ascend. The opposing coach, desperate to halt this momentum, barked for his next fighter, a disciple named Chen Fong, and commanded him to crush this arrogant first year instantly. Chen Fong nodded with icy composure. He stepped onto the stage, shifting into a perfect battle stance, looking leagues above the previous trash. The referee signaled for the second duel to commence. Chen Fong immediately unleashed his superior technique, moving with ghost-like speed and launching a torrential flurry of attacks. But Lin Zichen stood like an immovable mountain blocking a devastating kick. With just one hand, the sheer force of the rebound sent Chen Fong spinning uncontrollably through the air before he slammed into the arena floor out cold. Medics rushed in with a stretcher to haul the broken fighter away, calling urgently for a brain scan. The crowd was left in total bewilderment. Murmurs rippled through the stands like a wave, everyone wondering what kind of sorcery just occurred, speculating that the kid from Shanghai High possessed devilish luck. Angry spectators began to roar that the tournament was fixed, screaming scam and demanding their money back. But the coach of Shanghai #1 High knew the terrifying truth. Clutching his head in despair, a cold sweat drenched his back as he realized this wasn't luck at all. This first-year monster was the real deal. Back in the waiting area, the coach scrambled for a new plan. He summoned his next fighter, a spiky-haired boy named Ga Fei, and gave him strict orders to turtle up and focus purely on defense, warning him that defeat was not an option. Ga Fei, however, smirked with overflowing arrogance. He casually told his coach to chill, swearing on his pride that he would secure the win. As he strutted to the ring, Ga Fei internally scoffed at Lin Zichen's victories. He convinced himself the opponent was weak and had only scraped by, using cheap tricks. With his god-tier speed running the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds and superior combat experience, he was absolutely certain of his victory. The audience was buzzing with anticipation. Fans hyped up Ga Fei's reputation, marveling at his legendary velocity. One spectator whispered that his father was a gene fusion user, explaining the source of his monstrous gifts. The consensus was clear. Lin Zichen's lucky streak was about to be brutally snapped even if the kid had potential. The referee dropped his hand to signal the start. Completely ignoring his master's orders, Ga Fei launched a reckless offensive lunging at Lin Zichen. With a bone-shattering kick, he followed up with a rapid-fire assault, unleashing his signature move, the flowing water shattering rock fist. His coach watched in apoplectic fury, screaming at his disobedient student from the sidelines. But Ga Fei scoffed at the idea of defense, believing a supreme genius like him had no need for cowards' tactics. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen, weaving through the blows like smoke, found the technique intriguing and decided to copy it right then and there. Ga Fei's frustration mounted as he failed to land a single clean hit. He paused, gasping for breath, and demanded to know how this nobody was dodging his masterpiece. Unfazed, Lin Zichen calmly asked if he had any other tricks to show, effectively taunting him. Enraged, Ga Fei unleashed another desperate, sloppy barrage of punches. Seeing the same predictable garbage, Lin Zichen decided the observation period was over. He thought, all right, then playtime is finished. He effortlessly sidestepped the final punch and countered with a single thunderous kick to Ga Fei's gut, ending the match. In a split second, the arena was once again plunged into a stunned, deathly silence. That silence was shattered by the thunderous roar of the Shanghai High supporters. Coach Guo and Shening Han went wild, screaming that their little Chen was an absolute beast, celebrating his third consecutive domination. The rest of the tournament became a massacre. The following opponents were mere stepping stones. He effortlessly crushed each one, single-handedly wiping out all 5 fighters from the enemy team. Over the next 2 days, history repeated itself. He continued his tyrannical performance, bulldozing through 2 more schools all by himself. Thanks to his godlike display, he successfully carried Shanghai High to the championship title. He and his team stood proudly showing off their medals and the golden trophy. However, as he checked his system interface, his rival count was only 16 out of 1,000. He sighed with disappointment. At this snail's pace, it would take years to unlock the coveted natural selection attribute. Despite the painfully slow quest progress, there was a silver lining. He didn't expect Coach Guo to be so generous, but he secured the lion's share of the prize pool, a massive 20,000 yuan. Combining this with the earnings from his academic battles, his wealth swelled to 30,000 yuan. But that money didn't last long. He immediately blew it all at the supermarket on a massive stockpile of ghost shadow squid meat. For the next several weeks, he feasted on the expensive beast flesh at every meal. After consuming 30 jin, his codex unlocked progress for the ghost shadow squid hit 33%. His hellish training and gluttonous consumption of beast meat were finally paying off. By his second year of middle, back at school, the breakthrough finally hit. He shattered the bottleneck, ascending from ordinary Tier 3 to the powerful Tier 4. His physical limits reached new heights of perfection. He could now crush 1,890 kilograms with a single hand, soar over 5.6 to 5 meters, and blitz 100 meters in just 4.4 to 9 seconds. Time slipped away like sand, and graduation day arrived for him and Shen Qinghan. However, when the entrance exam results dropped, cruel fate seemed ready to tear them apart. A devastated Shen Qinghan collapsed in her room, drowning in tears. She asked Lin Zishan why the world was so unfair. After all her blood, sweat, and tears, they couldn't attend the same high school anymore. The harsh truth was simple. While he reigned supreme as the dual champion of liberal and martial arts, and her academic scores were flawless, her martial cultivation lacked the explosive power needed for Shanghai High's elite class. As he comforted the sobbing girl, she trembled, asking what their future held. He smirked, revealing that the principal of Shanghai High was personally coming to his house to recruit him, and asked if she wanted to join. Drowning in hopelessness, she tearfully replied that it had nothing to do with her, since the principal only cared about a genius like him. But Lin Zishan grabbed her hand, pulled her up, and led her out with unwavering resolve. He told her to trust him. He had a master plan. He revealed his absolute condition for enrolling at Shanghai High. Shen Qinghan must be his deskmate. As predicted, the prestigious principal arrived at the Lin residence. She, his mother, and a nervous Shen Qinghan discussed his destiny for hours. The principal made it clear she was desperate to secure a talent like him. As the meeting concluded and the principal rose to leave, she threw out a final irresistible offer. She told Lin Zishan that if he agreed to stay, she would grant any request within her power. Seizing the moment, Lin Zishan dropped his ultimatum. Shen Qinghan must be allowed to enroll in the elite class right beside him. The principal glanced at the trembling girl, confirming her identity. Without a second of hesitation, she agreed. With a warm smile, she welcomed them both to report to Shanghai High together for the new semester. Overjoyed, the duo thanked her profusely. With their future secured, Lin Zishan entered his final junior high martial arts tournament. As he expected, his overwhelming aura crushed the competition, leading his team to an effortless championship. He decided to use the winnings to finally unlock the legendary Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. He was only 20% away, and this cash was enough to max out the progress bar completely. Wary of the potential side effects, he retreated to a secluded forest outside the city. Deciding not to waste a second, he began devouring the life essence from the final piece of squid meat. A volatile blue aura erupted around him as the system confirmed the absorption of massive essence. His eyes widened as he felt a final thunderous surge of power, and the Codex progress bar hit 100%. A golden notification announced he had unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and obtained a rare biological attribute, the Blessing of Liquid Affinity. This ability supercharged his connection with water, allowing him to move freely and vanish within aquatic environments. However, as the energy settled, he stood in the silent forest holding a limp tentacle, feeling that his new god-tier ability was actually kind of trash. Still skeptical, Lin Zishan decided to test the skill in a nearby pond. He found his Blessing of Liquid Affinity had some unique perks. He could soak forever without his skin wrinkling and swimming, felt effortless, with zero water resistance. But that was it. No lasers, no explosions. He sat in the water and rationalized that since the Ghost Shadow Squid was merely a low-tier beast, it made sense the ability wasn't earth-shattering. He vowed that to gain god-slaying attributes, he would need to buy high-grade beast meat or become strong, enough to hunt the nightmare-inducing mutant beasts himself. The memory of those terrifying giant mutant rats strengthened his resolve, and he clenched his fist, swearing to ascend to the peak. With less than a week before high school began, Lin Zishan's mother and Shen Qinghan's family planned a trip to test his new affinity. Lin Zishan immediately suggested the beach. As they waded into the ocean, Shen Qinghan shivered, complaining that the seawater was freezing. Lin Zishan, however, felt perfectly at home in his domain. He told her to relax, then dove into the waves swimming with torpedo-like speed. As he cut through the currents, the system spammed him with stat points for swimming and diving. From the shore, a nervous Shen Qinghan called out, begging him to teach her. Lin Zishan popped his head up suddenly, remembering that his childhood friend was a total landlubber. He began patiently teaching her the basics. Given her average athletic talent, he expected a struggle. But Shen Qinghan shattered his expectations. She excitedly exclaimed that swimming was surprisingly easy, mastering it in seconds and diving effortlessly. She swam with the grace of a mermaid and surfaced with a look of pure astonishment. Surprised she could dive without instruction, Lin Zishan watched in shock as a strange, blue hydro aura seemed to radiate from her very being. After she surfaced, she excitedly told him how amazing the power felt. She Opening her eyes in the stinging salt water should have been painful, yet she felt no burn. Instead, a cool sensation washed over her, embracing her like a second skin. Lin Zichen watched her drift away, his mind racing with suspicion. Even a prodigy couldn't master these aquatic movements so instantly. This defied all logic. It wasn't just rapid learning. It was supernatural instinct. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. He recalled her lifelong struggle with bedwetting. What if that wasn't a medical issue, but the overflow of a divine water affinity she couldn't control? The theory sent a jolt of excitement through him. She might possess a legendary cultivation physique straight out of the old martial arts chronicles. To verify this, they dove deeper. Her adaptation was terrifying. She moved like a mermaid born of the abyss. He realized they had been submerged for 10 full minutes, an impossible feat for a novice like Shen Qinghan. But suddenly the atmosphere shifted. The silence of the deep was broken by a strange vibrating hum. They both looked up, scanning the crushing blue. They breached the surface, gasping, Shen Qinghan screaming as glowing blue currents coiled around her body. Later, walking under the moonlight, Lin Zichen pressed for answers. Trembling, she confessed that the ocean wasn't silent. A voice had been whispering directly into her ear. He pulled her close, demanding to know what she heard. She couldn't decipher the ancient tongue, but the female voice had echoed relentlessly until they surfaced. To soothe her shattered nerves, Lin Zichen escorted her back to safety. Once alone, he scoured the dark web for clues about the mysterious whispers but found nothing. Too wired to sleep, he channeled his frustration into a brutal workout. As he crushed his 1,000th weighted sit-up, a sudden roar of energy flooded his veins. Asterisk, ding times, the system spoke. Hard work rewarded. He had ascended to ordinary Tier 5. A smirk played on his lips as he felt the upgrade. At Tier 5, his raw power could now rival a fully grown mutant rat. A dangerous glint sharpened his gaze. He clenched his fist, knowing he could now tear those beasts apart with his bare hands. The impossible was now within reach. Needing to test this new might, he headed to the silent beach. The stat boost was God tier. His sprint speed dropped to a blurred 3.6 to 4 seconds, and he could launch himself nearly 7 meters into the air. He gripped a parked car, lifting the 1,600-kilogram steel beast with a single hand. He had evolved. With summer fading, the real battle began. High school at Shanghai High. On day 1, they reported for duty. 2 female classmates froze their eyes, widening as they recognized the handsome legend, standing before them, whispering about their incredible luck. But while his popularity was rising, the system threw a curveball. A mundane cleaning duty triggered a new hidden quest. To unlock the social animal attribute, he needed 1,000 cooperative points. As he swept the Bori floor with Shen Qinghan, he pondered what kind of power this strange social attribute would grant. After school, he visited the Mammoth supermarket. With the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex fully unlocked, it was time to hunt for his next genetic integration. He scanned the luxury beast meat aisle, eyes locking onto a prize. Behind the glass lay the severed head of a savage giant eagle, priced at a staggering 1,998 yuan. A greedy grin stretched across his face. Target acquired. The savage giant eagle was a high-tier aberrant beast, far superior to the squid. It possessed God's eye vision, 30 times sharper than a human's, making it the ultimate apex predator. Back in his sanctuary, Lin Zichen analyzed the meat. Unlocking this creature's codex would grant him ocular powers that could dominate any combat scenario. Plus, compared to other beasts, the price per pound was actually a steal. He placed his palm against the flesh. Blue aura flared and the system chimed. Essence devoured. Savage Giant Eagle Codex. 1% unlocked. He crunched the numbers and frowned. At this rate, fully mastering this beast would cost over 200,000 yuan. He realized that the high school tournament prize pools were his only hope. Eyes burning with determination, he swore to crush the competition and farm the cash needed to master the Eagle Codex before sophomore year. Summer vacation officially ended, and the curtain rose on his life at Shanghai High. The faculty took the stage, the ruthless martial arts instructor and the enigmatic mechanical modification teacher. Next came the instructors for gene fusion and wilderness survival. With the faculty introductions complete, the spotlight turned to the students. It was time for the inevitable self-introductions. First up was Chu Yu Tong, a purple-haired girl who proudly declared the arts as her domain. She was quickly followed by Zhang Ya, a pink-haired bundle of energy. She passionately listed her holy trinity of hobbies, anime, cosplay, and sports. Then, Ponghua Guang stood up bluntly, stating his preference for gaming in the comfort of his home. But then the atmosphere shifted to Shening Han. As the class focused on her, the pressure mounted like a heavy weight. Her face burned crimson as she struggled to speak through the anxiety. She barely managed to whisper her name and her love for drawing before bowing her head and asking for their guidance. Finally, it was Lin Zichen's turn to take the stage. He kept it cool and concise, offering only his name and a polite request for support. The awkward tension of introductions faded as the break began. But peace was short-lived for Shening Han as a brunette classmate closed in. Shening Han flinched, clearly startled by the sudden approach. The girl wasted no time immediately demanding to know Shening Han's entrance exam score. Trembling slightly, she whispered that she had scored 709. Trying to be polite, she asked for the new girl Chu Rui's score in return. Chu Rui's eyes widened in admiration. She exclaimed that Shening Han was over 10 points ahead of her own 698. But then came the dreaded follow-up, the physical fitness test results. Chu Rui admitted to a 95 out of 100, oblivious to Shening Han's panic. Shening Han froze, cold sweat forming on her brow. Her fitness score a pitiful 79. She had barely scraped into the elite class. Shame burned in her chest. She couldn't bring herself to utter such a low number. But Chu Rui, completely missing the mood, kept pressing for an answer. She blindly guessed 94, then 93. Head hanging low, Shening Han murmured that it was even lower than that. As Chu Rui continued to guess numbers in the 90s, Shening Han looked ready to faint. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto the desk, shattering the awkward atmosphere. It was Lin Zichen. He leaned in with effortless charisma, ignoring the tension, and asked the brunette for her WeChat ID. Caught off guard by the handsome classmate's attention, Chu Rui flustered. The interrogation was forgotten as she eagerly agreed to exchange contacts. From the sidelines, Shening Han exhaled a shaky breath. She shot a look of pure gratitude toward Lin Zichen for rescuing her from that social nightmare. But Lin Zichen wasn't done yet. He turned his charm toward another classmate, He Yu, securing yet another contact. With the targets acquired, he instantly formed a 4-person group chat. A blue system window flashed before his eyes, task complete. The social animal achievement had progressed. He was now at 2 out of 1,000. Efficiency was key. He smirked internally. Grinding these social quests was easier than he expected. With the digital formalities done, the group began to bond in reality. He Yu opened up first, revealing his origins from the neighboring Nanyuan city. He boasted of his lineage, a prestigious martial arts family running a famous dojo. He puffed out his chest, mentioning his 8th-place finish in the Nanyuan City Youth Martial Arts Competition. A solid ranking for a rookie. Chu Rui countered with her own flex. Her family controlled a massive clothing, retail empire, signaling her status as a wealthy heiress. After Lin Zichen and Shening Han added their humble backgrounds, the dynamic was set. In minutes, they had transformed from strangers into a tight-knit squad. As the conversation flowed, He Yu dropped a heavy question. He asked the group to predict the true apex predator of their class. Without hesitation, Chu Rui pointed a finger at Lin Zichen. Being the district's top scorer on the written exam made him the logical choice. He Yu's jaw dropped, staring at his new friend with newfound respect. But Lin Zichen waved off the praise with practiced humility. He explained that high test scores didn't equate to combat dominance. Then he dropped a bombshell about the school's recruitment strategy. The principal had spent a fortune to scout true monsters from Nanyuan City. 2 students specifically were in a league of their own. He gestured toward a blonde boy, Wang Shuier. Ranked 3rd in the city, a speedster who clocked the 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds. Next, he pointed out Lu Gang, a mountain of a student. A powerhouse of natural strength, capable of deadlifting 300 kilograms with a single arm. Shening Han and Chu Rui stared at the titans, trembling with intimidation. The gap in power seemed insurmountable to them. However, Lin Zichen's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. Inside, he was scoffing at the so-called geniuses. Those stats, please. He had surpassed those numbers back when he was in elementary school. The bell rang, signaling the end of the break and the start of logistics. It was time to distribute the holy scriptures of their semester. Martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Lin Zichen, having already devoured the knowledge through self-study, tuned out. He decided to use this downtime to cultivate his strength in secret. He found a secluded corner, his body moving through forms, while his mind drifted to the darkness. The real threats looming over the world. The rat god cult was far from extinct. The authorities had only trimmed the weeds, capturing the pawns and low-level heretics. But the Rat King, that monster was still lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. The thought ignited a fire in Lin Zichen's gut. He clenched his fist, feeling the need for power surge through his veins. He needed to reach Tier 6. Only then could he stand a chance against the Rat King. The day's final lesson was practical application. Wilderness survival. The instructor Ji Chungbei marched them into the campus woodlands. He scanned the fresh faces and threw out a challenge. Does anyone here possess the skill to birth fire from nothing but wood? what a useless skill, someone mutters. But to everyone's shock, the arrogant duo Wang Shuo and Lu Gang step forward. They successfully ignite the flames using the primitive method. The teacher is impressed, demanding their secret. Lu Gang claims he learned at a prestigious summer camp, while Wang Shuo boasts of self-taught genius from online videos. But once they finish, Lin Zichen quietly steps up. With effortless grace, he teaches the technique to his group, and they master it in a heartbeat. Later, in martial arts class, Instructor Yao announces a legendary lesson, a special breathing and cultivation technique. Like clockwork, Wang Shuo and Lu Gang loudly declare their mastery, eager to steal the spotlight. However, their demonstration is clumsy at best, barely passing. Lin Zichen, who has already mastered these arts to perfection, chooses the path of the hidden dragon, staying silent. Time flows like water, and a month passes in peace. Then, in the mechanical modification class, Teacher Kai drops a bombshell. A test to measure their growth and to ignite their fighting spirit. Cash prizes, 888 yuan. For the champion, 666 for second and 333 for third. Lin Zichen's eyes instantly blaze with intensity. That first place reward. It is enough to purchase half a jin of high-grade savage giant eagle meat, a crucial resource for his cultivation. With the class fired up by greed and ambition, the exam begins. As fate would have it, the gene fusion teacher also launches a surprise attack. Another exam with the exact same prize pool. After 2 grueling tests, the students are spiritually drained. Hiyu collapses onto his desk, his soul leaving his body. The classroom fills with the wails of the defeated. One girl cries out, praying for a mere passing grade of 60, her dreams of a 90 shattered. But while the weak despair, Wang Shuo and Lu Gang begin their arrogance routine. Lu Gang asks for a score prediction. Wang Shuo smirks, declaring a solid 95, claiming he only stumbled on the final sub-question. Lu Gang nods with a punchable nonchalance, claiming he is in the same divine realm of 95. Listening to their narcissism, Hiyu glares, his fists trembling with rage. He desperately wants to plant a fist on their smug faces. Finally, the moment of truth arrives. The mechanical augmentation results are in. The teacher reads the grim reality. Guan Ling fails with 52. Shen Qinghan scrapes by with a passing 61. She excitedly whispers to Lin Zichen, who offers a warm congratulation on her effort. The teacher continues. Hiyu, an impressive 88 points. His friends cheer, and Hiyu rubs his head, humbly calling it luck, but he is already planning to spend that third-place prize of 333 yuan on a feast. Then the heavy hitters. The teacher confirms Lu Gang and Wang Shuo both scored 95 exactly as predicted. He praises them for being a hair's breadth away from perfection. Wang Shuo puffs out his chest, claiming with 10 more minutes he would have crushed the final problem. Lu Gang agrees, their egos filling the room. Hiyu feels the sting of frustration, but consoles himself. Third place is still money in the bank. But then, the teacher drops a nuclear revelation. Despite the hellish difficulty, a god walks among them. One student achieved a perfect score. Lin Zichen. 100 points. Wang Shuo and Lu Gang are paralyzed, screaming. Impossible, that's absurd. The rest of the class erupts in thunderous cheers. Even the defeated Hiyu joins. The celebration, realizing Lin Zichen exists on a completely different plane of existence. Shen Qinghan and Chu Rui hail his victory as the pride of their city. But Lin Zichen, he ignores the glory. His focus is razor sharp on one thing. He raises his hand. Teacher Kai. He asks, deadpan, when do I get the 888 yuan? The teacher promises a transfer internally, sweat dropping at the boy's obsession with money. An hour later, the gene fusion judgment arrives. Teacher Kai reads the verdict. This time, the arrogant duo falters. Lu Gang scores 81 and Wang Shuo hits 83. Respectable, yes. But the disappointment is written all over their faces. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan rises with an excellent 78, securing a top 5 spot. She celebrates with Chu Rui. But then the shockwave hits Lin Zichen once again, dominates with a perfect score. Another first-place prize secured effortlessly. This double victory is a critical hit. The egos of Hiyu, Wang Shuo, and Lu Gang, they are left completely demoralized. Unable to swallow this bitter pill, Wang Shuo and Lu Gang shout, in protest, how can anyone ace such a demonic test? They openly accuse Lin Zichen of cheating, claiming he must have stolen the answers. Teacher Kai instantly unleashes his aura, shutting down their slander. Silence, he commands, firmly. Impossible, I created these questions myself. The answers do not exist online. The accusation of cheating is impossible. The two bullies are left speechless, their faces burning with shame. The classmates show no mercy. Hiyu and Chu Rui laugh loudly. mocking the duo for being sore losers. "You are a disgrace to Nangwon City," Yu shouts and Shu. Rui twists the knife, adding that ugly hearts always cause the most trouble. With the drama settled, lunch passes and the wilderness survival practical exam begins. Instructor Shi explains the stakes once again. Cash prizes await the top 3. The practical exam was a trinity of survival skills: scaling heights, conquering the waters, and birthing fire from nothing. After being humiliated in the academic rankings, Wang Shui told Lugang this was their last stand. They had to redeem their honor in the physical trials. Lugang agreed, and their eyes locked onto Lin Zichen, burning with a vow to crush him into the dust and wash away their shame. The first trial was the climb where speed was the only law, but as expected, Lin Zichen was a creature of a different tier. His physical dominance allowed him to rule the wall. He shot up the rock face with godlike velocity, leaving the Nanuan duo choking on his dust as he snatched first place. The tree climbing event ended with the exact same result. Lin Zichen took the crown again, while a devastated Wang Shui raged that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. While Lin Zichen dominated, his gaze drifted elsewhere. His concern was for Shen Qinghan. As predicted, gravity was her enemy, and she finished dead last. But Lin didn't flinch. He knew the truth. The water was her domain, and he was certain she would reclaim her pride the moment they hit the swimming segment. Next came the trial of fire. Lin Zichen's eyes were locked on the prize money. He knew he had to trample the Nanuan duo once more. He attacked the task with terrifying focus, the friction turning to ember until he roared a fire to life. In a mere 58 seconds, Wang Shui and Lugang watched, jaws on the floor, questioning reality. That hand speed was simply inhuman, bewildered by his monstrous dexterity. The final act of the wilderness survival exam was the swim. Now, it was Shenhan's turn to ascend. Awakening her natural affinity for the water, she cut through the waves like a torpedo, utterly destroying the Nanuan duo and delivering a catastrophic blow to their already shattered egos. Wang Shui was left trembling in denial, unable to process how Shen Qinghan could suddenly unleash such explosive power. He concluded that he must be hallucinating from the stress. The exam ended, and a broken Wang Shui and Lugang sat in a suffocating silence that stretched on for an eternity. However, their mute despair only lasted through lunch. As the afternoon sun rose, the final exam for martial arts commenced. The instructor Yao Yuanfun announced it was time to test their cultivation with a sparring tournament. The top 3 would be showered with prizes, lighting a fire under the students. For Wang Shui and Lugang, this was a lifeline. Filled with newly kindled determination, they swore to reclaim their lost face. They reasoned that this was martial arts class, a place where physical fitness bowed before combat technique. They convinced themselves that if Lin Zichen lacked martial skill, his other scores were trash. Before the violence began, the teacher ordered a physical checkup, a 100-meter sprint, a one-handed lift, and a vertical jump. Lin Zichen, trying to stay low-key to avoid attention, still delivered a performance that defied logic. He blazed through the sprint in 7.7 to 8 seconds and hoisted a 330-kilogram barbell with a single two-hand. He soared over 2 meters in the air, easily taking first place in all 3 events, calculating it to only slightly edge out the Nanuan duo. They were once again paralyzed by shock. Wang Shui couldn't fathom how Lin Zichen could be faster, while Lugang was baffled by how a guy with such a lean frame could harbor the strength of a titan. Desperate to cope, Wang Shui reminded Lugang that muscles aren't everything. Failing the physical test didn't mean death in the ring. Real combat was the domain of technique. They clung to the hope that their superior skills gave them a fighting chance. The physicals ended, and everyone migrated to the arena for the sparring matches, eager to unlock his survival of the fittest achievement. Lin Zichen stepped into the ring first, but after that display of monstrous power, who dared to court death, even Wang Shui and Lugang hesitated, choosing to observe from the shadows. Seeing the fear, the teacher intervened. He barked at a student named Louis, ordering him to be the sacrificial lamb against Lin Zichen. The two squared off, but the duel ended before the bell could echo. To save precious time, Lin Zichen finished it instantly with a single devastating punch that sent Louis flying like a rag doll. He then speed ran through the rest of his opponents, mowing down every student in the class with brutal efficiency. Witnessing this massacre, Wang Shui and Lugang sank into absolute despair. Wang Shui realized with horror that Lin Zichen wasn't just strong. He was a monster who hadn't even been trying during the physical tests. How could a mortal compete with a natural disaster? Just as their spirits crumbled to dust, Yu suddenly leaped into the ring, shouting Lugang's name. He pointed a finger at Lugang, declaring he was at his peak condition, and challenged him to a duel. Needing a punching bag to vent his frustration, Lugang readily accepted. He reasoned that while he couldn't touch Lin Zichen, he could certainly crush Hiyu like a bug. He vowed to flatten him in 30 seconds. With a battle cry, Hiyu charged and the two clashed in a blur of strikes. However, the gap in their power was an ocean. Lugang caught the kick effortlessly using his superior strength to swing the boy around like a toy before hurling him out of the ring. Hiyu crashed, hard, defeated, and retching on the floor. Standing victorious, Lugang looked down at his fallen classmate. He offered a backhanded compliment acknowledging Hiyu's physical technique was the best in the class, but smugly concluding that in the face of absolute power, technique was useless. After his win, Lugang turned his eyes locking onto the approaching predator. It was Lin Zichen calmly issuing a challenge to spar. Internally, Lin Zichen smiled. This wasn't just a fight. It was the perfect opportunity to grind experience for his achievement quest. Fresh off his recent victory and drunk on confidence, Lugang smirked. "I fear no one," he declared, launching a ferocious opening strike. But the gap in their power was like heaven and earth. Lin Zichen moved with godlike speed, leaving behind only afterimages as he danced around the attack. Before Lugang's brain could even process the miss, Lin Zichen unleashed a lightning-fast counterkick. The impact was devastating. The blow connected squarely with Lugang's back, launching him out of the ring like a ragdoll, defeated in a single breath. With both members of the Nanyuan duo utterly crushed, the mob turned their bloodlust toward the final member standing. They screamed at Wang Shouji, demanding to know if he would avenge his fallen brother. "The pride of Nanyuan rests on your shoulders now. Don't be a coward," they jeered. Annoyed by the noise, Wang Shouji snapped at the crowd to shut their mouths. He was already prepared for war. He stormed into the ring, coming face to face with the monster known as Lin Zichen. Standing before such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he steeled his resolve. Fate had arrived, and he had to find a way to survive. "I am going all out," Wang Shouji roared, charging at Lin Zichen with the fury of a desperate beast. But his struggle was meaningless. Lin Zichen caught the punch with one hand as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Then came the counter. A single devastating strike sent Wang Shouji flying through the air, his world turned upside down. He slammed into the gym floor unconscious and foaming at the mouth before he even stopped sliding. Another instant defeat. With the Nanyuan duo dismantled, Lin Zichen proceeded to take down the rest of the boys one by one with terrifying efficiency. Once every male student lay defeated, he opened his system interface. It was time to check the results. But the survival of the fittest achievement had a catch. According to the rules, defeating the same opponent twice yielded 0 rewards. That meant his only remaining targets were the girls. But would any of them actually agree to fight a monster like him? To his absolute shock, the response was overwhelming. A crowd of female classmates gathered, cheeks flushed red and making heart signs, all eager for a chance to spar with the handsome victor. The first to step up was Chu Yutong. She raised her hand with excitement and leaped into the ring, ready to dance. She attacked with impressive speed and agility, but Lin Zichen existed in a completely different realm. He weaved through her strikes like smoke. She landed gracefully, sighing that despite her efforts, she couldn't even graze his clothes. Seeing Chu Yutong's defeat, the floodgates opened. The other girls lined up, challenging him one after another. Of course, Lin Zichen suppressed his power significantly. He wasn't there to hurt them. He just needed the wins to farm his achievement. In no time at all, Lin Zichen had sparred with every girl in the class, securing his victories. Yet despite defeating every single student, the progress bar on his achievement remained painfully low. Disappointment began to set in until the teacher Yao Yuanfeng suddenly dropped a bombshell announcement. "You are elites," the teacher declared. "And to grow, you must challenge those who stand above you." He revealed that in just 1 month, their class would go to war against the strongest regular class in the second year. Lin Zichen, who had just been lamenting his lack of prey, felt a surge of pure joy. Fresh opponents had been delivered right to his doorstep. It was a true blessing from the heavens. As class ended, a humbled Lugang approached. The arrogance was gone, replaced by a warrior's respect. He admitted his foolishness and declared, "From this day forth, you are my rival for the next 3 years." Lin Zichen realized that with the teacher's plan for constant battle, completing his legendary achievement within a year was actually possible. Wang Shouji also stepped forward, vowing to wash away the stain of his humiliation before graduation day. But Lin Zichen barely heard them. His mind was focused on something far more practical, the rewards. He calculated over 3,000 yuan in prize money. That meant he could finally afford more precious beast meat for his cultivation. He clenched his fist in excitement, completely ignoring the Nanyuan duo, leaving them fuming in the wake of his indifference. That night, back in the silence of his room, reality set in. The reward money was good, but nowhere near enough to sustain the massive amount of beast meat his body craved. He needed a new revenue stream. Following in his parents' footsteps, he registered as a web novel author to begin his literary journey. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, words flowed from him like magic. His writing was nothing short of divine. By the next morning, a contract invitation was already waiting. But after signing, a specific news headline caught his eye. Breaking news shattered the peace just 2 hours ago. A nightmare had descended upon a frozen meat storage facility on the city's edge, turning the cold storage into a slaughterhouse. A colossal mutant rat over 5 meters in length unleashed such devastation that it tore a high-grade cyborg enforcer in two in a final act of glory. The fallen warrior overloaded his hidden energy core, choosing to perish with the beast. The shockwave was cataclysmic, obliterating the monstrosity instantly. As Lin Zichen scanned the report, a chill ran down his spine. He stared at the holographic image of the beast, a shadow of dread creeping into his heart. How many of these abominations lurked beneath Shanghai City? And in what dark abyss were they breeding? But there was no time for fear. The day of the great duel against the second-year veterans had arrived. The atmosphere in the Shanghai High Gymnasium was electric. Before the chaos began, Instructor Yao gathered his elites for a war council. His voice was grim as he warned them. Although their vanguard was powerful, the enemy class possessed superior overall strength and would likely employ turtle tactics to drain their stamina. His command was absolute: end every battle in a heartbeat. The instant the briefing ended, Lin Zichen surged toward the arena, hungry to farm experience points and complete his survival of the fittest. System achievement, he demanded the vanguard position. But his opponent, a tall blonde senior, froze as she entered the ring. Realizing she faced a monster, she immediately cried foul to her instructor, pointing out the absurdity that the elite class had deployed their ultimate weapon in the first round. She claimed to be the bottom feeder of her class, asking how she could possibly survive a clash with him. Hearing this injustice, Instructor Yao stormed across the floor to confront the opposing master, Brother Fan. He roared with indignation, accusing him of trampling on the sacred etiquette of the dojo, which decreed that the lower ranks must exchange blows first. He demanded to know why a senior champion was sent to crush a rookie in the opening bout. To restore order, Yao ordered Lin Zichen to stand down, promising him a feast of battle later once the weaker students had their turn. Lin Zichen, though reluctant to delay his grind, stepped back. The instructor then singled out Jiang Yijia for the vanguard, but she recoiled in terror, pleading that she wasn't mentally prepared. Seizing the moment, Shening Han stepped into the light. With trembling resolve, she told Instructor Yao that since she was the lowest ranked, the burden should fall on her shoulders. Shening Han walked into the ring to face the towering blonde senior, her heart pounding like a drum. From the sidelines, Chu Rui and Hai Yu erupted in cheers, screaming support for their beloved Han Han. But the weight of their expectations only made her knees shake harder. The gong sounded. The blonde senior launched a devastating haymaker instantly, but Shening Han managed to raise her guard just in time. Though the power difference was vast, fire burned in her eyes. She knew victory was impossible, yet she vowed to be an unbreakable wall, using a pure defense strategy to burn her enemy's energy. And miraculously, it was working. 3 minutes passed and the senior was gasping for air. Shocked by the rookie's tenacity, she realized that a prolonged battle would lead to her own disgrace. Desperate, she gathered her remaining strength for one final earth-shattering strike. The blow connected, sending Shening Han crashing to the mat in defeat. But as she rose, to her feet flustered and shy, there was no shame. Instructor Yao beamed with pride. He flashed a thumbs up, praising her brilliant defensive stalling. Then, Lin Zichen approached his hand, gently patting her head. He whispered that lasting 3 minutes against a veteran with a year's advantage was a legendary feat, and that she had evolved as a warrior. Hearing his praise, a radiant smile blossomed on Shening Han's face. But the war wasn't over. A brunette from the elite class, seeing the senior panting from exhaustion, thought she saw an easy kill. She charged into the ring, blinded by greed. She unleashed a high kick, but the veteran, though tired, was a master of combat. She effortlessly slipped the attack and countered with a ruthless jab. The brunette was instantly crushed, pinned to the floor, wailing in agony as she was forced to tap out. Looming over her prey, the senior scoffed, asking if she truly thought she could look down on the regular class just because she had raw talent. She spat venomous words, reminding the girl that talent means nothing. Against the blood and sweat of an extra year's training, she dismissed the rookie like trash. But then, a demon stepped forward. Chu Rui, eyes blazing with vengeance, declared that she would pay back the humiliation tenfold. Chu Rui was a force of nature. With a single thunderous punch, she obliterated the arrogant senior. From the sidelines, Shening Han cheered her spirit, soaring at the sight of her friend's dominance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, praising Chu Yi's incredible performance. Lin Zichen turned to Shening Han, insisting the glory was hers as well. His victory was only possible because you paved the way, he said softly. You drained that senior's spiritual energy first. Shen Xinghan beamed her smile radiant. 2 hours passed in a blur of violence. The sparring session raged on, and the elite class had clawed their way back to a stalemate. Teacher Yao stood tall, approaching the second-year instructor, Brother Feng. "Look at the state of your team," Yao taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You are down to 4 fighters. It seems the bet is already mine." However, Yao's expression hardened as he turned to his own disciples. "Do not let victory cloud your judgment. Complacency is the enemy of the warrior," he gestured grandly to his remaining students. "Our true power lies with our 4 pillars, Lin Ziken, Wang, Shoji Lugang, and He Yu. The real war begins now." At his master's command, He Yu stepped forward. It was time to unleash the beast. He cracked his knuckles, a wild grin spreading across his face. He stormed into the ring, stomping the floor with a force that shook the very ground. Dropping into a dramatic combat stance, he pointed a finger at his opponent. "Hey, senior, I hope you're ready," he roared theatrically. "Because my fists are thirsty for battle," the senior, a brown-haired student, merely scoffed. "Save the acting for the opera, you childish brat." Hugh's eyes flashed with annoyance. Childish. He vanished, reappearing with a swift kick that struck like a viper, sending the senior crashing into the dust. 1 hit. Total defeat. Yu stood over his fallen prey, sneering. "All that talk, yet you possess the skill of a common thug. Trash should stay in the garbage bin." But his celebration was cut short. The ground trembled as a formidable senior, with purple-tinged hair, stomped into the arena. His aura was heavy with killing intent. "You arrogant little punk," the senior growled, glaring daggers at Yu. "I'll teach you the difference between heaven and earth." The senior lunged his fist, carrying the weight of a boulder, aiming to crush the junior instantly. But to the senior's horror, Yu was a blur. He dodged the strike with supernatural agility, dancing around the heavy attack. Too slow, Yu countered his kick, slamming home like a cannonball. The senior went flying unconscious before he even hit the floor. Incredible! Chu Yi and Shen Xinghan erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. "Show them the power of the elites, Yu." Fueled by the roar of the crowd, Yu became a whirlwind of destruction. He tore through the opposition, claiming victory after victory. After crushing 5 opponents in a row, the adrenaline finally faded. Yu stood trembling, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, yet his fighting spirit burned bright. Next, he screamed defiantly, "I can take 10 more of you weaklings," but his legs were shaking. Reality caught up to his ambition. During the 6th bout, his stamina failed him, and he was finally struck down. The tide turned instantly. The elite class was in trouble. Only 3 fighters remained to defend their honor. The second-year class still had an army of 13 warriors. With Yu fallen, Wang Shoji stepped up. He wasted no time unleashing his full cultivation base. He became a hurricane of violence, tearing through the enemy ranks. 10 opponents fell before his furious barrage of kicks and punches, a legendary streak that stunned the audience. But even monsters have limits. During his 11th duel, Wang Shoji's energy reserves ran dry. He collapsed, defeated by sheer exhaustion. Lu Gang was next. He moved like a phantom, dispatching 2 of the opposing team's aces in less than 10 minutes. Now the enemy was down to their final fighter. Teacher Yao smirked, stroking his chin. "Brother Feng, surely you see the writing on the wall. Just surrender." But Brother Feng did not panic. A mysterious glint flashed in his eyes. "Surrender," he chuckled darkly. "Wang Jingxi, it is time to end this." The ground quaked. A shadow fell over the arena. A massive, overweight student stepped forward, towering over Lu Gang like a mountain of flesh. Lu Gang looked up unimpressed by the giant's size. "A slightly larger target," he scoffed. "Just another fatty to knock down." Confident in his speed, Lu Gang rushed in. "Take this." He slammed a fist into Wang Jingxi's massive stomach with all his might. Asterisk thud times Lu Gang's eyes widened in horror. It felt like he had punched a wall of solid rubber. The impact simply vanished. Unwilling to accept failure, Lu Gang unleashed a rapid-fire barrage. Asterisk bam 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 times, but every strike was harmlessly absorbed by the opponent's thick layers of fat. Minutes later, Lu Gang was panting, his knuckles bruised and aching. It was useless. His opponent hadn't even taken a step back. The giant looked down with a calm, almost bored expression. "Are you done tickling me?" he asked coldly. "Because now, it is my turn." Before Lu Gang could blink, a massive hand clamped around his neck. The grip was like an iron vice. With a single, effortless motion, Wang Jingxi tossed Lu Gang out of the ring like a ragdoll. The victory was decisive. The elites had only 1 fighter left. Teacher Yao's jaw dropped. "Impossible," he stammered. "I don't remember the second years having such a monster in their ranks." Brother Feng's smirk widened into a triumphant grin. "Meet Wang Jingxi, a transfer student who arrived this very semester. A hidden dragon, if you will." Feng laughed, pointing a finger at his rival. "Prepare your wallet, Teacher Yao. Dinner is on you tonight. It seems your elite class is about to face total humiliation. Yao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had been played. This was a trap from the very beginning. That thing isn't human, he thought, sweat beading on his forehead. Can even Lin Zichen defeat him? Despair threatened to consume him, but he forced a smile for his final disciple. He placed a heavy hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder. Zichen, he said, his voice trembling slightly. It's all up to you now. Just survive. Do not burden yourself with the outcome. Experience is what mattered most. But Lin Zichen just offered a calm smile. He assured his master that victory was already his, leaving the instructor without words. As Lin Zichen ascended the platform, Wang Jingxi stared down with utter disdain. He scoffed at this frail opponent, dismissing him as too weak to be the elite class's trump card. From the sidelines, Shen Qinghan Chu Rui and the elite class girls erupted in fury. They screamed at Wang Jingxi, calling him an arrogant ball of lard while cheering for Lin Zichen to slaughter the pig. Irritated by their sharp tongues, Wang Jingxi decided to show some mercy. He told Lin Zichen he would remain rooted like a mountain and grant him 10 free strikes. He sneered, claiming he didn't want Lin Zichen and his little fan club crying that he bullied a weakling later. Lin Zichen's eyes gleamed as he happily accepted the foolish offer. Wang Jingxi roared to attack with everything he had. Without a second thought, Lin Zichen unleashed a single cataclysmic fist directly into the giant's gut. The impact was terrifying, carrying enough force to launch the massive Wang Jingxi. Spiraling through the air like a ragdoll, he crashed into the floor unconscious before he even landed. Both classes froze in, stunned, silence. Then the arena exploded. The elite class screamed in tearful joy, celebrating Lin Zichen's miraculous victory. Moments later, Wang Jingxi groggily clawed his way back to consciousness. His world was spinning, wondering where on earth he was. He muttered deliriously, insisting this outcome was completely illogical and totally unscientific. Following the match, the second-year instructor approached Yao Yuanfang, the elite class homeroom teacher. He marveled at Lin Zichen's explosive power, comparing that one-punch knockout to a former prodigy named Wu Yan. Teacher Yao replied that while Lin Zichen was strong, he hadn't reached Wu Yancheng's realm yet, explaining that Wu Yancheng was a true monster who terrified even the principal as a freshman. Catching the name, Lin Zichen strolled over, asking who this legendary figure was. Yao Yuanfang's eyes lit up as he explained that Wu Yancheng was a myth among students years ago. As a mere first year, he single-handedly dismantled the entire third-year elite class, shaking the school's leadership to the core. He continued listing Wu Yancheng's godlike stats as a freshman, a 100-meter dash in 6.12 seconds, and a 650-kilogram one-handed lift. He asked Lin Zichen if he was awestruck. Lin Zichen smiled awkwardly, admitting it was impressive. However, internally he scoffed. Those feats were barely on par with the strength he possessed during his 6th grade summer vacation. That night, the class took over a restaurant to celebrate. Teacher Yao Yuanfang held up a soda for a toast. He joyfully announced that, thanks to Lin Zichen's dominance the second year, teacher had to swallow his pride and pay for this entire feast. The class raised their glasses high, chanting for Lin Zichen's glorious victory. During the banquet, Lin Zichen was swarmed by classmates, including Chu Rui, who were now school celebrities. Everyone begged for his training secrets and his WeChat ID. Lin Zichen found this sudden worship a bit overwhelming. Amidst the chaos, he noticed Shen Qinghan hadn't changed a bit. Worried he wouldn't be able to eat, she quietly piled food onto his plate. But during the joy, Shen Qinghan's face suddenly went pale. Looking flustered, she stammered to Lin Zichen that she needed the restroom and bolted away. As she fled, Lin Zichen noted that while times change, her nervous bladder habit remained exactly the same. Meanwhile, in the restroom, 2 female classmates were spewing poison. One sneered about how Shen Qinghan fawned over Lin Zichen like a lowly maid, always pouring his drinks and peeling his shrimp. The other laughed, questioning how someone with Shen Qinghan's pathetic strength entered the elite class, if not for being his parasite. She cruelly added that their relationship was doomed, as the gap in their power would inevitably tear them apart. Unseen in the doorway, Shen Qinghan heard every venomous word. The pain was visible on her face. Yet instead of cowering, she stepped forward to confront them. With a fire in her eyes, she firmly told the startled girls that she was no parasite. She was his childhood friend. Later that evening, walking home under the streetlights, Lin Zichen noticed her dejected aura and asked what was weighing on her heart. Eyes cast down, Shen Qinghan finally confided in him. She explained that her mother swore she would outgrow wetting the bed, but with frustration trembling in her voice, she revealed that she still had to wear diapers to sleep every single night. Looking up with teary eyes, she confessed she felt broken, unable to even control her own body. Lin Zichen gazed at the distraught girl and firmly rejected that idea. He gently placed his hands on her trembling shoulders, explaining that her condition wasn't a disability, it was a latent superpower that hadn't fully awakened yet. Shen Qinghan looked up, her eyes wide with sudden hope, asking if it was truly a. Lin Zichen reveals the truth, confirming that her aquatic talent isn't just skill, it is the awakening of a superpower. Eyes wide with wonder, Shen Qinghan asks if his own godlike abilities stem from the same source. Lin Zichen smirks, confidently. Naturally. Just like you, I possess a power beyond the ordinary. Her heart races at the possibility. What kind of power lies dormant within me, she asks. He assures her, one that will shake the heavens. But suddenly, their path is barred. A hazmat team has cordoned off the area. A commanding voice bellows, "Stand back, we are exterminating vermin." But inside the perimeter, chaos reigns. A frantic man in a blood-stained apron swings a broom wildly at a blowed, the swarm of massive rats fighting the exterminators with desperate fury. Stop. He howls, tears streaming down his face. Don't you dare kill my brothers. His face twists in a mask of agony and madness. Consumed by a feral rage, the man charges at the officers, screaming that he will fight them to the bitter end. Watching the spectacle, Shen Qinghan whispers, "Has he lost his mind?" Lin Zichen nods, his gaze cold. Likely mental illness, he agrees, though he finds the display pathetic. Some people are just broken. Let's go. Later that night, a shadow falls over the Lin household. The news flickers with grim tidings. The anchor reports a young teacher has vanished without a trace. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, gasps, clutching her chest. That is the fourth woman this month. His father, Lin Yan, corrects her with a grave expression. No, it is the fifth. The screen displays their faces, all young, beautiful, and gone. The broadcast issues a chilling warning. Women should not walk alone at night. Gripping her son's arm, Zhang Wangxin pleads, "You must not let Shen Qinghan out of your sight." Lin Zichen smiles, a glint of steel in his eyes. I will protect her. Meanwhile, at the Prost, Shanghai Security Bureau, the Rat Man is in custody. A doctor in a white coat confers with the police. Is he psychotic? The officer asks, unease creeping into his voice. The doctor shakes his head. I cannot say. He refuses to speak. It makes no sense, the man was screaming like a lunatic earlier, yet now he sits in dead silence. Suddenly, the officer's blood runs cold. A terrifying realization strikes him. They whip their heads around to see the suspect hunched over, engulfed in a dark, suffocating aura. Killing intent floods the room. Before their horrified eyes, flesh warps and bones crack. The man explodes into a monstrosity, a giant aberrant rat. As the beast expands, the officer screams into his radio. Code red. We need the Cyborg squad immediately. The suspect is mutating into a Class A Aberrant Beast. The creature roars and begins its rampage. The squad opens fire, but bullets bounce off its hide like pebbles. Fall back, cries a female officer. Headquarters delivers the death sentence. All cyborgs are on other missions. The director grits his teeth. Support is 10 minutes away. We'll be dead by then. Realizing they cannot win a head-on collision, the director barks an order. Get to the vehicles. We have to lure this monster to the outskirts. The female officer dives into the van, gunning the engine, while her partner braces for impact. They tear through the city streets, the behemoth hot on their tail, crushing concrete with every leap. Faster, she screams, praying the cyborgs arrive in time. The van screeches up a mountain road and enters a tunnel, but the beast is relentless. It closes the gap with a thunderous roar, its maw a nightmare of razor-sharp teeth. Crash times, the monster slams into the van, sending it spinning into chaos. Metal screams as they flip violently through the air. Inside, the overturned wreck, the officer hangs upside down, blood dripping from her brow. Is this how it ends? She thinks in despair. The aberrant rat towers over the wreckage, roaring in triumph, when suddenly a massive explosion engulfs the world in fire. Salvation has arrived. A female cyborg with sleek armor and purple hair hovers like a Valkyrie. Target locked. She unleashes a hellstorm of missiles. Die, vermin. The projectiles slam into the beast, blooming into magnificent fireballs. When the smoke clears, the cyborg lands on the scorched earth. She scans the crater. It dug a tunnel, she mutters. These beasts are evolving, but trails of shredded flesh and blood stain the ground. It is critically injured, she deduces. You can't run far. The hunt continues. The scene shifts to the silent city skyline at 3 in the morning. Lin Zichen sits in the glow of his monitor, not cultivating but creating. He reflects on his path as a web novel author. Day after day, he writes. His epic is now nearly 200,000 words strong. Words were meaningless now. More importantly, his income had already smashed past 10,000, and that was just the newbie period. He grinned, imagining the absolute fortune awaiting him at the official launch. Adrenaline surged through his veins, making sleep impossible. Lin Zichen decided to burn this energy with training. He vanished into the shadows of a desolate camera-free alley to test his limits. The results were terrifying. 100 meters in 3.43 seconds. A vertical leap over 7.22 meters. Power coursed through him. At this pace, the legendary saintly body was finally within his grasp. Suddenly, a bone-chilling crunch echoed in the silence. He spun around to see a nightmare hunching in the dark, a grotesque rat man. And in its jaws, a severed human arm. Caught red-handed, the beast trembled. It pathetically begged for mercy, swearing to pay respects if he just let it finish eating. Lin Zichen's blood ran cold. He recognized this abomination instantly. The news reports flashed in his mind. The escaped giant mutant rat. But this was a horrifying evolution. A humanoid monster. A lethal threat. Lin Zichen knew he couldn't walk away. The authorities had to know. But as he turned, the beast's survival instinct snapped. He's gonna kill me, it thought, panic setting in. I'll find other food. Just let me go, it stammered, before its hunger exploded into murderous rage. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Before Lin Zichen could blink, the creature launched into action. It bounced off the alley walls like a bolt of lightning. I'll eat you, it shrieked the predator, taking control. Too fast, Lin Zichen realized instantly there was no time to dodge. No retreat. Only war. As the jaws closed in, he unleashed a thunderous kick straight to its face. Asterisk, bam, asterisk. The impact launched the rat man through the air like a rag doll until it skidded across the pavement. Coughing up blood, the monster staggered up. Its eyes bulged in shock. How could this scrawny human possess such titan strength? Fear replaced hunger. The rat man stared at Lin Zichen, paralyzed by his overwhelming aura. But Lin Zichen didn't give it a second to breathe. Asterisk. Whack, asterisk. A stone smashed directly into its skull. Total domination. He unleashed a meteor shower of rocks, throwing them with bullet-like precision. The rat man shrieked helpless against the barrage. It couldn't defend itself as the stone rain crushed its body. Silence returned to the alley. Lin Zichen stood tall, chest heaving, the adrenaline slowly fading. He stared at the motionless shadow. Was it over? He stepped closer, and the sight was gruesome. The monster wasn't just dead, it was annihilated, reduced to a steaming pile of skeletal remains. To be absolutely sure, he reached out to touch the bones. Asterisk flash asterisk. Azure energy surged into his body. System alert, trace of giant mutant rat source devoured. His codec progress climbed to 7%. He frowned. Only 2%. The scorched corpse gave me 5. It had to be the bloodline. This heretic clearly possessed a weaker strain of the Rat King gene. Dawn was breaking. It was unsafe to linger. Like a ghost, he vanished toward home. Seconds later, a purple-haired cyborg descended. She scanned the fresh bones, puzzled. Who hunted here? Meanwhile, in the belly of the underworld, a dark ritual was reaching its sinister peak. A robed cultist dragged an unconscious girl toward a crimson summoning circle. A tribute to the darkness. For you, my lord rat god, he whispered, bowing before the abyss. 2 burning red eyes snapped open in the void. Is this a joke? A demonic voice rumbled. You dare starve me? This isn't even a mouthful. The presence expanded. Perhaps I should feast on times you times instead. The cultist slammed his head on the floor, trembling violently. Mercy, my lord, let me explain. The prey. They've become cautious. Women travel in packs now. It is impossible to snatch them. The shadow rat god loomed closer. If the females are elusive, bring me the males. Yes, anything, the cultist cried. Suddenly, a slab of bloody raw meat landed before him. Like a starving animal, the cultist tore into the flesh. Thank you for the blessing, my lord. As he fed, the circle flared with ominous light. Nightmare tentacles erupted from the ground. They coiled around the girl, hoisting her toward the rat god's gaping maw. The jaws unhinge, swallowing her in a single grotesque gulp. The sickening sound of bone grinding against bone fills the silent hall. Sated for the moment, the Lord, Rat God, issues a command that freezes the blood. It warns the trembling cultist to bring no more commoners, hissing that their flesh is foul and bitter. The beast craves the refined taste of nobility, those raised in luxury, whose meat promises a succulent tenderness. To elevate Shen Qinghan's martial prowess, Lin Zichen initiates a private, high-intensity boot camp within the walls of her home. He steps into the role of a merciless instructor, his hands guiding her posture with absolute precision. He adjusts the angle of her arm, solidifies her stance, and aligns her shoulders, teaching her to channel force from her core for perfect balance. Once her form mirrors the textbooks, he commands her to strike, no holding back. She lunges a flash of determination behind a heavy punch, yet Lin Zichen intercepts the blow as if plucking a flower, though he nods in approval at her sharpened angle and surging power. He effortlessly blocks her follow-up kick, spotting a microscopic opening. He guides her leg, physically molding her body into the ultimate fighting stance. The grueling session ends, leaving Shen Qinghan collapsed on the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. She smiles through the exhaustion, confessing that she can feel the dormant power within her finally awakening. Still kneeling, eyes burning with new ambition, she pleads with Lin Zichen 3 days a week is too slow. She demands training every single day. Lin Zichen shakes his head, his voice stern but caring. He explains that her meridian channels would shatter under such a brutal daily regimen. Shen Qinghan relents, trusting his wisdom and agrees to respect the limits of her body. Suddenly, a vibration breaks the silence. As Lin Zichen checks his phone, Shen Qinghan leans in, her curiosity piqued by the urgent notification. 2 headlines dominate the screen. The first details the giant corporation's charity for girls crippled by failed mechanical augmentations. But the second headline hits like a thunderclap. A prodigy from Beijing University has successfully fused with the 1,000-threaded spider beast gene. He has shattered history, becoming the youngest dual-gene user ever known. Lin Zichen's pupils dilate in shock as he reads the report. He instantly recognizes this monster, the very same genius from the capital he has chased for years. Usually, a young body would explode from the backlash of beast genes, making fusion impossible before adulthood. Yet this anomaly has defied the laws of nature, completing a second fusion at merely 18 years old. Lin Zichen falls silent, forced to question if gene fusion is the true apex of power while contemplating the terrifying potential of his rival. Back at his sanctuary, Lin Zichen shifts gears to his secret identity, a rising god in the web. Novel world. His fingers blur across the keyboard, his release speed stunning the readers. Comments flood in, calling him a tentacle monster for dropping 50,000 words in a single day. He smirks, knowing his secret with the celestial root of wisdom attribute a mere month of practice allows him to churn out 10,000 words per hour. Its effortless efficiency leaving his schedule wide open for martial cultivation. His father, Lin Yun, beams with pride at this newfound success. He calculates that with a stable plot and this godlike speed, Lin Zichen could rake in 50,000 yuan in just the first month. As the word count climbs, making 100,000 yuan monthly is practically guaranteed, Lin Zichen's heart races. With that kind of wealth, the funds for the exotic beast codex are finally within reach. He locks onto a new target, use the first 2 months' revenue to unlock the legendary Savage Giant Eagle Codex. The scene shifts to the dojo, where instructor Yao Yuanfeng declares the start of a combat assessment. Lin Zichen's aura is suffocating. He obliterates the competition, sweeping through opponents like a hurricane. Kicks land like cannonballs, punches strike like lightning. Not a single soul can touch the hem of his clothes. Victorious, he accepts the prize money from his awestruck teacher. Lin Zichen smiles, realizing the true reward isn't just the 888 yuan, but the delicious surge of experience points pushing him closer to the survival of the fittest achievement. While Lin Zichen reigned supreme, Shen Qinghan faced a harder reality. She ranked last again. Her friend, Chu Rui, offers comfort to the dejected girl. Yet, look closer, her hellish training with Lin Zichen has forged steel from glass. She finally has the fangs to fight back. In the past, against Wen Yuntong, she was decimated in 3 pathetic seconds. But today, she held the line for nearly 3 agonizing minutes. She didn't just survive. She actively traded blows, landing strikes that actually carried weight. Instructor Yao Yuanfeng couldn't hide his admiration. He praised her warrior's spirit, urging her to continue this path of growth. As the sparring ended, the instructor silenced the room for a grave announcement. In exactly 1 month, their class would face a challenge that could change everything. They were ready to declare war on the elite second-year seniors, setting an impossible goal to crush every single student. No one would be spared, except for the monstrous top 3 rankers. The class roared, their fighting spirit burning like wildfire. The instructor grinned, pleased with their ambition. In the blink of an eye, a month flew by. Lin Zichen's web novel had become a viral legend, swelling his bank account to 89,000 won. With this newfound wealth, he rushed to the market. The time had finally come to purchase the resources for his cultivation. He marched to the counter and demanded the Savage Giant Eagle meat from the clerk. But the employee revealed a tempting offer. If he purchased 100 jin in a single transaction, he would secure a 5% discount. Lin Zichen paused his mind, calculating the benefits. He decided to sheathe his wallet for now. It was a tactical retreat. He would accumulate his resources until he could claim the full 100 jin and maximize the discount. According to his projections, his funds would be sufficient to sweep the market by the following month. The next day, Shen Qinghan approached him with sparkling eyes, raving about the cafeteria's legendary new stir-fry station. Lin Zichen couldn't refuse. As they approached, the heavenly aroma assaulted their senses, proving the rumors true. After securing their bounty, they claimed a table. Lin Zichen noted their luck. Had they arrived a second later, the serpentine line would have swallowed them whole. But peace was short-lived. A commotion erupted nearby, shattering the atmosphere. An accusation of line cutting pierced the air. The offender scoffed, claiming his desk mate was holding his position. Tensions flared instantly. The accuser stood firm on the principles of fairness, while the line cutter grew arrogant and defiant. Shen Qinghan gasped, realizing the righteous accuser was none other than their friend He Yu. She urged Lin Zichen to intervene. But the protagonist remained calm, analyzing the situation with a cool gaze. He observed He Yu's imposing physique and aggressive aura, assuming the intimidation alone would end the conflict. However, Lin Zichen's calculation was dead wrong. The line cutter didn't back down. Instead, he sneered at He Yu with utter contempt, branding him a punk. Suddenly, the situation shifted. A gang of thugs emerged from the crowd surrounding He Yu like a pack of hyenas. The leader stepped forward with a menacing glare. When He Yu demanded an explanation, a lackey smirked. "There is no deal," he laughed shamelessly. "We are cutting in line because we can." Rage boiled within He Yu. He couldn't believe such brazen arrogance existed under the heavens, realizing he was outnumbered. He still refused to yield, spreading his arms to form a desperate barrier. Yet his heart sank as the crowd watched in silence. From their table, Shen Qinghan gripped her hands in worry, crying out that their friend was in danger. Just as the thugs moved to crush He Yu, a heavy hand clamped onto the leader's shoulder like an iron vice. It was Lin Zichen, his face cast in shadow, radiating a terrifying pressure. "Get back in line," he commanded softly. The bully spun around, face twisting into a smirk. "Oh, and what are you going to do about it?" he challenged. "Violence, no." Lin Zichen revealed a fox-like grin. Instead of throwing a punch, he casually produced his smartphone. "I'll simply report you to the administration," he declared coolly. The leader scoffed, mocking him for using such underhanded tactics. But Lin Zichen fired back. Cutting in line is the true disgrace. With He Yu smirking beside him, the tables had turned. Defeated by logic and the threat of expulsion, the bullies gritted their teeth and retreated in humiliation. The scene shifts to the shadows of a luxurious villa in Shanghai, the lair of the vile rat god cult. A figure cloaked in darkness sat upon a throne, his voice echoing through the silent hall. "Sha Chang has fallen," the leader announced emotionlessly. "He lost control and was purged by the security squad." "Good riddance," a cultist hissed. The leader then gestured to a mysterious youth stepping into the light to take the fallen member's place. He delivered a chilling decree from their deity. "The rat god demands better tribute, no more commoners. Their souls are too bitter. We must hunt the noble elites." This command sent a ripple of fear through the assembly. "Madness," two members protested. "Commoners vanish like dust, but touching a noble will bring the authorities down on our heads." "A missing noble brings war," they argued. The leader raised a hand suggesting they target the wealthy merchants with no political backing instead. Fat sheep with no fangs. He then drilled his gaze into the new recruit. "Since you are a fledgling, you will not hunt the elites yet. Bring a sacrifice for the lieutenant first. Find a handsome youth." The newcomer bowed, a sinister confidence radiating from his shadowed hood. "Consider it done. I will not bring just anyone. I will offer the most breathtaking man in the entire city to the divine child." Back at the academy, He Yu was still vibrating with indignation. "I tracked them down," he growled to Lin Zichen. "Those bastards weren't just anyone. They are from the second-year Class 3, the elite honors class." The inevitable challenge loomed ahead. He scoffed, unable to fathom how students from a so-called elite class could possess such rotten personalities. Leaning casually against the lockers, Lin Zichen glanced at his phone, muttering that high test scores clearly didn't equate to basic human decency. Suddenly, his expression darkened as a breaking news alert flashed across the screen. Another heir from a wealthy family had vanished without a trace, the fifth victim in recent days. Knowing the kidnappers hadn't demanded a single cent in ransom, and recalling the rat god cult's sinister decree to hunt down nobles, Lin Zichen grimly deduced that the cult's filthy claws were behind these abductions. Finally, the day of the tournament arrived and the students flooded into the massive gymnasium where 2 combat rings awaited. The air was thick with killing intent as the bullies glared daggers at Hao Yu, who responded with a crude, defiant gesture of his own. Once the warm-ups concluded, the sparring matches erupted, mirroring the brutal intensity of the previous session. Shen Qinghan stepped up for the first duel. Her opponent, a senior from the honors class, wasted no time and launched a vicious kick instantly. Shen Qinghan managed to block the strike, but the senior's spirit energy was simply too overwhelming. Her guard shattered, and she was blasted to the ground, utterly defeated. The senior was a monster, and the other first-year girls, including Chu Rui, were swiftly crushed one after another, failing to land even a single scratch. The first year's humiliating losing streak finally snapped when a muscular, short-haired girl took down the senior with a thunderous kick. However, this glimmer of hope was extinguished in seconds. The next opponent, a senior with flowing red hair, dominated the arena immediately. She was a force of nature, decimating 9 first-year students consecutively in under 10 minutes, humiliating 3 boys in the process. The first-year class was pushed to the brink, left with only 4 fighters: Lin Zichen, Wang Shou, Lu Gang, and Hao Yu. The situation looked hopeless as the second-year honors class had merely sacrificed 5 students, all female. A staggering 36 of their fighters, including every single male student, stood fresh and ready to fight. Their instructor Yao Yuanfeng clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, sensing the despairing gap in power. With his back against the wall, Yao Yuanfeng turned to Hao Yu, asking if he had the guts to take out the 6 remaining girls. Hao Yu puffed out his chest and agreed instantly, claiming it would be a walk in the park fueled entirely by the desire to grapple with attractive seniors. True to his boast, Hao Yu danced through the matches, knocking all 6 girls out of the ring with surprising ease. But with the female fighters eliminated, the atmosphere shifted. The second-year class's first male combatant stormed into the ring with a ground-shaking stomp. He struck an arrogant pose, sneering at Hao Yu and asking if he was ready to meet his maker. Hao Yu shot back that his opponent lacked basic etiquette. Recognizing the guy as a cafeteria bully, Hao Yu assumed he was just trash talk and no skill, seeing a perfect friend opportunity for sweet revenge. But Hao Yu's arrogance was his undoing. The bully closed the distance with terrifying speed. Before Hao Yu could even blink, the senior buried a heavy punch deep into his gut. Hao Yu crumpled to his knees, gasping for air, while the bully mocked him for being pathetic and demanded he surrender. Enraged, Hao Yu forced himself up on shaky legs and threw a desperate punch. But his opponent, effortlessly, sidestepped and countered with a lightning-fast kick that sent Hao Yu flying out of the arena like a rag doll. Sprawled on the floor, Hao Yu realized through the haze of pain that this guy's strength was leagues above the bottom tier, and he cursed his own foolishness for dropping his guard. Having disposed of the trash, the bully turned his gaze to Lin Zichen, who stood silently by the ring. With a sneer, he asked if Lin Zichen still wanted to play hero and challenged him to step up. Lin Zichen vaulted into the ring with the grace of a predator, thinking to himself that he had been waiting for this exact moment. The first-year students erupted, screaming for their brother Lin to crush this arrogance and avenge Hao Yu's humiliation. The bell rang and the bully Qi Wanyi charged at Lin Zichen with a lethal high kick. But Lin Zichen didn't even flinch. He casually blocked the strike with one hand, seized Qi Wanyi's leg, and slammed him face first into the concrete floor with earth-shattering force. The brutal impact knocked Qi Wanyi out cold instantly. Lin Zichen stood over him for a heartbeat, then casually kicked the unconscious body out of the ring like a sack of garbage. The second-year students froze in stunned disbelief. Someone stammered that Qi Wanyi was a top 5 fighter in their class, yet he had been deleted in a split second. Their minds couldn't process how a mere junior possessed such monstrous power. Watching from the sidelines, teacher Yao Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes, realizing that Lin Zichen was suppressing a terrifying amount of his true potential. Lu Gang and Wang Shou were equally terrified, questioning if their classmate was even human. Lin Zichen turned his cold gaze to the remaining second-year male students and calmly asked who was next. Their faces twisted in pure horror, their spirits broken by the display. 30 minutes later, the massacre was complete. All 29 remaining students from the second-year class lay defeated in heaps. Standing, victorious over the final opponent, Lin Zichen mentally checked his progress on the survival of the fittest achievement. A blue system window popped up, informing him that his total elimination count was now 19 out of 1,000. He stared at the number with distinct disappointment, realizing this grinding speed was far too inefficient. He reflected that in every class sparring session, he was always forced to fight last, and decided this sluggish pace could not continue. Concluding that his strength had now that his power had transcended mere high school levels, the old laws no longer applied. It was time to forge his own destiny and write the rules himself. By the following Monday, chaos erupted. A shocked cry echoed from the highest authority of Shanghai High. The principal stared at Lin Zichen, eyes wide with disbelief. You want to challenge times, who asterisk? With eyes burning like determination, Lin confirmed his request. He declared war on the entire student body. The principal rubbed her temples, fighting a headache. You're just a first year, she stammered, completely bewildered. Are you out of your mind, challenging everyone? But his gaze remained steel cold. Come to the gym, he commanded. I'll show you why I'm serious. Moments later, in the silence of the empty arena, the principal crossed her arms, demanding an explanation for the late-night meeting. As he shed his school uniform, revealing a physique forged of iron, he prepared to unveil his true potential. A sudden blush colored the principal's cheeks. For a split second, she completely misunderstood his intentions. Wait, stop, she cried out. But Lin simply walked past her, gripping the cold steel of a heavy barbell. The air trembled. With a single hand, he hoisted 700 kilograms, as if it were a feather. The principal stood frozen, her jaw hitting the floor. Asterisk. This times was the power he spoke of. It was monstrous. His strength already eclipsed the legendary Wu Yancheng at his absolute peak. Conviction replaced doubt. She flashed a thumbs up, greenlighting his insane crusade immediately. But then a sly, fox-like grin spread across Lin's face. We need stakes, he laughed. Without money, the sheep won't bite. He laid out a scheme that was pure genius. A trap to lure in every student in the school. First, a participation reward to bait the weak. Second, a massive jackpot that grows with every defeat. Defeat him and take it all. But if he remains undefeated, the fortune becomes his. Intrigued by the high-stakes gamble, the principal smiled. Deal, she whispered. But Lin had one final condition. Hide my true level, he urged. Or they'll be too scared to fight. She tapped his shoulder, playfully sealing their pact. Back in the office, the trap was set. The paperwork was flawless. The stage was ready for war. Just then, two teachers walked past and froze. The atmosphere was strangely warm. They exchanged horrified glances. Since when did the Ice Queen smile at a student? The notorious she-devil was beaming. Their imaginations ran wild with completely wrong conclusions. 2 o'clock sharp. The gymnasium was packed to the rafters. 2 fighting rings awaited the coming carnage. The principal stepped into the spotlight, microphone in hand. The silence was deafening. She announced the unthinkable. Lin Zichen versus everyone. She detailed the brutal rules and the massive prize pool. Boom, the crowd exploded. Is she insane? Who does this kid think he is? Their pride was wounded. The arrogance of a first year was a slap in the face to the seniors. You got lucky with the sophomores, one screamed. The third years will crush you like a bug. Unfazed by the tsunami of hate, Lin stood tall. 2 hours a day, he declared coldly. Come and get some. I'll be waiting. His voice cut through the noise like a blade. Internally, he was grinning. Asterisk. Yes, let your anger fuel you. Asterisk. This was the fastest path to completing his survival of the fittest quest. Meanwhile, under the neon lights of the city, a mysterious blonde figure stalked the streets. 2 beauties approached him, seeking a good time, but they were barking up the wrong tree. His eyes were dead cold. Get lost, he spat, shattering their egos instantly. What a jerk, they scoffed, retreating. The man sighed, disappointed by the mediocrity of Shanghai. This was no ordinary thug. He was a disciple of the rat god cult, and his mission was failing. For days he had hunted, but not a single soul was worthy of being a divine sacrifice. Panic began to claw at his throat. The image of his terrifying cult leader haunted his mind. Failure meant death or worse, exile. He needed a celebrity-tier target, but they were untouchable. Too many bodyguards, too much risk. He was weak, and time was running out. The deadline hung over him like a guillotine. Desperation was driving him mad. Suddenly, destiny intervened. Lin Zichen sprinted past, sweat glistening on his skin. The cultist's eyes went wide. Asterisk. Perfection. Asterisk. He had finally found the ultimate prey. He finally locked onto his prey. The blonde cultist watched from the shadows, trembling with a dark, triumphant ecstasy. After an eternity of searching, destiny had delivered the perfect target on a silver platter. A sinister, blood-curdling grin split his face as he sealed the boy's fate. Lin Zichen would be his sacrificial lamb. He began to stalk his victim, watching as Lin turned into a desolate industrial alleyway, a grave of his own making. Seeing the isolation, the cultist's eyes rolled back, consumed by a horrifying black-eyed madness. The moment to strike had arrived. He unleashed his vile energy, and his body cracked and twisted into a grotesque abomination, a maw of razor-sharp teeth yearning for flesh. However, just as the beast lunged to devour him, Wama brick tore through the air, smashing into its skull with a sickening wet crunch. The transformed monstrosity stumbled back, clutching its shattered head in sheer confusion after taking a critical hit. From the gloom, Lin Zikin stepped forward, casually weighing the brick in his hand like a legendary weapon. He calmly remarked that he didn't expect to stumble upon a filthy rat man during his evening jog, viewing it as a stroke of luck to boost the sun. Unlock progress of his grimoire. The monster shivered in primal terror, realizing too late that this human was the true monster, speaking words beyond its comprehension. It felt the crushing weight of its own misfortune. Before it could even beg, the beast collapsed dead on impact. Lin stared in disbelief. He had annihilated the placis, creature with a single casual toss of a brick. He scoffed, wondering how a disciple of the rat god cult could be so pathetically fragile. Wasting no time, he knelt beside the corpse, preparing to plunder its life essence before any witnesses arrived. System alert. The notification chimed, confirming he had devoured a fragment of the giant. Mutant Rat's essence and his grimoire progress had ticked up to 8%. Lin's expression soured with disappointment, only a measly 1% increase. He deduced that this trash mob's weak essence was the reason for such a pitiful reward. Prioritizing survival, Lin decided to suspend his night runs for the foreseeable future. He knew better than to get arrogant. Not all cultists were this feeble. The high-ranking, elites possessed bodies, forged of steel after transformation, durable enough to shrug off gunfire like rain. The next morning peace was shattered by a shocking broadcast. Lin watched as the news reported that at 3 that morning, the Public Security Bureau, aided by a fierce instructor from Shanghai University, had eradicated the rat god cult. The report hailed the instructor as a high-level gene fuser, a warrior who had single-handedly crushed the monstrous Rat King. The screen flashed with footage of the cataclysmic duel, a colossal, multi-eyed abomination unleashing a storm of spikes against the winged red-haired fuser the instructor tanked, the bombardment head-on emerging unscathed. The entire raid lasted a mere 30 seconds, ending as the Rat King crumbled, and the gene fuser landed a swift absolute victory. Watching the display of godlike force, Lin Zichin's expression turned grave. He contemplated the sheer destructive potential he had just witnessed. Was this the pinnacle of strength for a high-level being? He could only acknowledge the terrifying gap between them. Meanwhile, in a sleek, high-tech command center, two elites in tactical gear discussed the aftermath. A blue-haired officer sipping his coffee asked the spiky, orange-haired man Tian if he had reached their master. Yet. Tian shook his head. The teacher was still off the grid. The entire suppression squad who went to quell the chaos at Source Site 36 had vanished without a trace. The blue-haired man pressed for the status of the source site. Tian Changgang replied coldly that it was stable otherwise. He wouldn't have had the free time to exterminate the little shrimp that escaped during the initial chaos. The blue-haired man raised an eyebrow at the dismissive nickname. He recalled the Rat King's terror, a monster that had paralyzed the entire Public Security Bureau. Yet he realized with a chill that in the body, face of a prodigy gene fuser like Tian, that calamitous monster was indeed nothing more than a bottom-feeding shrimp. Shifting the mood, the officer threw a playful arm around Tian's shoulder, grinning. Since he was in town, why not visit their alma mater to drop some wisdom? Tian scoffed, retorting that he wasn't some celebrity idol. He had a duty to uphold. The officer laughed, insisting that providing ideological guidance to their adorable juniors was the most important duty of all. But deep within a subterranean cavern, bathed in moonlight, the nightmare was not over. The Rat King had survived its duel with Wu Tian. The creature cowered in the dark, recounting its sins, first devouring beggars, then feasting on the youth. Now it knelt in total submission, trembling before a greater power. It had eventually developed a craving for the blood of the highborn, but the Rat King is not the apex predator here. It kneels trembling before a true nightmare. It bows to a new master, a being of absolute terror. A colossal, green-skinned demon, with eyes glowing like the pits of hell and an aura of overwhelming oppression. The beast's voice booms with fury. It scolds the subordinate, reminding it of the immense effort taken to summon the Rat King to this realm. Its sole mission was to command the clan to dig tunnels in the shadows. Instead, it gorged on human flesh and caused a chaotic uproar. Such foolishness drew the gaze of the outside world. The giant looks down with murderous intent, asking if the rat believes its life is still worth sparing. Terror seizes the Rat King's heart. It slams its head on the ground, begging its master for mercy. The behemoth pauses, weighing the value of this pathetic creature. Finally, it grants a reprieve. The Rat King will have one last chance, but the monster warns. Mercy comes with a bloody price. In a flash of violence, the monster's clawed hand lashes out. A spray of crimson mist paints the cavern air. Deep within the abyss, the discipline continues. The green demon has ripped an eye straight from the rat king's skull. Holding the bloody orb, it sneers, while the sewer rat reeks of filth its essence. Tastes absolutely divine. The monster grips the quivering king. It praises the rat's cunning in one regard, using a subordinate as a body double. The beast defeated by the authorities was nothing but a sacrificial pawn. The creature Wuyan Chang'ing fought was merely a decoy. However, the master delivers a final bone-chilling ultimatum. If the tunnels are not completed as commanded, death will be the only release. Meanwhile, back at Shanghai High, the atmosphere is electric. The day of Lin Zichen's grand challenge has finally arrived. As he strides toward the arena, he becomes the center of a storm of whispers. Students sneer at the arrogant first year who dared to provoke the entire school. The crowd is thirsty for his blood. Yet Lin Zichen is unbothered, his eyes glued to his phone screen. He studies a wanted notice for the 9 fugitives of the rat god cult. His eyes lock onto the prize, a reward of 500,000 yuan. To him, they aren't criminals. They are walking jackpots. But his pragmatic mind kicks in. Greed must not outweigh survival. If he ever crosses paths with one, safety comes first, the bounty comes second. He arrives at the gymnasium to find a spectacular scene. It is packed to the rafters. Students swarm the fighting rings exactly as he had calculated. Gazing at this sea of experience points, he knows the truth. They aren't here just for his arrogance, but for the masterstroke of his scheme. The participation prize. To whip the crowd into a frenzy, Shen Qinghan takes the stage with a megaphone. She announces that every brave soul who fights will receive a lottery ticket. A chance to win lavish rewards. The bait is taken. The male students erupt in a volcano of excitement. They roar about the legendary loot on offer, from the latest consoles to high-end smartphones. Yet one simp has a different goal. The chance to brush hands with the goddess Shen Qinghan. He eagerly stretches out his hand, desperate to be the first sacrifice. But before he can even finish his sentence, a shadow looms over him. A female student launches herself through the air, stomping on his head as she claims the first spot. The dam breaks. A chaotic tidal wave of female students surges forward. The boys are ruthlessly trampled underfoot in the stampede. They all clamor for a piece of Lin Zichen. In seconds, the ring is flooded with a legion of girls completely encircling him. They shout their challenges, but their intent is far from violent. The duel instantly transforms into a fan meeting. One girl clings to his arm, swooning over his muscles. Another caresses his cheek, mesmerized by his handsome features. He is drowning in affection. Lin Zichen realizes this situation has taken a bizarre and unexpected turn. He hesitates to strike a woman, but he must steel his heart. For the sake of his system achievement, mercy is not an option. He has no other choice. Channeling his internal energy, he unleashes a series of gentle yet unyielding palm strikes. The girls are sent flying out of the ring. Finally, he releases a shock wave of energy that blasts them all back at once. He offers a polite apology as he clears the battlefield. As the dust settles, Lin Zichen checks his interface. The blue screen of the system flickers to life. Progress for survival of the fittest. 309 out of 1,000. But the defeated horde is not discouraged. The female students are relentless. A girl with pink hair waves her hand, frantically demanding a rematch. Lin Zichen stands like an immovable mountain. He coldly declares the law of the arena. Defeated challengers are barred from re-entry. The girls whine in disappointment at the cruel rules. But suddenly, a hulking shadow emerges. A massive, muscular student steps into the fray. Surrounded by his lackeys, the leader cracks his knuckles with a menacing sound. He roars that it is time to teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But his bravado is nothing but hot air. Lin Zichen dismantles him with humiliating ease. Opponent after opponent falls before him. One punch, one takedown. The system notifications flash rapidly. Survival of the fittest progress has skyrocketed to 419 out of 1,000. Soon he stands like a king atop a mountain of unconscious bodies. With a calm, terrifying gaze, he asks, "Who is next?" Just then, the air grows heavy. A formidable new challenger steps from the shadows, declaring his fighting spirit remains unbroken. He leaps into the ring. The crowd gasps as a heavy presence descends upon the arena. They instantly recognize him as Yan Xiaowan, the tyrannical overlord of the second year's honor class. Whispers ripple through the stands like wildfire. Who will emerge victorious? The odds favor Yan Xiaowan. Citing his legendary reputation for annihilating an entire class by himself, a rampage only stopped by a third-year instructor. Yan Xiaowan lands in the ring with a heavy thud, his eyes locking onto Lin Zichen. "You remind me of my past self," he sneers. Arrogant. Blind. But I learned a valuable lesson the hard way. He steps closer, his voice dripping with superiority. "There is always a mountain higher than you." He launches into a condescending lecture offering to teach this junior the harsh reality of the martial world. But Lin Zichen is not listening. He turns to the referee, his expression utterly bored. "Can we start now?" The flustered teacher stammers before quickly shouting, "Begin." Before Yan Xiaowan can even finish his wise advice, Lin Zichen cuts him off with a single earth-shattering kick. Boom! The overlord is launched across the ring like a rag doll. As Yan crashes into the concrete wall, Lin Zichen casually digs a finger into his ear, sighing with relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. The students stand frozen in stunned silence. Then chaos erupts. How could their school's formidable overlord be swatted away like a fly? Just how deep is Lin Zichen's power? The shock is suddenly broken by a slow, rhythmic sound. Asterisk. Clap. 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 Asterisk. A new challenger emerges from the shadows, muscles rippling, spiky red hair blazing like fire. The crowd parts in awe. It is Chen Wuqing, the #1 ranker of the entire school. The arena explodes with excitement. The true main event has finally arrived. Lin Zichen watches the apex predator approach, thinking, "Beat the young one and the old monster comes out." Classic. Chen Wuqing lands in the ring with a confident smirk. "I never expected Yan to lose to a mere junior." He prepares to deliver a grand speech of his own, but history repeats itself. Lin Zichen cuts him off instantly. "Teacher, start the match," he demands, ignoring the #1 ranker completely. Drowning out Chen's angry protests, the referee signals the start. Humiliated Chen Wuqing roars in fury. A terrifying blue aura explodes around him. "If you won't listen, I'll beat respect into you," he screams, charging forward. Lin Zichen meets him head-on, his own fist engulfed in a blinding golden light. The two powers collide. A massive shockwave ripples through the stadium. Chen tries to recover, but Lin Zichen's eyes turn cold. "I'm in a hurry." He unleashes a punch that carries the weight of a mountain. The impact is devastating. Chen Wuqing is blasted backward, his uniform shredded, his face twisted in pure horror as he questions his own reality. The entire student body watches their souls, leaving their bodies, jaws hitting the floor as they witness the instantaneous destruction of the school's strongest fighter. With the Titans defeated, Lin Zichen turns his gaze to the paralyzed crowd. He points a finger at a random student. "You, get in the ring." The student points to himself, trembling. Lin Zichen nods. "We haven't fought yet. Get in here. Please be gentle," the boy whimpers. Lin Zichen flashes a bright, merchant-like smile. "Don't worry. If you participate, you get a lottery ticket for a smartphone." Greed instantly overpowers fear. The student rushes in hopeful. Lin promises mercy, but that promise expires instantly. Asterisk, bam, times one punch, lights out. The student hits the canvas. A translucent blue screen appears before Lin Zichen's eyes. Achievement progress survival of the fittest +1. Seeing this, the crowd realizes the truth. There is no shame in losing to a god, and they might win a phone. A wave of renewed enthusiasm sweeps through the stands. They are no longer opponents. They are willing sacrifices. Motivated by the prizes, the students surge forward like a tsunami. What follows is not a tournament, but a farming session. Lin Zichen moves like a machine, holding his ground and dispatching challenger after challenger. His system counter ticks up with every knockout. Asterisk. Ding. 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 Asterisk. After the final student kisses the floor, a massive golden notification fills his vision. Condition met. 1,000 competitors eliminated. The achievement is complete. Another prompt flashes, confirming the acquisition of a new biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Lin Zichen clenches his fist, triumph radiating from him. The long, arduous grind has finally paid off. The system details his new reward. Survival of the fittest increases damage inflicted on other living beings. He strokes his chin, analyzing the skill. A simple practical damage boost, perfect for his build. Though he clicks his tongue in annoyance that the system hides the exact percentage values. Typical. His objective, complete. Lin Zichen leaps from the ring, announcing the end of the event. The female students cry out in disappointment, desperate to see more of his overwhelming strength. Ignoring the fangirls, Lin Zichen grabs his gear, already moving to the next quest. Grasping Shen Qinghan's hand firmly, he leads her through the parting sea of students, exiting the gym like a king leaving his court. Moments later, a boisterous laugh echoes from the administrative block, signaling the start of a new conversation. Perched casually on her desk, the principal beams at Lin Zichen, formally recognizing him as the undisputed tyrant of Shanghai High. She leans in, eyes twinkling with mischief, noting that since he crushed the formidable Chen Wuqing in a heartbeat, he must be suppressing his true power. Relaxing on the sofa beside Shen Qinghan, Lin Ziqin sips his tea and lies through his teeth, claiming he only held back a fraction of his strength. The principal smirks, her gaze sharp as daggers. She doesn't buy his humble act for a single second. She brings up Chen Wuxing's monstrous feat at the Kyoto University exam, where the boy deadlifted 690 kilograms with one arm. With a predatory grin, she calculates that Lin Zichin's limit must be at least 800 kilograms to dominate such a beast. Cold sweat forms internally. Lin Zichin knows if she discovers his godlike limits, his peaceful life will vanish instantly. He plays the fool, praising her intuition, and lies that his official record is merely 795 kilograms. Triumphant laughter fills the room as the principal revels in her own brilliance, completely falling for his calculated bluff. Having secured his status without revealing his trump cards, Lin Zichin immediately shifts to the only thing that actually matters. With eyes shining like gold coins, he extends a hand and demands his prize, the 8,810 yuan reward. Amused by his shameless greed, the principal calls him a little mercenary, but transfers the credits without hesitation. Before she can burden him with the duties of the school's top fighter, Lin Zichin cuts her off with a calculated question. He drops a bombshell request since he and Shen Qinghan share a hobby. They require access to the school's elite swimming facility. But not just access, he demands total dominion over the pool, insisting it be locked down for their exclusive use. To his shock, the principal smiles like a cat who got the cream and agrees instantly to his demands. Pushing his luck, Lin Zichin adds a final condition to protect their privacy. He will be disabling the surveillance cameras during their sessions. At the mention of a private unmonitored pool, Shen Qinghan's face explodes into a shade of crimson red. The principal's mind immediately dives into the gutter, connecting the dots between a private pool, no cameras, and raging teenage hormones. Her imagination runs wild with scenarios that would make a romance novelist blush, picturing a steamy rendezvous in the water. Fueled by this scandalous misunderstanding, she decides to play the role of the benevolent wingman for the young couple. She fulfills his every demand, handing over the key that officially crowns the pool as their private sanctuary. As he grasps it, she leans in close, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper with one final teasing warning. She tells him to be careful not to create a new life in there, leaving Lin Zichin utterly baffled by the innuendo. He racks his brain, wondering what on earth she implies by a new life, as they stroll down the corridor. Lin Zichin gazes at the key in his hand. With this exclusive access, the real work can finally begin. Now, he can properly investigate the true nature of Shen Qinghan's mysterious and latent abilities. His strategic thoughts are cut short when she stops him, a nervous fidget in her step as she asks for a favor. With shy hesitation, she reveals she has entered a singing competition, but desperately needs help with the duet. She asks if he can practice with her tonight, and without a second thought, Lin Zichin accepts the mission. Pure joy explodes on her face. She pumps her fist in victory and skips away, radiating happiness. Lin Zichin watches her retreat, smiling warmly, hoping this challenge will finally ignite her self-confidence. That evening, the atmosphere is focused. She sings her heart out while he guides the rhythm from the sidelines. But outside in the living room, the elders are on high alert. Her parents, Shenjian and Shu, are eavesdropping. Her father sweats nervously, asking if it is wise to leave two hormonal teenagers alone in a closed room. His wife strikes back instantly. She scolds him, reminding him of their childhood bond and crushing his objections. She fiercely warns him not to meddle in their destiny, forcing the father to retreat in defeat. Hearing the commotion, Lin Zichin decides to wrap it up, noting they have been at it for half an hour. He shifts the focus back to their studies, but before leaving, he sets the stage for the following day. He reminds her of the private pool training, a crucial step for her to finally master her water attributes. He emphasizes the swimsuit requirement, and she agrees with a beam. Then he heads out into the night. Once alone, Shen Qinghan's imagination runs wild about the pool trip, and a crimson blush consumes her face. Standing before the abyss of her wardrobe, nerves crackled like static electricity around her. Two choices lay on the bed. One was a modest shield of blue, the other a lethal weapon, a black bikini. Her face burned crimson as she lifted the daring piece. Was it too bold? Her imagination betrayed her, conjuring a fantasy of her, and Lin Zichin laughing amidst the splashing waves. A moment of hesitation passed, but resolve hardened in her eyes. It would just be the two of them. Fate had aligned the stars. With a sharp nod to herself, she stuffed the bikini into her bag. The die was cast. The following afternoon, Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan arrived at the silent sanctuary of the gym pool. Lin Zichin, already stripped down, stood by the water's edge. His physique was sculpted like a war god. He glanced at the surveillance camera, recalling his vow to the principal. A confident smirk played on his lips. He had everything under control. Suddenly, a voice pierced his thoughts. He turned, and time seemed to freeze. There she stood, framed by the doorway, clad in the obsidian swimsuit. She approached with a smile that could outshine the sun, apologizing for the delay. On the surface, Lin Zichin was an ice mountain, coolly telling her to watch her step. But inside, his mind was in chaotic meltdown, screaming at how devastatingly cute she looked. Crushing his rising heartbeat, he declared it was time to commence their cultivation training. She chirped a happy agreement. Like graceful spirits, they slipped into the cool embrace of the water. Beneath the surface, Lin Zichen took her hand, guiding her through the depths. But suddenly, her eyes went wide with shock. A sensation defied all logic. Panic flared in her gaze as she grabbed his attention. She pointed frantically to the surface. Something was wrong. Instantly, Lin Zichen's instincts kicked in. He hauled her upward, breaking through the water barrier in a rush of bubbles. They gasped for air. Lin Zichen held her close, his voice laced with urgency. But Shen Qinghan wasn't hurt. She was awestruck. She stammered, "That the water." It was passing right through her. To prove the impossible, she lowered her hands just beneath the ripple. "Watch closely," she whispered. The laws of physics shattered. The water phased through her palms, as if she were a ghost only to splash back into reality below. Back at the poolside, Shen Qinghan stared at her own, hands trembling with disbelief. "Why is my body leaking?" she asked, confused by this phenomenon. Lin Zichen narrowed his eyes. This was no leak. This was an awakening, a latent superpower surfacing. His expression turned grave. He took her hand, inspecting the flow of energy. Touching her palm, he sensed the anomaly, but the rest of her seemed normal. This required a thorough inspection. "We must exit the water," he commanded. "I need to check your entire meridian system." Shen Qinghan turned the color of a ripe tomato but shyly nodded. Moments later, she lay upon a lounge chair glistening with droplets as Lin Zichen conducted his tests. He poured water over her skin, searching for the anomaly. "How much longer?" she squeaked. After 3 rigorous rounds of testing, Lin Zichen finally stepped back deep in thought. The phenomenon was isolated. He helped her sit up. "It appears only your hands possess this intangibility for now." She nodded, absorbing the information. Then a thought struck her. She asked if her embarrassing childhood history of bedwetting was actually a sign of this power, perhaps a leak in her lower dantian. Lin Zichen paused, considering the theory. "It is a possibility," he admitted. "The next time you feel the urge, inform me immediately." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how they sounded. He told her to monitor for sensations elsewhere, but inwardly, he wanted to bury himself. He sounded like a total pervert. However, Shen Qinghan didn't notice his awkwardness. Her face was glowing with realization. Tears of joy pricked her eyes. She wasn't trash. She was an awakener, a user of the water element. A fire ignited in her soul. If she could master this divine ability, she would no longer be a burden, but a partner worthy of standing. Beside Lin Zichen, the scene shifts to the neon-soaked metropolis, where holographic ads for cybernetics light up the night. Lin Zichen stepped into a supermarket, greeted by the warm welcome of a clerk. But he wasn't here for snacks. He approached the counter with the swagger of a king, sliding a black card forward. 100 jin of savage giant eagle meat. The clerk froze. That was a high-tier cultivation resource. Her hands shook as she took the card and the delivery address, stammering out a confirmation. As Lin Zichen walked away, her eyes lingered on his back. Who was this hidden dragon? Which clan's young master could afford such extravagance? Despite the shock, she processed the order with a professional smile, hoping for a 5-star review. Later, in the solitude of an industrial district, Lin Zichen stood before his prize. He tallied his assets. 120,000 yuan from his web novel royalties had just arrived, boosting his war chest to 210,000 yuan. More than enough. He gazed at the crate containing the beast remains. It was time to feed the hunger within. He prepared to activate the system, ready to see what rewards the Codex would grant him this time. As his palm connects with the beast's remains, the air explodes. A violent vortex of white energy surges forth, swallowing him whole. The system chimes with a glorious notification. He is devouring the savage giant eagle's very life essence. The Codex unlock progress hits, 100%. Instantly, his mind is dragged into a primal vision. He sees the magnificent white monarch of the skies diving toward the ocean's surface, its talons tearing into a massive purple abyssal kraken. As the ancient memory fades, Lin Zichen remains bathed in a radiant celestial blue aura. The final system alert rings out the savage giant. Eagle Codex is fully unlocked. A new biological attribute has been forged, the Eye of the Sky. The interface details this terrifying new power. It promises godlike visual perception and the ability to track high-speed movements with absolute clarity. He activates the skill immediately. His eyes blaze with brilliant golden light, his pupils sharpening into the intricate predatory shape of an eagle. It is time to test this divine gift. Lin Zichen's perspective expands instantly, granting him a panoramic, bird's-eye dominion over the entire city. The precision is terrifying. He can zoom in on a single stranger miles away, effortlessly reading the tiny text on a smartphone screen. He is left in awe of the apex predator's supreme vision. With his cultivation complete, Lin Zichen returns to the warmth of home. However, he finds his parents, Lin Yansheng and Jiang Wanshan, glued to a grim broadcast. A high-level gene fuser has mutated in the city center, causing a catastrophic massacre. The footage reveals a nightmare, a winged abomination, crushing a truck like a toy amidst the rubble. The screen shifts to a ferocious, televised debate. One expert condemns gene fusion as a cursed path, arguing that humanity must unlock its own, latent, potential to truly evolve. His opponent strikes back, calling that philosophy a foolish fantasy. He angrily demands to know how they can fight these aberrant beasts without genetic enhancement, noting that traditional martial arts masters cannot even withstand modern ballistics. As the debate rages, the family discusses the horror. Father Lin grimly compares gene fusers to ticking, uncontrollable time bombs. Mother Jiang dismisses the fear, insisting that government regulations are ironclad and odds of mutation are statistically microscopic. She notes that the real tragedy is the side effect gene fusers often lose the ability to continue their bloodline. Father Lin nods gravely, suggesting people should secure an heir before undergoing such a dangerous transformation. Suddenly, Jiang Wanshan freezes. She realizes her son has walked in. She becomes incredibly flustered, realizing they were discussing baby-making topics in front of him, and greets him with a deep, embarrassed blush. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lin Zichen smoothly changes the subject to dinner. As the family shares a meal, he announces that the campus singing competition is tomorrow, and Shen Qinghan has registered. His parents light up with excitement. Father Lin declares that the whole clan must attend to support her, and Mother Jiang enthusiastically concurs, proclaiming that Shen Qinghan is practically her daughter-in-law already. Lin Zichen simply smiles. The night of the festival arrives, transforming the school into a dazzling spectacle of lights and energy. True to their word, his parents are in the front row, armed with fan gear and a massive glowing sign, screaming Shen Qinghan's name. Backstage, in the quiet of an empty classroom, a tender moment unfolds. Lin Zichen is helping Shen Qinghan with her makeup. He traces her features with gentle precision. When her eyes flutter open, she catches him, staring with intense focus. Blushing crimson, she shyly asks why he is gazing at her so deeply. Lin Zichen offers a warm smile, telling her she looks absolutely breathtaking. The sincere praise makes Shen Qinghan, stunning in her elegant black evening gown, turn an even deeper shade of red. Their romantic bubble is suddenly popped by their classmate Chu Rui, who pokes her head in. She teases them mercilessly, asking if they are done with their public display of affection. Panicked Shen Qinghan waves her hands frantically, stammering that she only asked for his help because of his legendary artistic skills. Chu Rui laughs off the excuse, mocking them for acting like an old married couple. Lin Zichen stands there, holding the brushes like a master swordsman, ignoring the tease. Chu Rui explains she only came to give the 2-minute warning. With a playful wave, she vanishes. With the room empty again, Lin Zichen offers to walk his star onto the stage. But Shen Qinghan remains frozen in her chair, looking utterly terrified. Her body trembles violently. With a face full of shame, she tugs on his sleeve, unable to speak. A second later, the heartbreaking truth comes out. Her extreme anxiety triggered her condition, and she lost control of her bladder. A dark stain ruins the perfection of her dress, dripping onto the floor. Overwhelmed with absolute despair, Shen Qinghan breaks down in hysterical tears. She sobs to Lin Zichen that the show is starting, and she has destroyed everything. She is terrified that she will be the laughingstock of the school. But Lin Zichen remains the eye of the storm. He gently cups her face, wiping away the tears, and tells her to stay strong. Solitude sparks a flash of brilliance within the empty classroom. His sharp gaze locks onto the pristine white curtains. Seizing the scissors with a master's grip, he tears the fabric down. He lays it out like a canvas and begins to cut with surgical precision. Shen Qinghan watches, mesmerized, her tears instantly drying up. Under his hands, mere cloth evolves into an ethereal masterpiece. A multi-layered gown fit for a princess appears. Overwhelmed by his talent, she whispers his name in awe. Lin Zichen presents the treasure. He urges her to the restroom, but she refuses. With a shy blush, Shen Qinghan insists on changing right here, asking him to turn around. Lin Zichen freezes. Panic and shyness collide as a crimson flush burns across his face like wildfire. Defeated by her boldness, he obeys, turning his back to grant her a sanctuary of privacy. But behind him, tension rises. The rustling of silk against skin echoes loudly in the silence. Though his eyes are averted, his heightened senses betray him. His heart races as she playfully stretches in her undergarments, teasing the air itself before slipping into the new gown. Transformation complete. She permits him to turn. Lin Zichen is struck speechless. A true jade beauty stands before him. She beams a radiant smile, confessing that her nervousness has vanished like smoke. He wishes her luck, delivering a gentle head pat. A heartwarming moment. But duty calls. The announcer summons Li Chuqin and Shen Qinghan to the stage for their destiny. They explode into action. A performance overflowing with youthful energy that holds the entire audience captive. Tension mounts as the results come in. Victory is theirs. They embrace in pure euphoria, while the crowd erupts into a roar. Amidst the sea of cheers, Lin Zichen stands beside his father, who claps with the quiet pride of a mountain. But actions have consequences. The next day, the teacher discovers the mutilated curtains and unleashes his fury on the culprits. Judgment is passed. They must clean the entire classroom. While mopping, Lin Zichen accepts this as fair payment for their glory. Ding! A holographic screen appears. A system notification announces he has achieved 1,000 instances of cooperation. The reward is the gregarious animal attribute, a passive skill that boosts combat power based on allies. A smirk tugs at his lips. An unexpected harvest indeed. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan's fate has shifted. The victory has catapulted her to stardom. She becomes the school's idol, girls flock to her for karaoke, and she accepts glowing with a newfound unshakable confidence. This mental fortitude fuels her martial arts growth. Lin Zichen also advances his strength, soaring to new heights. He dominates the grand tournament, bringing the championship to Shanghai High for the first time in 5 years. A legend is born. Celebrations ensue with his parents, and a jubilant Shen Qinghan. Soon his room overflows with golden trophies. Fame brings fortune. He secures a lucrative endorsement as the face of the He family's gym. His cultivation path widens. Between the contract and his web novel earnings, Lin Zichen has amassed over 900,000 credits. Wealth is power. He calculates quickly. It is enough to unlock the next codex phase. He heads to a secluded spot to retrieve a special delivery. The package from the black market arrives. Inside lies the flesh of a hidden dragon, a beast of legendary stealth. He places a hand on the beast's remains. Absorb. A tyrannical blue aura explodes from his body, shaking the air. The system confirms he is devouring the dragon's life essence. The Codex Unlock progress bar races toward 100%. Completion. The Hidden Dragon Codex is unlocked. A new attribute, natural camouflage, has been engraved into his soul. The system details the ability. He can now suppress his presence, lowering his life signs to that of a commoner. It is the ultimate deception skill. He can vanish from detection or mask his biological level to fool opponents. Lin Zichen grasps the tactical value instantly. He can strike from the shadows or play the pig to eat the tiger. With his strength consolidated, his filial side returns. He remembers to buy a cake for his mother and heads into the city. But peace is short-lived. A shout pierces the air. He spins around to witness a shocking disturbance in the street. A stunning woman with hair like crimson fire is being dragged away by guards clad in heavy tactical gear. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Lin Zichen turns to see Zhang Kai, a senior from his school, amidst the chaos. His eyes widen, drawn instantly to Zhang Kai's legs. Or rather, the powerful cybernetic limbs that replace them. Zhang Kai explains with chilling casualness. A failed high school bid led to a biker life, and a horrific crash took his legs. But fate intervened. He joined a modification experiment by the mechanical god group, reborn as a cyborg warrior. Curiosity piqued, Lin Zichen asks about the captive beauty. A guard sneers, revealing her identity. She is a remnant of the rat god cult, the sole female among 9 dangerous fugitives. A chill runs down his spine. Duty calls for the cyborg. Zhang Kai waves a hurried goodbye, promising to catch up. Lin Zichen returns the gesture. As they vanish into the distance, Lin Zichen's eyes narrow. His intuition screams that something is terribly wrong. Despite the department's exhaustive manhunt for the rat god cult fugitives, they came up empty-handed. In stark contrast, the mechanical god faction secured a captive without breaking a sweat. He realized this organization was a force to be reckoned with, but his tactical analysis was abruptly cut short by a ringtone. It was his mother, Jiang Wangxin. Her voice crackled with questions about the birthday cake and his arrival time. He assured her he was en route and would return shortly, receiving a reminder to stay safe in return. The atmosphere then shifted from the cold streets to a warm, lively birthday celebration. Since their birthdays fell only 1 day apart, their families upheld the cherished tradition of a joint party. Their parents were gathered around, singing in joyous harmony. To mark their 18th year, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to blow out the candles on their asso cake. Urged by their mothers to exchange gifts, they smiled warmly at each other, but that picture-perfect moment was instantly shattered as the entire room began to convulse violently. The family stumbled, losing their footing, while a panicked voice screamed out asking if it was an opsi earthquake. Lin Zichen instinctively pulled Shen Qinghan close to protect her, but his sharp instinct screamed that this was no ordinary tremor. An ominous chill ran down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. Far beneath the city's foundation, the true horror was unveiling itself, a massive lines. Cavern writhed with an infinite tide of rats, their crimson eyes glowing in the darkness as they surged upward like a living flood. However, by the next morning, the news reports brushed the incident aside. The anchor claimed Shanghai City sat far from any tectonic plate, boundary making a major earthquake impossible, and urged citizens to remain calm. Sitting at the breakfast table, Lin Zichen finished his meal and announced his departure for school. His father gave a standard warning to be careful. Waiting outside, Shen Qinghan greeted him with a bright smile, asking to walk together. He agreed, and as they strolled down the street, she happily chirped that, since they had passed their 18th birthdays, they were officially adults now. Lin Zichen reminded her that the college entrance exams were also looming on the horizon. Shen Qinghan confessed the mere thought made her anxious. Time flowed on, and eventually Lin Zichen finally scraped together enough funds to unlock his next codex entry. He initiated the absorption, and a torrent of majestic purple energy swirled around him as he locked onto the void crocodile. A system notification flashed confirming he was currently devouring the creature's life source, and the codex unlock progress hit 100%. A vivid vision assaulted his mind. A colossal crocodilian beast with fish-like fins swimming with desperate power to escape the talons of a savage giant eagle. Then a final notification to announce he had successfully mastered the Void Crocodile Codex and acquired a potent new biological attribute: danger perception. The system explained that this ability granted him the power to detect hostility from creatures within a specific range and gauge their biological threat level with greater accuracy. Lin Zichen analyzed the skill, concluding it would be an incredibly useful asset for neutralizing sneak attacks. Eager to test his new power, he headed to a bustling shopping mall. As he navigated through the crowd, he activated danger perception instantly, seeing the power levels of every individual. He observed that the vast majority were merely ordinary, Tier 1 or Tier 2 citizens, confirming most were non-combatants. While browsing the supermarket, he scouted for his next codex target. His eyes landed on packages of life and death toad meat, which he theorized could grant him a coveted self-healing ability. However, his excitement was crushed the moment he saw the price tag, a staggering 100,000 yuan per half kilo. He realized his meager monthly income from writing web novels was nowhere near enough. With a steely, determined gaze, he concluded he had to find a new revenue stream once the exams were over. The scene then shifted to the Nanjiang Provincial Education Department. Inside the minister's office sat a striking woman with flowing light, purple hair, and dragon-like antlers. Mo Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University and the minister of education for Nanjiang Province. She sat silently, listening to a briefing. A male subordinate was just concluding his presentation on the current educational landscape across the province. Mo Dongji calmly sipped her drink and thanked him before pivoting to a critical topic: the status of Origin Site 36. Her assistant replied that the situation had finally stabilized, his voice heavy with relief. He explained that if they had failed, the entire province would have faced total annihilation. With the agenda cleared, Mo Dongji dismissed him. Once he left, Mo Dongji was left alone with her chaotic thoughts. She mused that many years had passed since she last accepted a disciple under her wing. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at a pristine tropical beach, and stared deeply at her own reflection. Meanwhile, the martial arts college entrance exam was revealed to be a grueling 9-day ordeal. The first day comprised a written exam in the morning, followed by a physical fitness assessment in the afternoon. From the 2nd to the 8th day, students would be dropped into a forest for a hellish week-long practical combat and survival test. The final 9th day was dedicated to an aptitude test for gene fusion and mechanical modification. The timeline jumped to June 7th, the opening day of the exam. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked together, but she was visibly shaking. She nervously tugged on his sleeve, confessing her overwhelming tension, her biggest fear being that she might lose control of her bladder again. Lin Zichen looked at. He greets her with a smile that melts away the tension. Pulling her into a protective embrace, he whispers soothing words. He reminds her that her mind is sharp and her preparations are flawless, including the protective garments she wears. All she must do is trust herself. His proximity sends a sudden flush of heat to her cheeks. Flustered yet reassured, she vows to give it her all, demanding he do the same. He nods in agreement, As the written exam begins, Lin Zichen exudes absolute dominance, his pen dancing across the paper. He finishes with time to spare. With the boredom of a genius, he rests his chin in his hand, plotting the next arc of his novel. Afterward, he spots Shen Qinghan. Her head hangs low, a dark cloud hovering over her. Did she fail? He reaches out to comfort her, assuring her that the written test is merely one part of the battle, but she recoils, insisting her performance was perfect. Confused, Lin Zichen studies her pale face. Face burning with shame, she whispers the truth. Her nerves got the better of her, and she had an accident. She begs him to wait and flees toward the restroom. He calls out, warning her that the physical trials are imminent. The weightlifting arena becomes the stage for a legend. Lin Zichen prepares to shatter reality with his power. The announcer's voice trembles as Lin Zichen lifts a massive 950-kilogram barbell with a single hand. The crowd goes silent, then erupts insanity. They recite his stats like scripture, unable to believe their eyes. A 5.12-second dash and a vertical jump nearing 5 meters. He is a monster among men. Exhausted but resilient Shen Qinghan returns in her gym gear. He asks for her report. With a weary smile, she lists her feats 9.32 seconds, a 1.6-meter jump, and a 125-kilogram lift. She sighs, knowing her strength is a candle compared to his son. But Lin Zichen shakes his head, praising her spirit. He declares her an elite among her peers. Then the ultimate reward, a gentle pat on the head that makes her beam. Suddenly, He bursts onto the scene, buzzing with excitement. The written scores have been released. He brags about the high 80s achieved by the top students, proud of his own score of 80. Shen Qinghan checks her phone, trembling. Her face blooms with joy. She scored an 82. He is stunned. They turn to the monster of the class. Lin Zichen calmly reveals his screen, a perfect 100. Shen Qinghan cheers for him while He can only mutter that Lin Zichen is a freak of nature. On the walk home, the looming shadow of the practical exam weighs on Shen Qinghan. The forest trial is brutal. Lin Zichen takes her hand, his grip firm. Fear nothing, he vows. I will be your shield. Her heart settles. She will stay by his side. But elsewhere in the shadows, a sinister plot brews. In a dim chamber, a man wearing a plague doctor mask hands a wooden box to a younger subordinate. He orders the youth to exploit his role as a safety officer. The box opens to reveal the tools of corruption. 10 dark pulsating demon seeds. The masked man explains they will aid him in his dark mission. Success means more than money. It means a recommendation to join the inner circle of the organization. The youth hesitates, bargaining for a rare fruit instead. The masked man scoffs at his lack of vision. A fruit offers mere power. The organization offers evolution into a higher being, a chance to transcend humanity. Seduced by the promise of true transcendence, the young man accepts the deal, his eyes gleaming with greed. A convoy of steel buses cuts through the dense, unnatural fog. The practical exam awaits. An electronic voice breaks the silence, announcing their arrival at the testing grounds. Inside, Shen Qinghan slumbers on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He wakes her gently as destiny arrives. The automated system commands students from Entrance 9 to disembark. The stage is set. They gather at the staging area, where the rules of this week-long survival game are laid bare. Tokens are hidden in the wild or guarded by ferocious beasts. Danger lurks behind every tree. Safety officers exist, but crying for their help means instant disqualification. The greatest rewards and the deadliest monsters wait in the deepest parts of the forest. Grades depend on tokens and combat footage. 100,000 students. Only 50,000 tokens. Half will fall. Cooperation is permitted, but betrayal is expected. Steal or starve. The announcer gives them 1 hour to prepare. The war for survival begins now. The exam grounds erupted into a chaotic marketplace of alliances. One loudmouth, desperate for glory, tried to buy loyalty by bragging about his father's influence. His pathetic display was silenced instantly by the icy glare of the iron instructor who forbade such shameless recruiting. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan enjoyed a peaceful snack. A group of girls approached, eyes sparkling, begging the stoic hero to team up. But he coldly shut them down. Suddenly, a new presence emerged. A young man with burning red hair stepped into their aura, asking to purchase a taste of their meal. Instead of bargaining, Lin Zichen casually tossed a package of toast to him like feeding a stray dog. Surprised, the student saw an opening to form an alliance. He introduced himself as Hong Junping, an elite from a top-tier academy. But as Lin Zichen chewed his food, he politely crushed the elite's hope with a refusal. His pride-wounded Hong Junping muttered a stiff thanks and retreated. Watching his back, Shen Qinghan wondered aloud why the stranger acted so oddly. Lin Zichen flashed a knowing smirk, revealing that the man's target wasn't the bread but the jade-like beauty sitting right next to him. Realizing she was the target of his desire, Shen Qinghan's face turned crimson. Break time was over. Lin Zichen firmly grasped her hand, and together, they vanished into the depths of the forest. As they breached the wilderness, Lin Zichen adopted a calculating approach. To help his companion adapt to the pressure, they started their hunt in the safer outer zones. To dominate the search, Lin Zichen awakened his eye of the sky. His pupils burned with a divine golden light piercing through all illusions. Nothing could hide from his gaze. He told Shen Qinghan the exact coordinates of a token atop a towering tree and commanded her to retrieve it. With burning enthusiasm, she leaped, skyward moving light as a feather. Seconds later, she descended like a goddess of victory, holding a token with the number 1 etched upon it, cheering for their first success. With his godlike vision still active, Lin Zichen swept the landscape, guiding Shen Qinghan from one treasure to the next with terrifying efficiency. In no time, she held a fortune in points. Overcome with joy, she threw herself onto Lin Zichen, wrapping him in a tight embrace and praising his god-tier abilities. But their tender moment was shattered by an uninvited guest. It was Hong Junping, wearing a mask of friendliness. He flaunted a massive token, boasting that he had already amassed 28 points. He claimed he wanted to repay the earlier favor, but his eyes betrayed his lust for the adorable Shen Qinghan. He proposed a grand alliance, offering to split his massive score equally among the three. Lin Zichen didn't even hesitate. He rejected the charity coldly, telling Hong Junping that if he truly wished to repay them, he should surrender every single point he owned. Hong Junping's smile cracked, replaced by shock and fury at this audacity. His mask crumbled. A violent aura erupted from his body as he charged, roaring that they had walked down the road to ruin his Hong. Junping rushed in, screaming about their mistake. Lin Zichen merely smirked, noting that the only one making a fatal error was the fool attacking him. The clash ended before it began. Lin Zichen delivered a single heaven-shaking punch to Hong Junping's gut. The elite student folded like paper, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. With the trash taken out, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan strolled away arm in arm, with Lin Zichen now casually juggling Hong Junping's hard-earned points. Behind them, the challenger lay broken in the dirt. Shen Qinghan worried if he was dead, but Lin Zichen shrugged, assuring her he hadn't even used a fraction of his true strength. Days passed as Lin Zichen continued to mold Shen Qinghan into a warrior. He guided her to treasure, forced her to surpass her limits by lifting boulders heavier than mountains, and taught her the bloody art of survival against wild beasts. But it wasn't all grueling labor. They stole moments of peace, gathering fruit like a celestial couple. They moved as one entity, easily crushing any rivals foolish enough to ambush them. At night, they sought shelter together. As Shen Qinghan drifted to sleep, on his shoulder, Lin Zichen gazed at her with rare warmth, wishing this tranquility could last an eternity. Eventually they reached the heart of the forest. Shen Qinghan pointed to a warning sign. Danger. Aberrant Beast Zone. Yet as they stepped into the abyss, an eerie silence greeted them. Shen Qinghan noted that they might be too late, for no monsters remained. The only trace of the beast's existence was the ocean of blood, painting the path red. Walking through this grim landscape, Shen Qinghan sighed, with regret. If only they had been faster, she could have claimed the title of genius by slaying the beasts. Lin Zichen patted her head gently, telling her that titles were vanity and it was time to retreat. He realized that with surveillance cameras watching, hunting freely was impossible anyway. It was wiser to focus on sharpening Shen Qinghan's survival instincts. With the combat trial concluded, the students were transported to the next stage, the gene fusion compatibility test. They were whisked away to a high-security island fortress. The Island Gene Research Institute loomed ahead, a gateway to their destiny. Inside these cold, sterile walls, students lined up to face the trial that would define their lives. Tension hung heavy in the air as they waited for the blood draw. Shen Qinghan's voice trembled slightly as she asked Lin Zichen about the mysterious reagents shimmering in the test tubes. He identified them instantly, genetic reagents extracted from the flowing cloud jellyfish. This creature's essence held a supreme affinity with the human body. It was the perfect catalyst. When mixed with human blood, it would trigger a violent chemical reaction, revealing the truth hidden within their DNA. The process was simple, yet absolute. Inject fresh student blood into the reagent and observe the volatility. This single reaction would judge their worthiness for gene fusion. As the seconds ticked by, Hugh was a nervous wreck, praying to the heavens for a passing grade on the fusion test. The alternative was a nightmare he dared not imagine. He was terrified of failing and being forced into the mechanical modification exam. Chu Rui poured salt on the wound, whispering dark rumors about that path. It was said to be agony incarnate, like being burned alive, as cold alloy was forcibly fused into flesh. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Terror seized Hiyu's heart, driving him to frantic prayer. Once the blood was drawn, the agonizing wait began. 1 hour felt like an eternity. Finally, the scores began to flash. A girl erupted in cheers over her 8% compatibility she was chosen. Meanwhile, a 4% score left another student crushed in despair. Nearby, a classmate let out a breath of relief. 6%. He had barely scraped by the passing line, escaping the mechanical hell. The students murmured about the brutal grading scale. 6% to survive. 8% for excellence. But to enter the top universities, one needed a perfect 10%. Whispers of the legendary Kyoto prodigy and his 16% score filled the room. Lin Zichin remained silent, but his ambition burned bright. With his superior physical attributes, surely he could reach 20%. Beside him, the pressure was mounting. Shening Han was trembling her hand, instinctively gripping Lin Zichin's arm for strength. He held her hand firmly, offering comfort, though a dark thought crossed his mind. What if she was left behind? Suddenly, the silence was shattered. Chu Rui screamed in ecstasy she had hit 10%. The doors to the elite universities had just swung open for her. However, Lin Zichin noticed something else. A male classmate stared at his 11% score, not with joy, but with the bitter taste of dissatisfaction. As results populated the screens, Lin Zichin reached for his phone to face his destiny. Shening Han, paralyzed by fear, couldn't bear to look. She begged him to check his score first, and then hers. He nodded, activating his screen. The number glared back at him, an impressive 15%. Overcome with relief, Shening Han threw herself at Lin Zichin, embracing him in a joyous celebration. She beamed at him, declaring that with such a monstrous score, he was undoubtedly the top scholar in the entire province. A genius among geniuses. Yet behind his smile, Lin Zichin felt a sting of defeat. 15%. It was lower than the Kyoto prodigy. He realized then that raw physical strength was not the only key to unlocking the genes. Pushing his disappointment aside, he turned to her. He gently told Shening Han that it was time to face her fate. She nodded nervously. He offered words of encouragement, promising that she too had the potential for greatness. But as he pulled up her results, his confident smile froze. His eyes widened in sheer shock. Chu Rui and Shening Han peered over his shoulder, their expressions mirroring his utter disbelief. The screen displayed a number that defied all logic. Shening Han possessed a gene fusion compatibility of 21%, a score that shattered the scale. Meanwhile, at the Nanjiang Provincial Ministry of Education, the atmosphere was tense. Director Mo Dongji sat with the high-ranking officials. The Shanghai High Principal was present as Mo Dongji announced that the Judgment Day results had arrived. Lin Zichin's profile appeared first. 15%, a score worthy of a provincial top scholar. The officials showered praise upon the Shanghai High Principal, who tried to act humble despite her swelling pride. Just as they thought the champion was crowned, a new profile flashed on the screen. Shening Han. 21%. The room erupted in chaos. A shockwave of disbelief swept through the council. Officials gasped, questioning if such a god-tier number was even possible. The principal gasped, remembering the girl only as Lin Zichin's shadow. How could an ordinary student achieve the impossible? Director Mo Dongji's eyes narrowed with intense interest. He demanded answers about this unknown prodigy. Sweating bullets, the principal stammered that it must be a system error, citing the girl's mediocre history. But Mo Dongji sighed, his decision made. He would descend personally to witness this anomaly. There was no other way. Back at the facility, the student body was in an uproar. Whispers of a broken machine spread like wildfire over the 21% score. Shening Han looked at Lin Zichin with trembling eyes, asking if this was all a dream or a mistake. Lin Zichin remained the anchor in the storm. He denied the error. Leaning in, he revealed the truth. Her affinity for water was absolute. The reagent was from a water attribute beast, creating a perfect resonance with her spirit. It wasn't a glitch. It was destiny. Realization dawned in Shening Han's eyes like a sunrise. She wasn't weak. She was a sleeping dragon. Her body was a vessel for high-tier water genes. With newfound confidence, she looked at Lin Zichin, finally feeling worthy to stand beside him. Lin Zichin smiled, a genuine warmth reaching his eyes. He was truly happy for her success. But their moment of triumph was short-lived. A frantic shout tore through the air, commanding everyone to look outside. Heads turned, and what they saw made their blood run cold. A colossal whirlpool erupted from the ocean depths, and standing at its pinnacle like a deity was Mo Dongji. The students watched in breathless awe as she dominated the surging waves with terrifying grace. Panic rippled through the crowd, whispers spreading that she might be a heretic, unleashing annihilation upon the facility. But Mo Dongji descended like a feather, the raging waters bowing and receding at her feet. The research institute staff trembled in recognition, hurriedly bowing and chanting her title. They identified her as Mo Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University, hailing from a legendary martial arts lineage with a millennium of supremacy. The staff whispered myths that her ancestors once tamed ancient dragons and fused with their genes, explaining her godlike dominion over water. Ignoring the murmuring crowd, Mo Dongji strode directly toward Shen Qinghan, demanding to know if destiny had chosen her. To confirm the impossible test results, she commanded a scientist to extract Shen Qinghan's essence and verify the data, 3 separate times. Moments later, a spirit-drained Shen Qinghan slumped next to her companions. Hai Yu voiced his worry, and she admitted her arm felt lifeless after the repeated extractions. Suddenly, a researcher appeared, summoning Shen Qinghan to follow him immediately. She was led into the inner sanctum where Mo Dongji waited. The woman smiled, a predatory glint in her eyes, as she announced the verdict. She invaded the nervous girl's personal space, her voice trembling with excitement as she revealed that all 3 tests confirmed a staggering 21% compatibility. Wasting no time on pleasantries, Mo Dongji made a proposal that would alter the girl's fate forever. She demanded to take Shen Qinghan as her personal disciple. Shen Qinghan stood frozen, her mind blanking as she stammered at the sudden weight of the request. To prove the power she could bestow, Mo Dongji effortlessly commanded the water from a glass on her desk, defying gravity to swirl it into a perfectly controlled vortex. She promised Shen Qinghan that under her tutelage such miracles would become child's play. Overwhelmed, Shen Qinghan pleaded for time to think, wishing to seek counsel from Lin Ziqin first. Mo Dongji crushed the hesitation instantly, declaring there was nothing to ponder, for becoming her successor offered only a path to glory. While maintaining her hypnotic display of water manipulation, Mo Dongji flexed her political might, reminding the girl that as the provincial minister of education and vice principal of Shanghai University, the decision was already made. Shen Qinghan would attend her university bound by the eternal master-disciple contract. She leaned in her aura, suffocating, asking the trembling Shen Qinghan if she dared to object. Cowering under the intimidation, Shen Qinghan meekly surrendered, whispering that she had nothing to add. Feeling completely cornered by destiny, she nervously saved Mo Dongji's private number, sealing the pact. Mo Dongji then revealed that another disciple already walked this path, a warrior who would be Shen Qinghan's senior sister. She explained this peer was of a similar age but had begun her cultivation over 10 years ago. Mo Dongji forwarded an image to her phone, promising an introduction when the stars aligned. Shen Qinghan's blood ran cold when she saw the image of a silver-haired warrior wielding a spear standing amidst a field of skeletal remains and the corpse of a hellish carnivorous plant. Recognition struck like lightning. It was her lost childhood friend Bai. She asked Mo Dongji for the name of this terrifying senior. Mo Dongji revealed the warrior's title was Luoqian Shuer, asking if the name rang a bell. Shen Qinghan explained she once knew a girl in elementary school named Bai Shuer who was her mirror image, but she had vanished into the mist years ago. She wondered aloud if they were one and the same. Mo Dongji waved a hand, dismissing the notion as impossible. Still baffled by Shen Qinghan's anomaly of a score, Mo Dongji muttered that her gene fusion compatibility was unlike anything in recorded history. She decided to inspect the girl's foundation personally to uncover the secrets of her physique. As she placed a glowing hand infused with energy on Shen Qinghan's chest, shock flashed across her face. "Something is wrong," she whispered. A terrified Shen Qinghan asked if her body was defective. Mo Dongji clarified that, on the contrary, her constitution was suspiciously ordinary, a complete paradox for someone wielding a 21% compatibility. To shield her from the prying eyes of the world and potential assassins who hunt geniuses, Mo Dongji decided to falsify the public record, reporting Shen Qinghan's score as merely 16%. Shen Qinghan quietly accepted the veil of secrecy. With the pact sealed, Mo Dongji released her new student, noting that the hour was growing late. Shen Qinghan bowed to the heavy weight of her new reality and fled the office. Once the door clicked shut, Mo Dongji dialed a secure line. The man on the other end, her father and patriarch, declared the new disciple was a dragon among worms, destined for a greatness that would bring their clan unimaginable prosperity. He sternly warned that the student's heaven-defying talent must remain buried deep within the sect. Mo Dongji agreed her loyalty to the order absolute. Later, as Lin Ziqin pedaled Shen Qinghan home, he remarked on the suspicious turns of fate that led to her sudden acquisition of a master. She agreed the situation, feeling forced by the heavens themselves. Lin Ziqin suggested they adopt a vigilant stance. He reasoned that if Mo Dongji harbored no dark motives, then accepting her guidance was acceptable. However, he vowed that if she turned out to be an enemy, they would sever ties the moment Shen Qinghan possessed the power to stand alone. Enough said. Shen Qinghan agreed with the plan and hopped off the bike. The moment they arrived, the matriarchs Jiang Wangxin and Xu Rong welcomed them with beaming smiles. It was time for a feast. They announced a trip to a restaurant to celebrate their children's legendary triumph. Pride swelled in their chests. Shen Qinghan wasn't just a student, she was the provincial top scholar. And best of all, she and Lin Zichen would walk the path of university side by side. At the banquet, glasses clinked in, a joyous toast honoring Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen for seizing the top 2 rankings in the entire province. As the celebration wound down, the families parted ways with warm farewells. But later that night, beneath the silver glow of a full moon, a knock echoed at Lin Zichen's door. His mother, Jiang Wangxin, swung it open. And there stood Shen Qinghan, clad in soft pink pajamas, her face flushed with urgency. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Wangxin's face. My. Here to share a bed with my son again. Flustered by the teasing, Shen Qinghan turned beet red. She waved her hands frantically, denying it. No, auntie, I have urgent matters to discuss with Lin Zichen in person. She insisted she had to see him and darted past her future mother-in-law straight into his room. Amused, Jiang Wangxin watched her flee. Urgent matters, or a midnight confession, she chuckled. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan tapped frantically on Lin Zichen's door, calling out that she had news. He opened the door, confused by her panic. What's wrong? She took a deep breath. It was about the incident with her new master from earlier. Safely inside his room, she curled up on his bed, hugging a pillow like a shield for comfort. She whispered the truth. Master Mo Dongji inspected my entire meridian system. But she found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. She concluded her physique was completely mortal. Then Shen Qinghan dropped the bombshell. Even with a grandmaster's power, she couldn't detect my ability to phase through water. Lin Zichen froze, shockwaves crashing through his mind. Mo Dongji was a titan who could command tsunamis with a wave of her hand. Yet even her spirit sense was blind to the truth. It meant Shen Qinghan's physical constitution was far more profound than he had ever calculated. He placed a steady hand on her trembling shoulder, grounding her. Listen to me. This ability stays buried. If the cultivation world finds out, the consequences would be catastrophic. He suggested they wait until they possess the strength to protect it. We study it later. When we are ready. Shen Qinghan nodded, trusting him implicitly. I'll follow your lead. Then her expression shifted. There is one more thing. She remembered her master mentioning a senior sister. I saw her photo, Shen Qinghan explained, and my heart nearly stopped. She looks exactly like our old friend Boer. She thrust the screen toward Lin Zichen. He took the device, eyes narrowing at the image of Luo Qianshu. The face is the same, he admitted. But the aura, it's completely different from the Boer we knew. However, his gaze locked onto the background, a twisted, strange forest. Where was this taken? He asked sharply. Shen Qinghan shook her head helplessly. I don't know. But I'll ask. She quickly typed a message to Mo Dongji. Master, where is this place? The reply came instantly. 2 chilling words times source site asterisk. When she pressed for details, the master shut her down, implying she was too weak to know the truth. Shen Qinghan relayed the cryptic warning to Lin Zichen, telling him that was all she could get. Lin Zichen sighed, handing the phone back. Then, we let it go. For now. The tension faded. Later, lying side by side on his bed, Shen Qinghan peeked at him over her screen for a moment. Hey, she murmured. Do men like women who wear kyongsams? The question hit Lin Zichen like a stray bullet. I wondered times. Is she being influenced by Master Mo Dongji's style times? But then his imagination betrayed him. He blushed as he pictured Shen Qinghan's curves wrapped in silk. Asterisk. Damn, she would look incredible. Asterisk. Well, he muttered it. Depends on the person. She sensed his weakness. Closing the distance, she whispered, so do times you times like them, eh? Completely flustered, Lin Zichen crumbled. I suppose I do. But she wasn't done. And stockings, she teased. Black, white, or perhaps nude times. Why is she doing this to me times? Pinned, down on his own bed, he finally surrendered. Fine, if I had to choose. Black or white. Satisfied, Shen Qinghan sat up, tapping furiously. Ordering now. 1 cheongsam, 2 pairs of stockings. Lin Zichen lay there stunned. Asterisk. What just happened? Times. Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the mood. At the door. It was his mother again. Jiang Wangxin waltzed in with a bag. Special delivery from your mom, Shen Qinghan. She sent toiletries. Said you should just crash here tonight. Shen Qinghan took the bag, her face burning hotter than the sun. I never asked her to do that. Times. Why are our mothers plotting against us? Asterisk. As she backed out, Jiang Wangxin winked playfully. Oh, relax. You're both adults now. It's perfectly natural. Her mother forced them to share the room, and the door clicked shut on their awkward fate. Faces burning red, Shen Ninghan sighed, accepting the embarrassing reality of the situation. She sat on the bed to unpack. I will just change and go to sleep, she mumbled, eager to hide. But as she reached into the bag, her hand froze. Her eyes went wide in total shock. A box of protection, absolute horror washed over her as she realized what she was holding, mortified. What kind of mother packs that for her daughter? Panic exploded in her chest. She tried to flee, shouting excuses, but tripped over her own feet and planted face first on the floor. Lin Zichen remained on the bed, frozen and utterly confused by her sudden descent into chaos. Time skip. The duo had officially been accepted into the prestigious Shanghai Evolution Academy. Perched on his bike, Lin Zichen glanced back. Hold on tight, we are moving out. She wrapped her arms securely around his waist. Next stop, the Hay family gym for the big event. Wind whipped past them. But suddenly, Lin Zichen sensed a disturbance blocking their path. A strange group barred the road. A man in black and gold robes flanked by a sea of white uniforms. The leader stepped forward. Are you Lin Zichen? The bike screeched to a sudden halt. Lin Zichen frowned. Who asks? The man bowed slightly. I am Dean Liu Chuanwu, but today I do not represent the university. I stand for the Tianren sect. We are the guardians of tradition. We reject the mechanical abominations and gene fusion. Lin Zichen recognized the name instantly. The anti-evolution faction. He scoffed internally. Misguided fools, he thought. Lost in their own delusions. Then came the recruitment pitch. Join us. Lin Zichen didn't hesitate for a second. Not interested. Move aside. He tried to pedal past, but a hand clamped onto his shoulder like a vice. Just listen. Liu Chuanwu tried to press a new phone into his hand as a bribe. Lin Zichen recoiled in disgust. Cut to a nearby cafe. The persistence paid off. Liu Chuanwu began his lecture. Our order seeks to unlock the god-tier potential within pure human blood. No mods needed. His voice rose with fanaticism. We will shatter biological limits naturally. We will evolve into legends. But he knew he needed to prove such a bold claim. Witness this. He slid the phone across the table. Video proof of their breakthrough. On screen, a Tier 9, Liu Chuanwu stood ready for battle, his aura calm. But the opponent, Lin Zichen's eyes widened. He knew that winged silhouette anywhere. Wu Tiancheng, the rat god slayer. A true prodigy of the current era. The fight exploded. Wu Tiancheng took to the skies, raining down a storm of razor feathers. Steel feathers pierced Liu's flesh. Blood sprayed, but the old master stood his ground. Injured but unbroken, Liu Chuanwu charged forward with the force of a crashing mountain. A devastating strike. He blasted the high-level gene fuser clean out of the ring. The video ended. You see, human lineage is invincible. We need no borrowed power. The path of pure cultivation is the only true future for mankind. Lin Zichen stared at the screen, his mind reeling. Was this a trick? Edited footage. A paid match. He couldn't hide the skepticism in his voice. Liu Chuanwu slammed the table. Real combat. Unedited. The absolute truth. I challenge anyone. Come watch me fight live. Lin Zichen asked the killing question. If you are this powerful, why hide it? Why isn't this viral online? Liu's face twisted in rage. The authorities silenced us. They fear our truth. They claim that if a method doesn't raise your biological tier, it is worthless trash. Frustration boiled over. Without exposure, we cannot get the funding we need. And without numbers. The quantitative change needed for a breakthrough is impossible. Change. He turned to Lin Zichen, desperation burning in his eyes. He swore that a genius of his caliber would never remain trapped at the ordinary 9th tier for 50 years, as he had. Liu Chuanwu was absolutely certain. Lin Zichen had the potential to evolve into a Frezd, supreme being. Lin Zichen recoiled, stunned by this revelation. Internally, his mind raced. Liu Chuanwu had been stuck for half a century, yet the man standing before him looked barely 50 years old, as if peering into his very soul. Liu Chuanwu unveiled a heaven-shaking secret. Do not be deceived by this mortal shell, he warned. I have walked this earth for nearly 100 years. The secret to his eternal youth, he claimed, lay in their ancient and mysterious cultivation arts. Skeptical Lin Zichen immediately pulled out his phone, searching for the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. The results made his blood run cold. Liu Chuanwu's story was true. The encyclopedia entry listed his birth date as March 1929. Lin Zichen stared amazed that a Plast-Hande cultivation method could defy the ravages of time itself. Could his parents master this art? He continued to scroll, uncovering the tragic history of a fallen legend. In his youth, Liu Chuanwu was the young master of the prestigious Liu family. But when the era of gene fusion dawned, his clan refused to bow to the new ways. Their stubbornness led to their destruction, their dojo crumbling into dust. The article revealed a personal nightmare as well. Liu Chuanwu's obsession with the traditional path cost him everything. His wife and children abandoned him, choosing the seductive power of gene fusion over their own blood. Glancing at the screen, Lin Zichen thought of Shen Qinghan. He was confident she would never betray him, but his research was cut short by a detail that struck him like a bolt of lightning. Under family relationships, it listed Liu's ex-wife as Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen froze. That was another name for Shen Qinghan's new master, Mo Dongji. Even more disturbing, the portraits of his son Yuan Xuan and daughter Yuan Xiao were grayed out. Had they both perished, Lin Zichen looked up. From his phone, his guard raised to the max. This old man, he realized, is a hidden dragon. I cannot underestimate him. Catching that intense stare, Liu Chuanwu smirked. My youth, he declared proudly, is absolute proof. Proof that pure-blooded humans possess limitless potential, even at 100 years old. This, he roared, was the very reason the Tian Renjie existed. His voice grew passionate. Tian Ren means humanity shall conquer the heavens themselves. He argued that those who graft beast genes into their bodies will never surpass the beasts they steal from. In the end, the beast within will consume them. He held the same contempt for mechanical modification. Scrap metal, he scoffed. Materials scavenged from aberrant beasts. That is a path of trash that can never reach the apex. He slammed his fist onto the table, the wood groaning under the impact. Tian Renjie does not completely reject these tools, he clarified. But we refuse to gamble humanity's entire destiny on borrowed power. They are merely stepping stones, he insisted, until we forge a true long-term path. With eyes burning like torches, Liu Chuanwu extended a hand, a sincere invitation to greatness. Join Tian Renjie Lin Zichen. Fight for the true future of the human race. But Lin Zichen raised a hand, offering a silent, stoic refusal. Undeterred, Liu Chuanwu pressed on, convinced that Lin Zichen was the chosen one, the first pure-blooded human capable of shattering the shackles of ordinary biology. Lin Zichen, ever the pragmatist, asked, "What exactly is this cultivation method?" Liu Chuanwu puffed out his chest and explained, "The blood-tempering art. A secret technique unearthed from ancient ruins. It was a way to ignite one's own qi and blood to temper the body like divine steel, exponentially increasing combat power. Ancient records, he boasted, claim that at the highest realm, one becomes a saint in the flesh, capable of shattering mountains with a fist and tearing apart giant steel beasts with bare hands." However, Liu Chuanwu lowered his voice to reveal a critical restriction. This art belongs only to the pure-blooded. He explained that gene fusers possessed tainted blood, while cyborgs had incomplete meridians that blocked the circulation of qi. This, he declared, is why the future belongs to us. He looked at Lin Zichen with hungry eyes. I ask you once more, join Tian Renjie. Lin Zichen replied thoughtfully, I know too little of this path. I prefer to remain an observer for now. Refusing to give up, Liu Chuanwu leaned forward, his presence suffocating. Take your time, he whispered, but to waste a heaven-defying physique like yours, that would be a crime. Leaning in closer, Liu Chuanwu dropped a bombshell. To Tian Renjie, he sneered that so-called top scholar with 16% gene fusion. Compatibility is trash compared to you, he scoffed. She isn't even worth a single hair on Lin Zichen's head. Beside them, Shen Qinghan choked in shock, spitting her drink all over the table. Surrounded by a fiery aura of conviction, Liu Chuanwu declared, We have always known. With your #1 physical test data, you Lin Zichen are the true king of this province. If he chose their path, his rise to godhood was guaranteed, to crush Shen Ninghan's future beneath his heel. The girl wilted under his words, confused as to why she was even dollars left, being dragged into this mess. But suddenly Lin Zichen raised a hand, cutting off Liu Chuanwu's arrogant speech. He pointed a finger straight at the soft, dejected girl, dropping the bombshell. You seem confused. She is the top scholar with the 16% gene fusion compatibility you want so badly. Shen Ninghan offered an awkward, hesitant wave. Cold sweat began to bead on Liu Chuanwu's forehead. Deciding to end the probability farce right there, Lin Zichen announced that the hour was late. He casually retrieved the phone Liu Chuanwu had tried to bribe him with earlier. Rising to his full height, he grabbed Shen Ninghan's hand. Thanks for the phone and the drinks, director. We're leaving. Panic exploded in Liu Chuanwu's eyes. He reached out desperately, abandoning all dignity. Wait, please, we can offer a trial period of half a year. They didn't even slow down. As they walked away hand in hand, the director shouted, I'll double it. Double whatever the Evolution Academy offered. Still, they kept walking. Pushed to the brink of madness, Lu Chuanwu screamed the magic words. Triple. I'll give you triple the benefits. The word triple hung in the air. Lin Zichen froze instantly, his eyes popping wide with shock. The atmosphere shifted in a split second. Suddenly, Lin Zichen was back in his seat, gripping the director's hand warmly. You know, I've always admired the philosophy of Tianren. Fire blazed in Lin Zichen's eyes, the picture of righteous determination. Clenching his fist, he roared, I hereby dedicate my talents to Tianren for the glory of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu sat there stunned and speechless at the sudden transformation. Meanwhile, his soul wept as he realized the massive fortune he had just promised away. With the deal sealed, a tiny chibi version of the director cried tears of blood over his wallet. Having secured the bag, Lin Zichen turned serious. I have a question, director. Do you know where the source site is? Lu Chuanwu blinked in surprise. How does a student know of such a place? His expression turned grave. The source site. It is believed to be the genesis of all life. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. And it is also the hell from which every single aberrant beast originates. Lin Zichen processed this revelation. So the source site is the nest of all monsters. He pressed further. Does the beast meat in our markets come from there too? Lu Chuanwu nodded solemnly. Yes. The livestock on Earth isn't nearly enough to feed the population. Lin Zichen then asked if there were any videos of this mysterious realm. Lu Chuanwu shook his head. Impossible. No electronic devices function within the source site. The only way to bring back images is through realistic sketches. A memory sparked in Lin Zichen's mind like a lightning bolt. He recalled the image of Shen Ninghan's senior sister Lu Qianshui. He had assumed it was a photograph. Now he realized the terrifying truth. It was a painting drawn by hand in a place where technology died. Their grim conversation was cut short by the ring of a phone. It was their friend Hiyu, asking for their location. The gym promotional event is starting. Lin Zichen reassured him immediately. Relax, we're on our way. He stood up, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. Director Lu, we have matters to attend to. We must get going. Before they could leave, Lu Chuanwu handed him a blue manual titled Blood Tempering Art. This contains the detailed cultivation methods you'll need. But his face was serious as he offered a warning. There is a harsh threshold for practicing this technique. You must reach ordinary tier 4 with sufficient ki and blood. He looked at Lin Zichen. Your stats are close. Study this over the summer and begin once you break through. Lin Zichen took the book, casually stuffing the legendary technique into his bag like it was a comic book. Understood. Then he dropped a casual bomb on the director. Oh, by the way, I've already reached ordinary tier 6. I'll start practicing tonight. He walked out, leaving Lu Chuanwu staring at his back in utter disbelief. The scene shifted to the skyline of the city. High up in a skyscraper, the air crackled with violence. A woman with a ponytail unleashed a devastating kick, sending a heavy bag flying. She paused, her ears twitching at the sound of a happy tune. Turning around, she saw Lu Chuanwu whistling a spring in his step. Intrigued, she wiped the sweat from her brow. Dean, what's got you in such a good mood? Lu Chuanwu puffed out his chest, looking proud. Huh. Thanks to my overwhelming charisma, I just recruited the top physical prospect in the province to Tianren. The woman's eyes went wide. Seriously? The top scorer? Lu Chuanwu flashed his phone screen showing Lin Zichen's contact. All me, pure personality. But the woman narrowed her eyes. Tell me the truth. Under her glare, Lu Chuanwu crumbled. Okay, fine, I had to offer him triple the benefits the Evolution Academy promised. The woman let out a horrified scream that shook the windows. Triple Dean, we're already drowning in debt. Lu Chuanwu quickly rushed to massage her shoulders, sweating nervously. Relax, I've set up dates with 3 wealthy heiresses to cover the costs. She looked at him with pure disgust. Changing the subject to save his dignity, Lu Chuanwu asked, By the way, how long did it take you to sense your ki and blood? She sighed, recalling the past. That was 10 years ago. It took me about a week to sense it. And to master blood control, he asked? She replied without hesitation. 2 months. Lu Chuanwu stroked his chin, nodding. As expected of the former Kyoto runner-up. Truly a prodigy. But in his mind, he wondered what monster he had just unleashed. Even that self-proclaimed prodigy took 2 full weeks just to sense his chi and blood essence. Her mind drifts to her past title. She regrets that since forsaking gene fusion, her evolution has stalled completely. She felt the crushing weight of the years, convinced the world was mocking her fading light. But Luan Wu placed a steady hand upon her shoulder, his voice firm as steel. Let them laugh, he urged. He promised that once she evolved, the tables would turn and she would be the one crushing them into the dust. The young woman sighed, lamenting that despite tempering her body twice, her acupoints remained stubbornly closed. She then asked about Lin Zichen. How long until he senses his qi and blood, she wondered. Luan Wu calculated the odds, estimating that since Lin Zichen's physical potential was nothing short of exceptional, it would likely take him 10 days. Hearing this, a playful spark lit up the woman's eyes. She vowed to properly educate this new genius junior herself. Later that night, silence fell over the city. In the solitude of his room, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged, the blood-tempering manual lying open before him. Deep in meditation, he mused on how trivial sensing qi and blood actually was. He had mastered the first step in a mere 3 seconds. Turning the page, he saw the next challenge controlling that volatile energy to temper his physical form. Focusing on his right arm, he channeled every ounce of power until a flame-like aura erupted around the limb. A system notification chimed, confirming he was utilizing qi and blood to temper his very skin, rapidly boosting his defense and proficiency. 30 minutes later, Lin Zichen prepared to test the results. He gripped a sharp knife and slashed it viciously against his own arm. To his delight, the steel blade recoiled, without leaving a scratch. A single session had rendered his skin impervious to steel. Suddenly, he understood exactly how Luan Wu had shrugged off Wu Yan's attacks like they were nothing. Imagining the monstrous power awaiting him after 5 sessions, he continued his cultivation with renewed fervor. 3 hours later, an exhausted Lin Zichen sat drenched in sweat. He calculated that at this breakneck speed, he could temper his entire body within a single week. However, while his arms were complete, the process devoured a third of his total qi and blood reserves. His brief respite was shattered by the phone, buzzing late at night. He checked the screen to see a message from Shen Qinghan. She asked if he was awake and teased a special surprise inviting him to her private quarters. Intrigued, he agreed to head over immediately. As he stepped out, his mind raced, wondering what sort of surprise awaited. In the hallway, he bumped into his mother, Jiang Wang. With a knowing look, she asked if he was visiting Shen Qinghan, explaining that the girl had already messaged her about the surprise. Flashing a teasing smile, she urged him to hurry lest Shen Qinghan become anxious from waiting. Lin Zichen knocked on the door, announcing his presence. A soft voice invited him in, and he pushed the door open. He pushes the door open and freezes. There lies Shen Qinghan, buried in a fluffy duvet, her face burning like a sunset. When he stammers out a question, she whispers shyly that times this asterisk is his surprise. Instantly, his mind goes completely off the rails. Is she offering herself to him? His imagination paints a wild, scandalous scene complete with caution tape and heavy breathing. He frantically shakes his head to clear the impure thoughts. No, he jokes nervously. She probably just wants to show me a glowing watch or something. But Shen Qinghan insists he come closer. With his heart pounding, Lin Zichen walks over and settles on the edge of the mattress. Her voice is soft as silk as she tells him to lift the covers. He looks down, trapped by her gaze. Her face is crimson, her eyes looking up at him with a mix of shyness and dangerous seduction. Thump, thump, his heart threatens to explode. The air between them turns thick, hot, and unbearably ambiguous. He can't wait any longer. With trembling hands, he pulls back the white duvet to unveil the secret hidden beneath. And then, total shock. There she is, blushing furiously, dressed in that tight white cheongsam she bought online. Lin Zichen's face erupts into a shade of red that rivals hers. He is utterly paralyzed by the breathtaking sight. With a timid voice, she asks if the outfit suits her. He is so nervous he can barely function, but he manages a frantic nod. She looks incredible. Emboldened by his reaction, she drops another bomb. She bought black stockings too, and asks if he wants to see them. Sweat pours down his forehead. He agrees with frantic excitement, practically begging her to put them on right now. Lin Zichen watches mesmerized as she slowly rolls the black silk up her legs. The sight alone makes his temperature skyrocket. Finished, she poses and asks again. He swears to the heavens that she looks stunning, perfect in fact. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she invites him to feel the texture. He reaches out his fingers, gently grazing the silk. Comfortable, right? He stammers. Shen Qinghan lies back, inching closer until their breaths mingle. She asks the ultimate question, which feels better, the stockings or her skin. She blushes, but her smile is mischievous. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate. Her skin is definitely better. She seems pleased, but suddenly reality crashes the party. Jiang Wang's loud voice booms from the hallway. She screams that Shen Qinghan's mother has arrived with supplies and left the bag hanging on the doorknob, a sneaky surprise that completely caught Lin Zichen off guard. Startled by her sudden retreat, Lin Zixin stood up and walked to the door, confused by the strange atmosphere. With a puzzled look, he picked up the mystery bag her mother had abandoned. But when he peeked inside, his face exploded into red. It was a box of Time's protection, Times that Shenning's mother had prepared. His suspicions were confirmed, but he shoved the box back flustered. We haven't even kissed yet, he thought. Why is everyone rushing this? Shen Qinghan broke the silence, whispering that it was late and he should stay the night. Then shyness overcame her. She asked him to turn around, needing privacy to manage her condition. Lin Zixin obeyed, facing the wall while the rustling of clothes filled the room. Once the deed was done, she called out softly. The lights flickered off, plunging the two nervous souls into darkness. Tension filled the air. Later, they lay side by side, sharing the warmth of a single quilt. Unable to sleep, Lin Zixin broke the silence. Are you wearing perfume? There's an intoxicating scent in the bed. Eyes closed and a playful smirk on her lips, she teased. It's just my natural body fragrance. Come closer if you don't believe me. Impossible, he muttered, skeptical. But then Shen Qinghan opened her eyes, shooting him a look of pure seduction. He was left speechless, his heart hammering in his chest. Slowly, irresistibly, she closed the gap and pressed her lips to his. It was a passionate kiss, but suddenly Shen Qinghan's eyes flew open in shock. She pulled away abruptly, gasping for air. Wait. Just a moment, she stammered, scrambling out of the covers. Lin Zixin sat up bewildered. What's wrong? But she was already slipping on her slippers, her face burning with shame. She turned away, whispering the devastating truth she had lost control of her bladder again. She stood there absolutely mortified. But amidst the awkwardness, a light bulb went off in Lin Zixin's mind. Wait, he commanded. How did you feel right before it happened? Was there a massive fluctuation in your mental state? He pressed. Embarrassed, she admitted her heart was racing like a drum. I felt a jolt in my chest, she explained. My body heated up and then, I just couldn't hold it back. Hearing this, Lin Zixin's eyes lit up. The mental surge was the key. The pieces of the puzzle were finally clicking into place. He laid out his theory, linking her innate water element ability to her emotions. Your dormant superpower is triggered by your mental state. It isn't a medical condition, he argued. It's an uncontrollable power surge. Shen Qinghan listened, stunned by the revelation. If she could master her mental strength, she could control the hydrokinetic energy, but Lin Zixin needed to verify his hypothesis. He grabbed her hand, determination in his eyes. We need to keep kissing. We have to see if the mental stimulation triggers it again. Wait, she protested. Let me change first, but he stopped her. Don't worry about that. If I'm right, you'll just get wet again in seconds. For the sake of the experiment, we continue. She hesitated, then agreed. They resumed their passionate embrace, testing the limits of her control. After the kiss ended, Lin Zixin gently cupped her face. How was it this time? He asked softly. Her face turned crimson red as she confirmed the result. Exactly the same, she whispered. A massive spike in emotion followed by an immediate loss of water control. After several trials, the verdict was clear. Lin Zixin was convinced her superpower was undeniably activated by her emotions. Drenched and exhausted, Shen Qinghan climbed out of bed. I'm covered in sweat, she muttered, heading for the shower. A moment later, a voice called out from the bathroom. I forgot my pajamas. Can you bring me a set? Without hesitation, he agreed. Lin Zixin approached her wardrobe, feeling like an intruder, as he scanned the neatly folded rows of clothes. His hand brushed against a pair of underwear with a cute pink bow. He froze, thinking, that is incredibly adorable. He quickly put it back, face heating up. She probably doesn't need these with her condition, he reasoned logically. Finally, he selected a modest light blue pajama set. This will do. Later, peace finally returned to the room. Lin Zixin lay awake deep in thought, then turned to look at Shen Qinghan. She was already out cold, drooling slightly on the pillow. A tender smile softened his face as he gently stroked her cheek. The next morning, he slipped out like a shadow. He closed the door with surgical precision to let her rest. But his escape was blocked. Her mother Schumann was in the kitchen. Breakfast is ready, she announced cheerfully. Eat before you go. Trapped by hospitality, he had no choice but to accept. He sat down with her parents Shen Jian and Schumann. Is our daughter up yet? Her father asked. Not yet, Lin Zixin replied respectfully. She had a long night. We should let her sleep. Her mother sighed. I wish she had your discipline. But her father immediately jumped to her defense. She's the top student in the province, he declared proudly. She deserves a break. After the meal, Lin Zixin bowed and made his exit. Mrs. Swang saw him out, insisting he needn't stand on ceremony. As the door clicked shut, a cunning, satisfied smirk bloomed across her face. She rushed to her husband, whispering that she had heard the shower running late last night, a scandalous hint that their daughter and Lin Zixin had spent the night together. Shen Jian, stroking his chin, nodded in solemn agreement with her deduction. Thrilled by this massive leap in their relationship, Mrs. Swang snatched up her phone to instantly. broadcast the joyous news to Jiang Wangxin. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen arrived home preparing to wash the battle-worn clothes from the day before. But just as he began to change his mother, Jiang Wangxin materialized in the doorway. She flashed a knowing grin and applause, hearty thumbs up praising his capabilities, leaving Lin Zichen standing there utterly bewildered by this sudden adoration. The scene cuts to the imposing gates of the university. A hulking figure in sunglasses, trailing long hair, and an aura of intimidation led a squad of muscle-bound thugs into the dojo. He roared Liu Chuanwu's name, demanding an immediate explanation regarding the student, Lin Zichen. Sitting in meditative calm, Liu Chuanwu feigned complete ignorance. Enraged, the intruder bellowed that Lin Zichen had already pledged to his Evolution Academy, accusing the old master of using underhanded dirty tricks to poach the genius for his martial arts academy. Liu Chuanwu snapped back, his eyes flashing, asking why the Evolution Academy believed they had a monopoly on recruiting talent. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the two deans screamed over recruitment, ethics, and broken treaties, all of which Liu Chuanwu dismissed with a shameless wave of his hand. With arrogant superiority, Liu Chuanwu declared his methods were simply part of the survival of the fittest. He sneered at the rival, Dean taunting him that if he felt so aggrieved, he was welcome to try and steal Lin Zichen back. Veins bulging with rage, the Evolution Dean screamed, questioning how a man so despicable could dare speak of fairness, and challenged him to a duel right there to settle the score. Liu Chuanwu scoffed, loudly looking at him as if he were an insect, asking if his brain had rotted. The verbal war escalated. Liu Chuanwu pointed out the absurdity of the matchup, noting that the dean was a 5th-stage advanced expert while he was merely a 9th-stage ordinary cultivator, making any duel strictly unfair. The dean countered that he was only 48 years old, while Liu Chuanwu was 95, accusing the old man of relying on his seniority to play the victim. Liu Chuanwu retorted, instantly accusing him of bullying a frail old man, leaving the dean choking on his own fury. Thoroughly defeated in the war of words, the dean spun around to leave, shouting that as long as Liu Chuanwu rejected genetic fusion, he would remain trash forever, playing with pure-blooded humans who were no better than bugs. Later, inside a sleek office, the fuming dean vented to Mo Dongji. She advised him to remain calm, assuring him that Lin Zichen would soon witness his peers surpassing him through genetic fusion and mechanical augmentation, inevitably begging to switch majors. The dean slammed his fist, insisting the issue was Liu Chuanwu's flagrant disrespect of the rules. With a cold, calculating gaze, Mo Dongji suggested that if his honor was so wounded, he should exact revenge by poaching Liu Chuanwu's most prized disciple. Nervous but compelled by her logic, the dean agreed. As he exited, Mo Dongji shut the door, isolating herself. Nursing her tea, she mused that although Ma Zhenyi was typically composed, he always lost his mind when facing the shameless Liu Chuanwu. As she took a delicate sip, her thoughts drifted to Liu Chuanwu, noting that time had not dulled his sharp tongue in the slightest. A shadow of regret crossed her face. He had chosen the wrong path in his youth, believing his body was as invincible as his words. If not for those stubborn choices, he would be standing at the pinnacle of the academic world by now. The scene transitions to the golden hour, where Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan jogged side by side along the canal. After a grueling distance, Shen Qinghan halted, gasping for air, her stamina completely drained. Lin Zichen stepped closer, handing her water to replenish her energy. As she drank, he suggested they end their training for the day and rest on a nearby bench to cool down. Moments later, Shen Qinghan lay prone on the wooden slats, while Lin Zichen sat beside her, his hands working to massage the tension from her exhausted legs. Grateful, she turned her head, murmuring a soft thanks. He offered a gentle smile, telling her that between them, no thanks were ever needed. His words made Shen Qinghan's face burn with a sudden blush. She sat up, her heart racing, and timidly asked the question burning in her soul. She wondered aloud if they were merely friends, childhood companions, or something more. Lin Zichen beamed at Shen Qinghan, declaring that she was family to him. Blushing furiously, Shen Qinghan asked what sort of family he meant, and then, voice trembling, asked what title he would like them to hold. Shyly, she whispered the word fiancés, and to her delight, he agreed without hesitation. Overjoyed, she scooted closer on the bench, the distance between them vanishing. Shen Qinghan then proposed that they get married right after graduation. Lin Zichen happily agreed to the pact, and the two of them sealed their eternal vow with a simple, innocent pinky promise. Later that night, back at the Lin estate, Zichen sat on the sofa with his parents Lin Yan and Jiang Wangxin. But the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a sudden knock at the door. Lin Yan went to answer it, only to be completely blindsided by the guest. It was Dean Manhwa. The educator bowed with a fake smile, apologizing for the late intrusion, but claiming he urgently needed to discuss Lin Zichen's future academy selection. Lin Yan was baffled, wondering why a dean would visit at this ungodly hour, regarding a matter that was already settled. Manhwa shoved a gift box of rare fish into his hands, claiming it was a token from a class. Grateful student. Lin Yan, too polite to refuse, invited him into the living room where the young master was waiting. Once seated, Manhwa launched his offensive. He tried to sway Lin Zichen, arguing that his 15% gene fusion compatibility was a ticket to a glorious destiny. It would be a crime against nature to waste such God-given talent on the path of a pure-blooded human. His voice grew louder as he attacked the rival faction. He claimed that while Tianrenga might have good intentions, their theories were ancient garbage, a trap that would destroy Lin Zichen's future. He implored the boy to listen to reason. Forget that dead-end path. Do not choose mediocrity when you can choose evolution. Zichen sat there listening to the dean's desperate plea with a face as cold as ice. His mother, completely lost in the jargon, finally asked for clarity. She had been under the impression that her son had already enrolled in the prestigious Evolution Academy. The moment of truth had arrived. Zichen turned to his parents, admitting he forgot to mention that he had joined the Tianrenga sect days ago. He dropped the bomb he had already transferred to Budo Academy to pursue the pure-blood Dao. His parents looked as if they had been struck by lightning. His mother's voice trembled with anxiety as she demanded to know what was happening. Zichen remained calm, explaining his logic. He resonated with the philosophy of Tianrenga. Furthermore, the dean of Budo Academy, Liu Chuanwu, had shown incredible sincerity by offering him resources worth triple the standard amount. It was a calculated risk. He had agreed to a 6-month trial. If he didn't break through or see progress in half a year, only then would he return to the Evolution Academy to walk the gene fusion path. His parents slowly nodded, seeing the logic. But Dean Manhwa was fuming. Internally, he raged, wondering how that pauper Liu Chuanwu could possibly afford such a massive bribe. Suppression failed, so he switched to intimidation. He warned Zichen that as an elder, he knew better. Triple benefits were just a bait, a small gain that would lead to a catastrophic loss. He warned that in those 6 months, Zichen would fall behind on knowledge he could never recover. He pleaded one last time, begging him not to destroy his own life. But Zichen stood like a mountain. He thanked the dean for his concern, but stood his ground. He believed in the ideals of Tianrenga. If he didn't at least attempt this path, it would become a demon in his heart that he would regret forever. Though if he was being honest with himself, those triple benefits were just too juicy to pass up. Seeing that, the boy's will was harder than steel. Manhwa let out a long sigh of defeat. He stood up abruptly, declaring that since Zichen was so stubborn, words were useless. He announced he had other business and turned to leave, his face dark. Lin Yan hurriedly escorted the unhappy guest out. However, the consequences arrived the very next morning. Zichen was lounging at home, sipping a drink and scrolling through his phone when his eyes went wide. A headline screamed, "Provincial top scholar, brainwashed by cult Lin Zichen, chooses pure blood path, wasting divine talent." The hit piece was brutal. It even brought up a fallen female genius from a decade ago, who supposedly ruined her life in the same sect. He scrolled down to the abyss of the comment section. It was a wave of toxicity. People mocked his intelligence and demanded that Tianrenga be shut down for scamming students. Zichen's expression darkened. This wasn't just bad press. His personal information had been doxed. He realized with a chill that this publicity was a beacon for Wading, dangerous heretics who hunted geniuses. Was this Manhwa's doing? Or another enemy of the sect? He had to control the narrative immediately. He dialed the authorities to report the news outlet for illegally leaking a minor's private data. 2 hours later, Zichen sat on his couch, finally breathing easier as the article vanished from the web, but his phone began to vibrate violently. The class group chat was exploding. His classmates were demanding to know why he joined a fraudulent sect. Worse, they mentioned that his photos were still circulating online. The internet was on fire, and he was the fuel. The stress weighed on him heavily. Now that the world knew his face, the shadows would be watching. But that night, a different kind of surprise arrived. Shen Yinghan showed up at his doorstep wearing nothing but a pink nightgown, cheerfully announcing that she was moving in. The digital glow of the tablet illuminated their faces in the dim room. She scrolled through the venomous headlines targeting him, her voice trembling with indignation at the cruelty of the faceless mob. Lin Zichen remained unmoved, his voice calm and cold. He explained the harsh reality of their world. In the struggle for power, those bound by rules are destined to fall, while those who trample them are the ones who seize the throne. Shen Qinghan's eyes lit up with an idea. She suggested imploring her master, the legendary Mo Dongji, for aid, but Lin Zichen scoffed, dismissing the notion. This was a war between the gene fusion and pure blood factions. Why would a titan like her intervene for someone like him? There was no logical reason for her master to step into this quagmire. Undeterred by logic, Shen Qinghan trusted her heart and sent the message anyway. Mere moments later, she showed her phone to Lin Zichen. The reply was short and absolute. Problem solved. Shen Qinghan stared in disbelief. It had been less than half an hour. Lin Zichen was equally stunned as he refreshed the page. The internet had been purged. A quick search confirmed the impossible. Every trace of the slander, every negative article had been completely erased from existence. The power of a true master was terrifying. Lin Zichen was left wondering why she would go to such lengths. Was it doting affection for her new disciple, or perhaps a lingering sentiment for her ex-husband? He pushed the questions aside. The reason mattered less than the result. He had benefited greatly. Turning to Shen Qinghan, he asked her to convey his deepest gratitude to her master. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She leaned in close, her breath warm against his skin, and whispered, "And how do you plan to thank me?" When he asked her price, her answer was simple: "Kiss me." Their breaths mingled, cheeks flushing crimson as the world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Later, the atmosphere shifted to one of intense discipline. Lin Zichen sat in lotus position, white spiritual energy swirling around him like a living storm. He exhaled a long, turbid breath. A system alert chimed in his mind. Biological level increased to ordinary tier 7. The barrier had been broken. He opened his eyes, sweat glistening on skin that was now tough as leather. Finally, he whispered, feeling the raw power coursing through him. The skin tempering is complete. After the grueling session, Lin Zichen summoned his status window. The holographic screen confirmed his age at 18 and his new rank at ordinary tier 7. A formidable list of 9 biological attributes glowed before him. The system noted the completion of the first stage of body tempering. His foundation was solid. A surge of confidence swelled within his chest. Having 9 attributes surely rivaled 10 gene fusions. A confident smirk played on his lips. He was finally strong enough. That arrogant prodigy from Kyoto, Lin Zichen, now had the power to crush him beneath his feet. But his thoughts were interrupted by a notification. It was Shen Qinghan. She needed him next Monday to accompany her and Chu Rui for the egg retrieval procedure. The reality of their path weighed on him. The path of gene fusion demanded a heavy price in fertility. To ensure they could have a future heir, she had to preserve her eggs now. He replied, instantly promising to be there. The following Monday, the hospital loomed before them, modern and sterile. Inside, Shen Qinghan lay on the bed looking fragile in just her shirt and stockings. The clinical coldness contrasted with her warmth. A nurse administered the ovulation induction shot, instructing her to return the next day for the extraction. Shen Qinghan thanked her, though her voice was faint. The procedure was necessary, but the weight of it hung heavy in the air. Walking down the pristine corridor, Lin Zichen sighed at the trouble this caused. Beside him, Shen Qinghan admitted the truth. She was terrified. Sensing her unease, Chu Rui stepped in, wrapping a protective arm around her shoulder. "Let's go shopping," she declared, determined to chase the anxiety away. Shen Qinghan's mood lifted instantly. The girls turned to Lin Zichen, inviting him along, but the path to power waits for no one. He declined, citing urgent matters. Chu Rui, thrilled to have a girls' day out, led Shen Qinghan away, their laughter echoing as they waved goodbye. Back in his sanctuary, Lin Zichen wasted no time. It was time for the next grueling phase, tempering the muscles. He sank into meditation. System notifications flashed rapidly as his muscle strength and blood tempering art proficiency skyrocketed. But progress came with a price. The burning sensation was agonizing, far more intense than the skin tempering. It felt as if liquid fire was running through his veins, but he gritted his teeth. He would endure. After an entire afternoon focused solely on tempering his right arm, he collapsed on the bed, utterly drained. The cultivation had taken everything out of him. He devoured a mountain of bread, desperate to replenish the qi, and blood consumed by the technique. As his energy returned, he needed to test the results. He grabbed a hand gripper, squeezing with his newly tempered arm. Shock replaced fatigue. Tempering just one limb had boosted his power by 50%. Suddenly, a knock broke his concentration. Shen Qinghan entered, bringing news that Chu Rui had organized a group trip with Heiyu before school started. She had already accepted on his behalf. Lin Zichen took her hand, his gaze steady and reassuring. "If you are going, then I will follow. Always." However, a shadow crossed Shen Qinghan's face. The destination was the beach. She hesitated, admitting she didn't want to go, but felt guilty refusing her friend. She reminded him of her dark past, the trauma that haunted her. She recalled the terrifying, mysterious voice from the ocean's abyss that still stalked her nightmares. "I'm scared," she whispered. Lin Zichen pulled her close, his presence a fortress against her fears. "I will protect you," he vowed. If the water frightens you, we will simply stay on the shore." Reassured by his strength, she finally nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to a realm of nightmares, a dark cavern where lava illuminated ancient runes on a floating platform. A secret council of evil was in session. A monstrous green beast bowed low before an enigma, a man in a fine suit, his face hidden behind the bone-chilling visage of a plague doctor mask. The monster reported success. His stinky rats had finished digging all 108 tunnels. The infrastructure for doom was complete. The masked figure gave a chilling command: set the biological coordinate. The monster obeyed without question. The man in the plague mask raised a staff crowned with a sinister glowing red eye. With a heavy thud, he slammed it into the earth. The eye pulsed with malevolent light. The coordinates were set. A storm was coming that would shake the world to its very core, unleashing a suffocating wave of malevolent aura. To seal the forbidden ritual, the masked figure offers a blood sacrifice, slicing his own wrist. His life essence pours onto the staff, instantly devoured by the crimson eye. Suddenly, tendrils of black and red energy erupt from the earth like hellish vines. The masked man declares that the spatial anchor is set. Now his mission is to locate the corresponding resonance point at the source site. He must plant the second coordinate there to bridge the gap. He proclaims that once the two anchors resonate, the void tunnels will fully merge with the source, bringing their grand design to fruition. Meanwhile, the group enjoys a moment of peace, cruising along the breathtaking azure coastline. Inside the car, Chu Rui questions Hiyu about when he managed to obtain his license. He reveals that his father pulled some strings, enrolling him in an intensive crash course the moment summer break began. When he offers to use his connections to get the others in, they agree with excitement, much to Hiyu's triumph. Before long, they pull into the load beach parking lot. Hiyu is practically vibrating with energy, sprinting onto the sands to praise the sea breeze, the ocean, and, above all, the beauties in bikinis frolicking in the waves. Disgusted by his shameless perversion, Chu Rui delivers a swift strike to the back of his head. She then drags Sheninghan away, announcing it is time to transform, completely ignoring Hiyu's protests. Abandoned Hiyu wraps an arm around Lin Zichin, suggesting the men should also prepare for battle in the water. He claims he is itching to dive in. As they head off, a group of local thugs recognizes Lin Zichin, identifying him as the second-ranked genius of the Nanjiang Province Grand Exam. Their whispers turn into trash talk, noting he is the fool who joined Tianren Academy. They sneer that he must have suffered a key deviation or brain damage, concluding that he has completely destroyed his own bright future. Hiyu overhears this slander, and his temper flares instantly. He confronts the gossiping trash, roaring at them, demanding to know what right mere ants have to judge a provincial genius, daring them to keep spewing their filth. The group is left trembling, silenced by his sudden, ferocious outburst. Just as the situation threatens to explode into violence, Lin Zichin calmly grips his friend's arm, advising him to let it go and not waste his breath on the unworthy. Hiyu vents his frustration, claiming Lin Zichin has the patience of a saint, whereas he would have crushed them already. Lin Zichin explains that the opinions of insects mean nothing to him. However, if they had dared to insult something he truly cherished, he rebellion play would have broken them without hesitation. When Hiyu asks what exactly constitutes his reverse scale, Lin Zichin simply offers a knowing look and glances aside as if the answer is written in the stars. Right on cue, Chu Rui and Sheninghan return radiant in their beach attire. Chu Rui teases that the person Lin Zichin cherishes most is obviously Sheninghan, who stands there, holding a bottle of sunscreen. Hiyu scratches his head, realizing his question was redundant, while Chu Rui barks at the boys to hurry up and change. Moments later, Lin Zichin and Hiyu emerge, revealing their impressive tempered physiques. Lin Zichin playfully offers to apply the sunscreen for Sheninghan. From the lounge chairs, Sheninghan happily accepts his service. As Lin Zichin's hands glide over her back, she confirms that his technique is flawless. Hiyu watches with eyes green with envy, admitting internally that Lin Zichin has some legendary moves. Inspired, he tries the same smooth line on Chu Rui, who coldly tells him to get lost. As Lin Zichin continues his tender ministrations on Sheninghan's lower back, she finds herself lost in his touch. Suddenly, an ancient powerful voice booms directly into her consciousness. Her eyes snap open in terror, and she bolts upright, muttering about a great revival and the source of the sea. She stares toward the horizon, fear etched onto her beautiful features, and cries out that the voice has returned instantly, alerting Lin Zichin. He immediately holds the trembling girl, demanding to know what is wrong. With a pale face, she describes the eldritch voice, speaking of a divine Resurrection, and the oceanic source. Lin Zichen analyzes the situation, suspecting the voice is linked to the breaths, Origin Land's source site. He realizes their knowledge is too shallow to comprehend this mystery, and that they must gather intelligence first. He proposes that upon entering university, she should discreetly query her master Mo, and Shening Han agrees to follow his lead. Sometime later, Lin Zichen returns to the solitude of his room to resume his cultivation. Having perfected his muscle tempering, he begins the excruciating process of tempering his bones. This stage is a torment, far surpassing the previous level as he forces energy directly into his skeletal structure. After a hellish session, he collapses on his bed, drained of stamina and covered in expelled impurities. But victorious, he has successfully tempered all 206 bones in his body. His agony is repaid by a system alert congratulating him on evolving to ordinary creature rank 9. He is now standing at the threshold of becoming an advanced creature. Resting on his bed, he studies the blood tempering manual. He realizes the next step requires him to unlock his body's hidden apertures, circulate the energy within his body to trigger the next evolution. However, the ancient manual offered only vague riddles instead of answers. With a gaze sharp as steel, he slammed the book shut. If the path wasn't written, he would forge it himself. The scene transitions to the RAF, majestic grounds of Shanghai University. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stood at the gates of their new destiny. A familiar voice broke their reverie. Their parents had arrived. Walking alongside the elders, Lin Zichen's family led the way. Shen Qinghan, radiant in her stylish new attire, suddenly gasped in delight. She pointed toward a vintage ice cream parlor that had survived the test of time. Amidst the bustling university crowd, Lin Zichen smiled. Her memory was flawless. It was indeed the same sanctuary of sweets they had frequented as children. His mother, Jiang Wang, insisted on a celebration. "It is too early to part ways," she beamed. Shen Qinghan agreed with a joyous nod. Inside the shop, Shen Qinghan savored a mountain of strawberry milk delight the flavor, sparking pure childhood joy in her eyes. She scooped up a spoonful and sweetly offered it to Lin Zichen. He accepted the bite while his parents watched the heartwarming scene with knowing smiles. But their tranquility was shattered by a raucous noise from the neighboring bar. Lin Zichen's senses sharpened immediately. Through the glass, he witnessed a disgusting display. A thug was berating a woman named Jia Xin, angry that her modest skirt blocked his lecherous hands. Inside that den of vice, Brother Yang held Gei Xin like a trophy upon his lap. She teased him shamelessly, inviting his touch regardless of the fabric. "Slide your hand underneath," she purred, lacking any sense of shame. But the table's mood was tense. Another gambler urged Brother Yang to ignore the woman and focus on the high stakes before them. Meanwhile, outside the shop, bystanders whispered about Han Jiaxin. "She plays the icy goddess at the art academy," one sneered. "But look at her now, throwing herself at the Evolution Academy men." His companion scoffed. "Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Those evolved students hold the world in their hands." These words triggered a realization in Lin Zichen regarding the harsh reality of this hierarchy. Shanghai University was a world divided. Two realms existed within these walls: an outer campus for the arts and culture and the forbidden inner campus. This was a fortress for the elite studying evolution, mechanical modification, and martial arts. The inner campus was a high-security zone, a sanctuary of secrets barred to the public. Even students from the outer campus were forbidden entry due to the dangerous truths of gene fusion research. It was under the constant vigil of armed guards and silent surveillance drones. Back at the table, Lin Zichen's mother, Jiang Wangxin, grew serious. "Freedom awaits you here," she warned, "but do not lose sight of your path. Do not let the world distract you." Her husband, Lin Yaning, placed a calming hand on her shoulder. "Trust in our children's strength," he assured her. He turned to the young couple. "The time has come. Head to the inner campus." The parents could go no further into the restricted domain. Lin Yaning's final command was clear. "Protect Shen Qinghan with your life." Lin Zichen vowed without hesitation. "I will." At the protection, iron gates of the inner campus, a guard blocked their path, demanding proof of worthiness. Lin Zichen produced his admission notice calmly. But as Shen Qinghan fumbled for hers, the guard's eyes widened. He recognized the face of the provincial genius. This was the prodigy recruited by the Tianren Alliance. He waved them through, instantly respect, replacing suspicion. They stepped into a different world. Gene fusers and cyborgs walked the streets, monsters in human skin common to this zone. After 5 formalities were completed, their paths had to diverge. It was time to head to their separate dormitories. Shen Qinghan waved a reluctant goodbye, promising to reunite by sunset before disappearing toward the Evolution Academy. Upon Arriving at the martial arts academy, chaos erupted. Lin Zichen was immediately besieged by a legion of enthusiastic female upperclassmen. They drowned him in praise, fighting to carry his luggage and begging for his contact code. Suddenly, a golden-haired senior cut through the noise. "Back off," she commanded, her aura silencing the crowd. She offered to personally escort Lin Zichen to his quarters. Grateful for the rescue, he accepted. As they walked, she tested his ambition. "Care to see where you stand." She led him to the monolith of power. The combat rankings. 2 lists dominated the wall. The peak ranking for the top 500 and the freshman ranking for the top 100 new bloods. "Look closely," she explained. "The top 3 monsters on the peak ranking are all 4th years from the evolution and mechanical schools." In contrast, she continued, only 3 students from our martial arts academy made the list, and we are nowhere near the summit. The senior then spoke of a legend, a former star who, like Lin Zichen, had crushed the entrance exams. She had even clawed her way to 6th place on the peak ranking. But she was a pure-blooded human, the senior sighed. Her limits were reached, and she was left in the dust by the enhanced. "Her name is Song Yun," she revealed with reverence. "She is now an instructor here and a key researcher for the Tianren Alliance under Dean Liu." As the weight of that story settled in, they finally arrived at his destination. The senior sister leads the way. Instead of a cramped dorm, she reveals a private sanctuary fit for royalty. Being the top scorer has its perks, she purrs, fanning herself with theatrical flair. It is scorching outside. Her voice drops to a whisper. "Mind if I use your shower to cool off?" But Lin Zichen's defenses are absolute. "Thanks for the tour. I will treat you to a milk tea across the street." The senior freezes, utterly confused. She agrees, wondering how her charm attack failed so miserably against this block of wood. Alone at last, Lin Zichen nods to himself, convinced that a cheap drink is equal repayment for her guidance. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. A message from Shen Qinghan. "Show me your room." She sends her photos first. It is not a dorm. It is a palace complete with a private gym. The difference is heaven and earth. Lin Zichen looks at his modest single room and feels the sting of poverty. The Evolution Academy is drowning in money. Reluctantly, he snaps a photo of his humble 4 walls. Shen Qinghan's reply is instant. "That is a closet, not a room. Move in with me immediately." "My bed is massive," she tempts him. "Bigger than the one back home." Speed of light. Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase. Dignity is useless against a king-sized mattress. Leaving the Budo dorms, he grumbles. The funding gap between the academies is practically criminal. His top scorer room looks like a broom closet compared to the Evolution Academy's student housing. He sighs, doubting Dean Liu. "Triple the benefits. I better see some cold, hard cash soon." Ding. The elevator opens. Shen Qinghan is there, beaming like a spring flower to welcome him home. She ushers him into the cool, spacious paradise. It truly is a different world here. "Your master Mo Dongji really spoils you," Lin Zichen notes, admiring the luxury. "He treats me well," she admits. But her focus is entirely on the boy in front of her. She spreads her arms wide. "This is our little nest now. No parents, just freedom." Lin Zichen blushes furiously. "Don't call it a nest. We are here to study." "I am all sweaty," she announces casually. "Shower time." Clothes fly off before he can even blink. "Hey, don't litter," he sighs, resigned to his fate, as he picks up the garments she left behind. While she washes, he opens the new campus app. Time to understand the rules of this new world. An internal store, points for gene fusion, and mech upgrades. Now this catches his interest. 3 paths to wealth. The power rankings, official missions, or dominating competitions. A smirk forms on his lips. "For someone with my abilities, this is easier than printing money." Lin Zichen. Her voice echoes from the bathroom. "I forgot my clothes. Bring them here." He walks in, eyes averted. But she is not hiding. She is lounging in a bathtub big enough for 2. Her cheeks are flushed pink. "The water is divine," she teases. "Want to hop in?" He freezes. Logic battles desire. "It is a waste of hot water," he mutters, convincing himself. He disrobes and joins her. "I will wash your back," he offers, maintaining a scholarly tone. "Deal," she chirps. "Then I will wash yours." It is a dangerous game they play. Later, post-bath clarity kicks in. Lin Zichen sits in lotus position, Shen Qinghan beside him. Cultivation time. The blood tempering art stage 2. It is grueling, taking 2 full hours just for his right hand. "Needle," he commands. He needs to test the limits of his new skin. He drives the sharp point into his hand. Nothing. Not even a scratch. Asterisk. Ping asterisk. System notification defense increased. He pushes harder until snap. The steel needle shatters. Shen Qinghan gasps in awe. Incredible. Maybe I should switch to the pure blood path too. Next test, he says calmly. Fire. He holds his hand directly over the stovetop flame. The fire licks his skin. Asterisk, ping, asterisk. System notification, heat resistance rising. A full minute passes before he feels the burn. With this art in the system, a saintly body is within my grasp. His focus breaks as his phone vibrates. It is Dean Liu Chuanwu. Settled in, the text reads, Come to the Tiangai Pavilion. We need to talk. Headquarters to assess the terrain and formally meet his new alliance. Lin Zichen accepted the directive, and the dean commanded him to stand by downstairs for transport. Since he wasn't at his official quarters, Lin Zichen transmitted Shenning's location coordinates. With the plan set, he exhaled a heavy breath and descended. He sent a quick message to Shenning Han, duty calls, and the dean had summoned him to the organization's sanctuary. Like a supportive partner, she told him to seize the opportunity. Stepping into the sunlight, he found sanctuary beneath the canopy of some trees. But his solitude was broken by a young man sporting vibrant, spiky orange-brown hair. The stranger approached, eyes widening as he recognized the legend Lin Zichen, the provincial exam champion who joined the Tian Ren Guild. Lin Zichen offered a polite greeting, realizing his fame had already spread far and wide. The student couldn't hide his awe, praising Lin Zichen for rejecting the easy path of gene fusion to walk the thorny road of the pure blood path. He confessed he was also a freshman raised near Kyoto, where a legendary institute for pure-blooded humans once stood until it was shuttered after 20 years of failure. His voice trembled with passion, pinning all his hopes on the Kipsa research at Shanghai University to rewrite history. Lin Zichen thought the guy was a bit of a chatterbox. The student flashed a thumbs up, wishing him the blessings of fortune before departing. Moments later, the silence was shattered by the roar of a mechanical beast. He turned to witness a rider in a helmet drifting a sleek crimson motorcycle to a halt. She demanded to know if he was Lin Zichen, and upon confirmation she dismounted with style. Removing her helmet, she revealed herself as Song Yu Yen, an elite instructor from the Budo Academy and a researcher for the Tian Ren Guild. She was his escort. As their hands met in a firm shake, Lin Zichen instantly recalled her file, the former top genius who also walked the path of pure blood. He climbed onto the back of her steel steed, and she teased him with a smirk, warning him to cling to her for dear life. As they tore up the asphalt, she shouted over the wind, asking if he was thrilled that a stunning senior sister had come to retrieve him. He played along, calling it the highest honor. Her curiosity piqued. She asked why a warrior from the Budo Academy was loitering outside the elite dormitories of the Evolution Academy. Lin Zichen calmly dropped the bombshell. His girlfriend lived there, and they were cohabitating. The news hit Song Yu Yen like a critical strike. She lamented her own tragic love life, whining that she had never experienced domestic bliss with a man. Before long, they pulled up to a towering modern structure. Song Yu Yen guided Lin Zichen toward a facility branded with the sign Pure Human Research Institute. She signaled for him to enter, and he asked if the name was shorthand for the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. She ushered him into a lounge area, pointing out the amenities and offering complimentary refreshments from the fridge. But as they traversed the silent corridors, Lin Zichen couldn't help but ask why the place felt like a ghost town. Song Yuyan sighed heavily, admitting that the Tian Ren Guild was the university's black sheep, suffering from severe budget cuts and unable to hire staff. She dropped the truth the entire organization was just Dean Liu Chuanwu herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. The revelation stunned Lin Zichen. He realized the army of karate-clad warriors flanking the dean at their first meeting were nothing but paid actors. A wave of disappointment washed over him, but he resolved that as long as the triple salary was real, he didn't care. Song Yu Yen announced their arrival to the dean. Like a mad scientist emerging from his lair, a disheveled and exhausted Liu Chuanwu appeared, beckoning them into his chaotic office. Lin Zichen couldn't help but comment on the man's zombie-like appearance. The dean confessed he had been trapped in the lab for half a month, banging his head against the wall trying to crack the aperture-opening chapter of the blood-tempering art. Despite his failure, Dean Liu Chuanwu flashed a confident thumbs up, swearing that with Lin Zichen's talent, the pure blood path would finally see a revolution. He then puffed out his chest, bragging that his disciple, Song Yu Yen, was a former Kyoto exam champion, and that his own youthful stats were even more godlike. Song Yu Yen rolled her eyes, telling him to put a lid on the boasting. The dean's aura suddenly shifted to deadly serious. He revealed that thanks to Song Yu Yan's assistance, he had shattered a decade-long bottleneck and achieved the third body tempering. This breakthrough granted him an ordinary Tier 9 human, the power to crush a high-level gene fuser. Gripping their shoulders with intensity, he promised Lin Zichen that he possessed the potential to one day eclipse even the prodigy Song Yu-yan. Pivoting the conversation, Liu Chuanwu inquired about Lin Zichen's cultivation progress. He needed to know if the boy had mastered blood control and reached the prerequisite ordinary tier 4 to commence skin tempering. Lin Zichen coolly confirmed his status. Delighted, the dean appointed Song Yu-yan as his personal mentor, stating that under her tutelage he could complete his first skin tempering before the semester ended. He noted that she, a genius, had achieved this feat in a mere 3 months. Song Yu-yan accepted the challenge with a confident grin. But Lin Zichen interrupted his voice, cutting through the air. A mentor won't be necessary. That he had already completed the first round of skin tempering during the summer break. This bombshell announcement struck like thunder, leaving both Liu Chuanwu and Song Yu-yan completely frozen, doubting their own ears. To Song Yu-yan, it seemed like a fantasy. For Lin Zichen to master the profound art of skin tempering alone, in just a few months impossible. Lin Zichen shrugged casually, claiming the manual was detailed enough to master in a few days. A bold-faced lie, considering his heaven-defying talent had actually finished the job in barely 30 minutes. Still skeptical, Dean Liu Chuanwu demanded proof. "Show me your hand," he commanded. But before extending his arm, Lin Zichen discreetly activated his natural camouflage, suppressing his terrifying true aura. He carefully adjusted his visible biological signature, locking it at ordinary tier 5, a level consistent with someone who had just finished skin tempering. Only then did he present his arm for inspection. The moment the dean's fingers made contact, a shockwave of realization hit him. Song Yu-yan watched in silence as the dean's face morphed into pure awe. It was true. The boy had achieved a flawless skin tempering. Trembling with excitement, Liu Chuanwu asked for his current level. Feigning a rookie's nervousness, Lin Zichen whispered, "Ordinary tier 5." This confirmation sent the dean into a state of absolute euphoria. He threw his hands toward the heavens, roaring that a peerless genius had descended upon them. The future of the pure blood path was finally secure. Unable to contain his joy, he crushed the startled Lin Zichen in a bear hug, declaring that with this monster of a student, they would surely shatter the shackles of ordinary limitations. Watching this scene, Song Yu-yan felt her jealousy dissolve into resignation. There is always a mountain higher than the mountain. She smiled, realizing that having such a powerhouse leading them was a blessing in disguise. Burning with renewed ambition, she urged the dean to broadcast Lin Zichen's potential immediately, hoping to attract elites and massive funding. Absolutely not. Liu Chuanwu's voice cut through the air like a blade. He refused instantly. His expression turned grave, warning that Lin Zichen was now a hidden dragon. Revealing his rapid progress on the pure blood path would only paint a target on his back. The dean explained their new doctrine, quality over quantity. Now that they possessed a prodigy capable of shaking the heavens, they had to funnel every ounce of their resources into him alone, helping him smash through the biological barrier. When Song Yu-yan worried about their empty coffers, the dean waved her off. He swore to call in every favor, to beg and borrow, if necessary, to gather evolution materials. They would wait in the shadows until Lin Zichen's power was absolute, find a titan to back them, and only then preach the ideals of Tianrenge. Song Yu-yan bowed, deeply impressed by the dean's cunning strategy. Lin Zichen stood silently, fighting back a smirk. If they were this shocked by a fake tier 5, imagine if they knew the terrifying truth. He was already at ordinary tier 9, his flesh and bones fully tempered, and midway through his second cycle, the dean then dropped another perk. No more basic classes for you. Lin Zichen was promoted directly to the research institute, with Song Yu-yan assigned as his personal assistant. A vein popped in Song Yu-yan's forehead. She clenched her fist, protesting that serving a freshman was a slap in the face to her seniority. But the dean cold-heartedly dismissed her ego, reminding her that in the face of true research, pride is nothing but garbage. Swiftly changing the topic, he announced the upcoming freshman trial, a brutal competition to crown the new king, the strongest first-year student. He looked at Lin Zichen with blazing eyes. With your power, that throne is already yours. He urged him to fight, to bring glory to the Budo Academy, offering a prize of 10 chi and blood pills. Lin Zichen remained unimpressed until the dean added, and the winner gets 10 school credits. That did it. The mention of credits sparked a fire in Lin Zichen's eyes. He was all in. The day of the freshman assembly arrived quickly, the auditorium buzzing with the energy of 1,000 students. As Lin Zichen and Shen Xinghan sat side by side, they became the epicenter of the room. Whispers spread like wildfire. identifying Lin Zichen as the top scorer who joined the unpopular Tianren Gay and wondering why he was so close to the academy goddess. Their private moment, however, was shattered by a familiar nuisance. The spiky-haired chatterbox from before loomed over them, asking if Lin Zichen remembered him. "I do," Lin Zichen replied flatly. The guy leaned in, pointing a rude finger between them, and bluntly demanded to know the nature of their relationship. Without hesitating for a second, Lin Zichen grabbed the blushing Shen Xinghan's hand, interlacing their fingers. "We are engaged," he declared calmly. "Childhood sweethearts. Destined to marry after graduation. Critical hit." The news devastated the freshman, who could only force a painful, awkward smile before retreating. As the assembly dragged on, the hall packed to the brim. But in the sea of faces, one stood out. A girl with dark hair, purple tips, and distinct cat-like ears sat in silence. She turned, locking onto Lin Zichen with an intense, predatory stare. He felt the weight of her gaze instantly, a prickle of danger running down his spine. Something about her was different. Meanwhile, the chatterbox had bounced back, talking loud enough to wake the dead. Finally, a voice boomed from the podium, announcing the start of the ceremony. The ceremony reached its fever pitch as the call went out for the freshman representative, but jaws dropped when a spiky-haired, loudmouthed student stood up instead. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd as he strutted toward the stage. Why was this flashy delinquent chosen over a legendary gene fuser? The freshmen soaked up their doubt like sunlight, grinning from ear to ear. This was his stage now. He grabbed the mic and tossed a question to the masses. "Do you know Li Yijin?" Lin Zichen scoffed internally. Who didn't know the famous genius from Kyoto? But the speaker dropped a bombshell that Prodigy had an equally terrifying younger brother, a monster who dominated the Kyoto exams with 16% gene fusion and physical scores that rivaled the best. With a smile that screamed arrogance, he revealed the truth. "I am that brother Lai Moyu." He declared a blood pact with his sibling to conquer the records of both elite universities. To silence the doubters, Lai Moyu didn't just speak, he erupted. He unleashed the crushing biological pressure of a Tier 5 being. The auditorium suffocated under his aura, forcing the students to feel the chasm between them and a true genius. Basking in their fear, Lai Moyu smirked. "Etch my name into your souls." In the shadows, Xinghan leaned in, whispering that this clown had no idea Lin Zichen could crush him with a single finger. Lin Zichen just smiled calmly. "Hush now. We keep a low profile here." The stage was then cleared for a true predator, Zhou Hong, the student council president. A young man with dark blue hair and an icy demeanor took the podium script in hand. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. He had 3 decrees for the fresh blood. First, the student council is the absolute law regarding discipline. Second, 10 spots open up next semester. The only requirement. Absolute power. Use these months to sharpen your fangs, he advised coldly. Finally, a grim reality check. The inner campus is a jungle, where the strong devour the weak. Senior oppression isn't a bug, it's a feature. Steal your minds or break. His expression darkened. "Before I go, let me give you a taste of true despair." Boom. He unleashed the spiritual tsunami of an advanced being. Freshmen collapsed instantly, gasping like fish out of water under the crushing gravity. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lin Zichen sat unmoved beside Xinghan. An advanced being's pressure, impressive but harmless to a hidden Tier 9 master like him from this distance. The torture lifted after 5 seconds, leaving the crowd trembling in relief. Fear lingered in their eyes as they comprehended the monstrous gap in power. Once the monster left the stage, Instructor Moongji took command. "The freshman trial begins now." The rules were brutal. Hold the center stage alone for 1 minute to be crowned the new king. The prize. 100 credits of fortune. 10 times greater than last year. Seniors sneered from the stands, claiming the geniuses would hog the top 10 spots as always. Despair washed over the ordinary students until a new rule changed the game. If even a single non-genius cracks the top 10, everyone gets a credit. Greed lit up their eyes. 1 credit meant 10,000 yuan. They realized the truth. If the weak unite, they can profit. He who seized the mic, ready to change destiny. He pointed a finger at the sleeping dragon. "Lin Zichen, the province's top scorer and our strongest warrior. We will be the shield. We will clear the path for Lin Zichen to take the throne." All eyes locked onto the composed figure of Lin Zichen, who remained seated like a king in waiting. A roar of determination erupted. The ordinary class rose up, vowing to pave his road to victory. High above the faculty watched with keen interest as the chessboard was set into motion. Zhou Hong admitted that his earlier display was far too petty for someone of his stature. But Ma Zhenhe interjected his voice sharp, asking if it was truly necessary to unleash his wrath on Liu Woyu's younger brother, simply because Wu Tiancheng had suffered a defeat. With a sneer, he added, sarcastically, that when it came to holding grudges, no soul in the entire university could rival Liu Chuan-Wu. Unfazed Liu Chuan, Wu replied with icy calm that his vengeance was directed solely at the sinner, never their bloodline. Changing tactics, Liu Chuan-Wu taunted Dean Ma Zhenhe, asking if rumors were true that his daughter had performed like a prodigy on her entrance exams. Ma Zhenhe swelled with pride, replying, "She ranked as the third highest scorer in all of Kyoto." Standing like a looming shadow, Zhou Hong suggested Ma Zhenhe's daughter should join, the student council vowing to personally cultivate her into a supreme future leader. Ma Zhenhe accepted the alliance, asking Zhou Hong to guard his daughter well. Zhou Hong replied that he nurtures any fledgling with the potential to shake the heavens. Down in the arena, the atmosphere buzzed with speculation on who would ascend as the new king. Eyes turned to the Titan freshmen Liu Oyu and Mai Ai, designating them the chosen contenders. One disciple argued Liu Oyu was the clear favorite, as his biological level had already pierced the ordinary Tier 5 threshold. However, another countered that, while Mai Ai's scores were slightly lower, she had successfully fused with the Shadowcat genes during the summer. Her actual combat prowess might not lose to Liu Oyu in the slightest. A third student scoffed, dismissing her fusion as incomplete and claiming her power increase was negligible. Their debate was shattered when Liu Chuan-Wu's voice thundered from above, decreeing that neither Liu Oyu nor Mai Ai would claim the throne. As the crowd froze in shock, Liu Chuan-Wu continued with a wolfish grin, proclaiming that the true new king would rise from his own faction. The Tianren Ge Lin, Zichen Ma Zhenhe, exploded with rage, questioning how such an absurdity could exist. He slammed down the facts. Lin Zichen's physical test data didn't even place him in the top 10. He scoffed at the delusion, accusing Liu Chuan-Wu of spewing baseless arrogance. Liu Chuan-Wu calmly asked if Ma Zhenhe lacked faith and challenged him to put his honor on the line with a bet. Furious Ma roared his acceptance, shouting that he feared nothing. They wagered 100 school credits with Ma Zhenhe, warning Liu Chuan-Wu not to dare retreat from his word. Seizing the moment, Liu Chuan-Wu invited the other masters to test their luck. A powerful-looking gene fuser turned to the senior, Professor School Director Chin, asking if he would risk 1,000 credits. The director nodded, sealing the pact. Watching this, Ma Zhenhe felt suspicion gnaw at his gut. How could that old fox be so confident? Was he plotting to force Liu Oyu to throw the match? He quickly banished the thought. His own daughter stood on that battlefield. His face twisted in fury as he tried to decipher Liu Chuan-Wu's strategy. A final chilling thought crossed his mind. Could that trash, Lin Zichen, truly possess the strength to become king? He immediately crushed the notion as an impossibility. A figure in a sleek, crimson and obsidian cyborg suit, the dean of the Mechanical Academy, approached Dean Ma Zhenhe. She remarked that the provincial top scorer Lin Zichen was once his disciple in the Evolution Academy. Did it not sting that Dean Liu Chuan-Wu had poached him? Ma Zhenhe waved it off, claiming his academy held legions of students with such talent. The cyborg dean smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. She exposed that Ma Zhenhe had also poached the only 3 senior students from Tianren Ge, suggesting his mask of indifference hid a thirst for revenge. Meanwhile, high on the balcony, Liu Chuan-Wu trembled with glee over the bets. He calculated that with 9 fools betting, 100 credits and 1 whale wagering, 1,000 of fortune was about to fall into his lap. As the faculty watched, the trial commenced. A tidal wave of ordinary students stormed the main stage, roaring their intent to crush the genius class. The floor erupted into a chaotic war zone. Lin Zichen stood like a stone in a raging river, observing calmly. He noted that many genius class students relied on their gene fusion compatibility scores rather than true martial intent. Suddenly, Lin Zichen startled as his danger perception attribute awakened. The world slowed, revealing the students' power levels. He assessed that the twin titans Liu Oyu and Mai Ai blazed at ordinary Tier 5, while the other top 10 members of the DOF genius class sat at a formidable ordinary Tier 4. After the initial clash, the ordinary students cheered, having trampled several members of the genius class who now groaned on the floor. One student hollered that the so-called geniuses were paper tigers after, all intoxicated by victory. The remaining ordinary students charged, demanding the genius class members still in the stands come down and face judgment. In response, a white-haired behemoth leaped down. He landed with earth-shaking force, radiating arrogance, telling the mob to come so he could teach them the true meaning of weakness. The ordinary students didn't hesitate, swarming him like angry hornets, shouting that with their numbers they could overwhelm him if they each landed just 1 punch. However, the muscular student met their wave with a single A devastating leg sweep cuts through the air. The impact creates a shockwave, launching the students backward like ragdolls. They slam into the floor unconscious before they land. The brute sneers, insects. Even a million ants cannot shake an elephant. The ordinary students tremble in shock. Desperate, they turn to their last hope, shouting for Lin Zichen to save their dignity. He calls us ants, teach him a lesson. Hearing their pleas, Lin Zichen steps forward, his expression unreadable. If it must be done, I accept. He ascends the platform, hands in pockets, radiating an aura of absolute calm. Boom. His opponent lands like a meteor, cracking the stage tiles. Finally, I have waited to crush the top scorer of Nanjing. The muscular giant grins with savage anticipation. I am Lu Qi, the pride of Yantian province. He beats his chest proudly, listing his monstrous stats. 100 meters in 5.69 seconds. A vertical leap of 4.52 meters. Lifting 1,150 kilos. Smirking, he points a thick finger. Now, little man, tell me your data so I know how fragile you are. Lin Zichen's gaze remains flat. No need for numbers. Your body will understand the difference soon enough. Too fast to see, a single kick blurs through the air. The giant is launched across the arena like a cannonball. One hit. An instant knockout. The ordinary class erupts, their cheers shaking the very walls of the stadium. High above, the faculty masters freeze in their seats. They expected a strategic duel, not a public execution. Pure, overwhelming force, they whisper. Beneath that gentle scholar's appearance lies a ruthless beast. But the chaos isn't over. Another shadow leaps onto the stage. I am Lu Yongjian, top scorer of Dong Crack. His arrogance is cut short by a knee smashing directly into his face. Instant silence. Lin Zichen stands over the fallen, gazing coldly at the trembling genius class. Open your eyes. The ordinary class has monsters of its own. Panic spreads among the elites. Alert the top rankers. Get my way. Don't let a commoner take the throne. A silhouette descends. A girl with feline ears lands softly, radiating a dangerous, predatory grace. The genius class roars with relief. Miss Ma Wei. Show him the difference between heaven and earth. The ordinary students scream back, Lin Zichen. Don't hold back just because she is a beauty. Lin Zichen analyzes her stance. A gene fuser. Finally, a live specimen to test my theories. Battle start. Ma Wei vanishes, reappearing with a high kick. Lin Zichen sways back, moving like a ghost in the wind. Interesting, he thinks, eyes narrowing. Is this agility the gift of the Shadow Cat gene? Ma Wei freezes. He dodged that. She realizes the terrifying gap in their base stats instantly. She backflips away, creating distance. I cannot win like this, she admits, her eyes burning with resolve. Give me 30 seconds. I need to fully awaken my bloodline. Then we will fight for real. Proceed, Lin, Zichen replies, hands still in his pockets. He is not arrogant, he is simply curious. The atmosphere grows heavy. Ma Wei drops to all fours, her body contorting as the ancient genes activate. A long tail bursts from her spine. Nails sharpen into razor claws. A wild, beastly aura explodes outward. The teachers gasp on the balcony. Incredible integration rate, a true prodigy of the current generation. Her father watches, pride swelling in his chest. Yes, her potential eclipses even the provincial champions. But his pride quickly turns to fear. Wait, she fused too recently. This level of exertion, she risks a genetic backlash. Foolish girl, she is always so stubborn when her pride is on the line. Transformation complete, Ma Wei screams, you will regret your arrogance, and lunges with primal fury. A blur of violence. She aims a lethal kick, but Lin Zichen sidesteps by a single millimeter. His eyes track the energy spikes. Her power level jumped from Tier 5 to the peak of Tier 6. Impossible, Ma Wei panics. I am faster, stronger. Why can I not touch him? She unleashes a storm of claws. Slash after slash, Lin Zichen flows through the carnage like water untouchable. Enough. Lin Zichen's gaze hardens. Blue energy flickers around him. Data collection is complete. The analysis is over. It is time to end this farce. As she flies in, he meets her with a simple, devastating straight punch to the face. The impact sound is sickening. Ma Wei is blasted backward, crashing onto the heap of defeated elites. Mi Wei stared in horror at her reflection, trembling as she realized her once flawless face had been reduced to a swollen, bloody ruin. Collapsing in tears, she clutched her injuries, utterly humiliated by the devastating punch. From the stands, her father Dean Ma Zhenhe roared with fury, storming the arena to shield his daughter. He spun toward Lin Zichen, his voice thundering as he demanded to know what kind of man strikes a woman with such brutality. But Lin Zichen's expression remained as cold as ice. He calmly replied that upon the cruel path of evolution, gender is meaningless. There are only two categories under the heavens, the strong and the weak. A voice rang out from the crowd, dripping with arrogance. Correct. Absolute strength is the only law. It was Li Mo Yu. Seizing the spotlight, he launched himself from the spectators' gallery. He crashed onto the stage like a meteor, the impact shaking the very ground. The genius class students erupted into a frenzy, chanting his name as their savior, the one who would wash away the humiliation of Ma Wei's defeat. Li Moyu locked eyes with Lin Zichen, a smirk playing on his lips. He acknowledged Lin's skill at concealing his true depths, pretending to be a nobody, while secretly holding the power of a provincial champion. But listen closely, he sneered, his grin turning predatory. You aren't the only monster hiding in human skin. With a roar, Li Moyu unleashed his suppressed energy. His body began a grotesque and terrifying metamorphosis. Muscles swelled and tore through his clothes as a suffocating, violent aura erupted around him, darkening the air of the arena. High above on the balcony, the faculty froze in shock. They instantly recognized the signs. Li Moyu was a gene fuser. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering gasped, identifying the genetic signature immediately. That is the demon-eye giant ape, he exclaimed. A beast of legendary ferocity that demands colossal physical resilience just to fuse with. The sheer biological pressure radiating from him skyrocketed, piercing straight through to the ordinary Tier 6 realm. As the transformation settled, Instructor Liu Chuanwu turned pale, his soul leaving his body. He realized with horror that his massive bet of 900 credits worth 19 million yuan was about to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, in the shadows away from the cheering crowds, Wang Shui and Lu Gang received a dark command. A mysterious student handed them a directive retrieve, a high-level demon seed from the nearby park, and forced Li Moyu to consume it. Lu Gang hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead. Targeting a scion of the Kyoto Li family, that is a death sentence. However, their handler scoffed, assuring them that their organization's power dwarfed even the mighty Li clan. They could wipe out the Li family with a snap of their fingers, he hissed. When pressed for an answer, Wang Shui sighed, eyes filled with resignation. He told Lu Gang they had no path of retreat, the mission must be done. Back in the arena, the clash of titans began. Li Moyu flexed his monstrous form, boasting that the demon-eye giant ape offered the ultimate combination of defense and raw power. Although his speed suffered, his overall combat power was now leagues above the competition. He looked down at Lin Zichen, mocking him. Let's see if you can keep that calm facade when facing a true genius. Lin Zichen wasted no breath on words. He vanished from his spot, exploding forward with a lightning-fast strike. But as they collided, Li Moyu reacted, shifting just enough to mitigate the blow. Lin Zichen's eyes narrowed. Not bad, he thought. His reaction speed can handle ordinary Tier 6 velocity. Deciding to escalate, Lin Zichen shifted gears instantly, cranking his output up to the devastating speeds of ordinary Tier 7. The acceleration was blinding. Li Moyu could not even track the movement before a heavy fist slammed squarely into his face. The giant stumbled back, enraged and humiliated. You dare use a sneak attack, Li Moyu roared. Lin Zichen ignored the outburst, calmly analyzing the feedback from his fist. The beast's hide was indeed impenetrable, possessing the defensive toughness of a peak Tier 6 entity. Furious, Li Moyu planted his feet, aura flaring. That was your only lucky shot. Your fists will never touch me again. But Lin Zichen was already moving, unleashing a storm of offensive strikes. Yet as his blows rained down, Lin Zichen noted a problem. While his speed was superior, his attacks were shallow. He had not managed to inflict any true internal damage on the armored giant. The battle intensified as Li Moyu weathered the storm like a fortress. Lin Zichen realized the tactical disadvantage. Li Moyu was slower, but his defense allowed him to make mistakes. Lin Zichen, however, was walking a tightrope. One hit from the giant could end him. To the spectators, it seemed the winner was already decided. Testing his evasion limits, Lin Zichen weaved through a barrage of heavy punches like a phantom. Reaction speed test complete, he murmured. Lin Zichen leaped backward, creating distance. He shook out his arms, eyes gleaming with intent. It was time to abandon speed and test the final most dangerous attribute, raw strength. Li Moyu smiled menacingly, seeing his opponent stop. I admit you are fast, he scoffed. But your punches are as light as feathers. You lack the power to hurt me, and that is why you are destined to fall. Now it is my turn, Li Moyu roared, winding up a punch charged with explosive energy. The massive fist descended like a hammer of judgment. The crowd screamed for Lin Zichen to dodge, but he stood, rooted to the spot, completely motionless, ready to receive the blow. High above, the other deans placed sympathetic hands on Liu Chuanwu's shoulders. They watched with pity, certain the student was about to be crushed. Do not look away, one dean whispered to the weeping Liu Chuanwu. And do not forget you still owe another 100 credits on top of the millions you just lost. Back in the ring, time seemed to stop. Then, boom. A shockwave rippled through the arena as Li Moyu's fist connected directly with Lin Zichen's face. But the outcome defied all logic. A sickening crunch echoed through the hall, not from Lin Zichen's skull, but from Li Moyu's hand. The bones shattered instantly upon impact. The giant collapsed, clutching his mangled limb and shrieking in agony. My hand, it is broken. The screams pierced the silence as the audience sat frozen, their brains unable to process the impossible sight. Murmurs of disbelief spread like wildfire. Did he just win? The reality was too bizarre to accept. Lin Zichen stood tall over his defeated foe, looking down with cold, analytical eyes. He assessed the situation instantly. While the demon eye giant ape fusion granted Li Moyu terrifying muscular strength, his skeletal structure had not evolved to match it. It was simple physics. Li Moyu had struck Lin Zichen with such overwhelming force that his own body could not handle the recoil, shattering his hand against Lin Zichen's immovable defense. Meanwhile, onlookers pat Dean Liu Chuanwu's shoulder in pity. Everyone thinks Lin Zichen is doomed, but the dean just cries about his 100 bet credits. Back in the arena, silence shatters. A massive impact erupts, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. Liu Yu punches Lin Zichen squarely in the face, but the result defies all logic. It is Liu Yu's bones that shatter upon impact. He collapses, howling in agony, clutching his mangled hand. "My hand, it's broken," he screams, rolling in the dust. The crowd is stunned into silence. Their brains can't process what just happened. Did the underdog actually win? Whispers of disbelief spread like wildfire. This outcome is too bizarre, too impossible to be real. Standing over his fallen foe, Lin Zichen coldly analyzes the failure. The demon eye giant ape gave Liu Yu immense power, but his weak body couldn't handle the recoil. He hit Lin Zichen so hard that the physics turned against him and destroyed his own hand. Lin Zichen's defense was absolute, an impenetrable fortress. With chilling calm, he signaled the medical team. "Lie, Moyu's arm is gone," he stated coldly. "A comminuted fracture requiring urgent intervention." The stunned healers scrambled to obey. They rushed the stage in a panic. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the balcony above. It was Elder Mo Dongji. She landed like a feather, yet commanded the room like a titan, ordering Lin Zichen back. One look at Li Moyu's arm told the grim story. Pulverized, she realized with a jolt of shock that this devastation came solely from the rebound force of striking Lin Zichen's face. She retrieved a radiant golden pill, feeding it to the fallen disciple. As the medicine dissolved, a terrifying question formed in her mind. Just how invincible was this student's body to cause such destruction? Suspecting a hidden dragon, Mo Dongji unleashed her mental perception. An invisible wave sought to expose Lin Zichen's core strength, but the predator sensed the trap. Instantly, he triggered his skill, natural camouflage. He had to mask his true cultivation level at all costs. Mo Dongji's senses swept over him, but the deception was perfect. She saw only a biological level of ordinary Tier 6. His flesh and bones held a density far beyond his realm, yet the energy flow was normal. Was physical tyranny his only weapon? She searched deeper, but found no other secrets hidden within his spiritual sea. The other faculty members swarmed her, desperate for the verdict. Mo Dongji announced the anticlimactic truth to the group. Just an ordinary Tier 6 with abnormal physical durability. No other anomalies detected. Lin Zichen remained stone-faced on the outside. But internally, he exhaled a heavy breath. The camouflage had worked. The monsters were none the wiser. Meanwhile, the golden pill worked miracles. Life returned to Li Moyu's eyes instantly as the medicinal energy surged. "Incredible," he gasped, the pain vanishing like smoke. He flexed his restored hand, a smirk returning to his lips as the injury was erased. The duel was over, and Lin Zichen had no patience for lingering trash. "You can leave now," he stated with ice in his veins. With a casual, almost dismissive kick, he sent the fully healed Li Moyu launching off the arena like a discarded toy. Humiliation burned hotter than the injury. From the floor, Li Moyu screamed his vengeance. "Wait until my gene fusion is complete. I will crush you." Chaos erupted in the stands. A war of words broke out between the ordinary and genius classes, tension reaching a boiling point. "Look at your elites now," the ordinary students jeered. "So much for your self-righteous pride." The geniuses spat back. "He lost to Lin Zichen, not you trash." But their excuses were drowned out by a roar of triumph. This was a victory for the underdog. On stage, the timer hit 0. A system notification chimed. 1 minute elapsed. The trial was officially over. The announcer's voice boomed across the hall. "The new king of martial arts, Class 1 is Lin Zichen." The crowd went wild. Brother Chen, they chanted, worshipping the hero who brought them glory. But Lin Zichen wasn't done yet. First place isn't enough, he thought, ambition burning in his eyes. With a burst of speed, he leaped from the stage. He soared straight toward the genius class section. The students gasped in horror as he landed and swept Shen Jinghan off her feet. A perfect princess carry in front of the whole school. Whispers spread like wildfire. What is he doing? Is he kidnapping her? Shen Jinghan's face burned crimson. Lin Zichen launched them back toward the ring, defying gravity with her in his arms. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a drum. Is he making us official? She panicked, mind racing. He landed with the grace of a god. Placing her gently behind him, he faced the stunned assembly. "I'm not finished," he declared, from 2nd place to 10th. "I want them all." The genius class exploded with rage. This was a declaration of war. "He's humiliating us," they screamed. "Crush him and kill the traitor Shen Jinghan." Like a pack of wolves, they charged the stage. But Lin Zichen was a storm they couldn't weather. He flowed through the mob like water, dominating the brawl despite the odds. Fists flew, kicks shattered formations. He tossed the elites aside like rag dolls, dismantling their attack with terrifying ease. A shadow lunged from the air. It was Mei Wei, eyes filled with murderous intent. "Die, traitor," she shrieked, aiming for the shocked Shen Jinghan. But Lin Zichen was faster than thought. Bam! A heavy kick intercepted her in midair, an absolute shield for his companion. The impact was devastating. Mei Wei was blasted off the stage like a cannonball. On the balcony, her father Ma Jinhe let out a blood-curdling scream. He watched helplessly as his precious daughter crashed violently into the unyielding floor. The genius class was wiped out. Lin Zichen stood alone amidst the wreckage. Ding. The system announced Shen Jinghan has officially secured 2nd place. She blinked, a beautiful surprise washing over her. Lin Zichen turned his gaze to the ordinary class. It was time for business. "Listen up," he commanded. "Ranks 3 through 10 are yours for the taking. But there is a price. The credits awarded for those spots belong to me." The crowd erupted in ecstasy. "Long live Brother Chen," they roared, desperate for the ranking. Calculations ran wild in the background. The top 10 spots yield a combined 550 credits. With participation rewards, the loot totals 559, a massive haul. But on the balcony, Ma Jinhe turned on Mo Dongji, his face twisted in fury. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Lin Zichen's victory was called into question. Critics shouted that a mere student shouldn't control the top 10. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the noise. Liu Chuanwu stepped forward, shielding his disciple with an aura of absolute confidence. He stared down Manhwa, challenging him directly. "If you claim he cheated, show me exactly where the regulations forbid his strategy." Manhwa froze his face, twisting in frustration. He was forced to admit no rule had been broken, though he spat that it was a dirty loophole. Defeated Ma drowned in his own cold sweat. But in the shadows, a darker plot was already shifting gears. Wang Shuir grabbed Lu Gang with urgency. "Forget Lai Moyu," she hissed, her eyes dark. "The plan has changed." They watched the cheering crowd toss Lin Zichen into the air like a hero. Wang Shuoji's gaze locked onto their new prey. "Our target is Lin Zichen. We will force him to consume the high-level demon seed and join our order." Their goal was corruption. After the trial, Liu Chuanwu sprinted toward his student with open arms, ready for a celebratory hug. But Lin Zichen coolly sidestepped the embrace. He looked at his master and asked, "Dean, have you forgotten our deal?" Liu Chuanwu didn't miss a beat. He produced a bottle trembling with excitement. 10 qi and blood pills, plus triple benefits for the semester. "And I've transferred 300 credits," he cheered. "Thanks to you, I cleaned out the other faculty members for 1,900 credits. Then his expression turned serious. Leaning in close, Liu Chuanwu whispered, "Tell me the truth, brat. What is your actual power level?" Lin Zichen whispered back a calculated lie. "Ordinary tier 6. I've completed skin tempering and some facial muscles. I was just born with hard bones." Liu Chuanwu gasped, his voice cracking. "You've already started tempering muscles," he screamed in pure disbelief. Overwhelmed, he grabbed Lin Zichen's hands, tears streaming down his face. "This student was a miracle. You will evolve," he sobbed. "Before you graduate, you will become an advanced being with a pure human body." He begged the boy to stay true to the pure blood path. Lin Zichen nodded calmly. "I understand, Dean." Later in the solitude of his room, Lin Zichen studied the small red qi and blood pill. Curious, he tossed it into his mouth to test its potency. Steam rose from his skin as the energy dissolved. But the system merely pinged a pathetic increase of 108 points. A frown marred his face. This pill was far less effective than his standard training regimen. It was useless to him. He decided to gift them to Shen Qinghan instead. Just then, the door opened. Shen Qinghan walked in, glistening with sweat from her workout. "When did you get back?" she asked. "Just 30 minutes ago," he replied. Lin Zichen beckoned her closer. He handed her a red pill with a simple command. "Eat this." She swallowed it without hesitation. Boom. The effect was instant. Steam erupted from her pores as a flush spread across her cheeks. "It's so hot." Her qi and blood were surging wildly. Seeing the result, Lin Zichen tossed her the entire bottle. "They don't work for me," he shrugged. "Take the remaining 8, but only 1 per day." Shen Qinghan beamed with gratitude. The next morning, at the Tianji Research Institute, Lin Zichen found Yu Yan in the middle of her training. "Welcome, new king," she teased playfully. Stretching her limbs, she asked for confirmation of the rumors swirling around the academy. "Is it true?" she pressed. Are you really at ordinary tier 6 with muscle tempering mastery? Lin Zichen maintained his cover story without flinching. Every word the dean said is true. Yu Yen's eyes widened. She rushed toward him, practically vibrating. You are an absolute monster of a genius. Tianji will shock the world. As she pounced on him with excitement, Lin Zichen nodded. Let's do our best together. Time passed as Lin Zichen buried himself in research. He realized Liu Chuanwu and Yu Yen had failed to crack the aperture opening chapter. He would have to decipher the original text himself. Fortunately, with his celestial root of wisdom, this was child's play. Complex theories unraveled easily before his mind. But his focus was broken by Yu Yen's voice. The student council is outside, she warned. After your legendary performance, they definitely want to recruit you. Lin Zichen waved his hand dismissively. Not interested. Send them away. That's a shame, Yu Yen mused. Council members get a monthly credit subsidy. The word credit froze him in place. His eyes lit up with greed. Suddenly his schedule was wide open. He marched outside to greet the visitor. It was Zhou Hong, the student council president, extending a polite hand. They shook hands. Join us, Zhou Hong offered smoothly. We want to groom you as my successor. The future president. He spun a tale of power and luxury. Wealth, influence, and the admiration of the entire school. Special meals decision-making power, Zhou Hong listed. And of course, the monthly credit payments. Hearing the rewards, Lin Zichen grinned. I'm in. But Zhou Hong raised a hand. There is one condition. His gaze turned cold. You must abandon the path of the pure-blooded human. You must choose genetic modification. The recoil was his undoing. Lin Zichen looks up, confused by the sudden intervention. Why, he asks. Zhou Hong steps forward, his nose in the air. The student council only accepts future geniuses, he sneers arrogantly. He declares the pure blood path utterly useless, mocking Dean Liu Chuanwu and Yu Yan as total failures.